About a year ago, I released Music Marketing Mastery. It was a full start to finish 5+ hour long course on how to sell sample packs. It covered literally everything from finding a niche, building irresistible offers, making content, email marketing, and everything else that you need to know to make a living selling sample packs. And since then, I kind of just let that community die. I'm glad I tried it, but I just realized that recurring revenue and paid communities just aren't for me, and I much rather working one-on-one with other producers. Working one-on-one with producers is what allowed me to help a shark who scaled from $300 a month to averaging $8,000 to $10,000 a month now, peaking at almost $15,000 in just 1 month, had almost a $3,000 release day for his Swagsonology bank, and was able to move to Atlanta, Georgia, which is the hip-hop capital of the world. It also allowed me to help people like Stinger Beats get a 164% increase in sales with just one Black Friday sale. He's also been able to grow his YouTube following to over 25,000 subscribers, and he's gotten multiple viral videos. And I haven't just done coaching, I've also done page design and other stuff related to sample packs for huge creators like Prod by Infinite, Tumphy, Hayes Audio, and a ton more. And really, the only point of me saying this is to tell you that everything that I put in Creative Marketing Mastery are the things that I taught my fellow producer colleagues that helped them see as much success as they're seeing now. And today, I'm giving it all away for free. Why am I giving this away for free? You're probably asking yourself. Well, first of all, I want to. I love giving out free game. But second of all, it's because I want you to be able to take this information, get your first sale, increase your sales, grow your socials, whatever it is that you're looking for in this course, so that you can hit me up and work with me one-on-one, so you can eventually scale and make a full-time living from your music like my other students and friends have been able to do. And listen, if you don't have any interest of working one-on-one with me, no hard feelings at all. I'm still posting this for free so that you can learn as much as you can and as much as you want. Feel free to take this information, apply it to your business, and just run with it. But before we get into the course content, I have two really important things to ask of you. One, if you find this video helpful, leave a like and subscribe. I'm going to be posting a ton more content about making a living as a producer, selling sample packs, etc. And two, if you use the information in this video to get your first sale, an increase of sales, growth on your social media, or anything like that, just screenshot proof of it and DM it to me on my Instagram at shadow.manifest so I could share it and drive more people to this video so that we can collectively help other producers do the same. If you guys are interested in working one-on-one with me, you can click the first link in the description to apply for my coaching and see if we're a good fit. And yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the course. All right, so this is the part of the course where I'm just gonna tell you to chill out, okay? I'm just kidding, but kind of not. So here's the deal. You are here because you're already good at what you do. You have the skills, you have the creativity, and you have the passion. But if you're like most creatives, you probably tend to overthink the business side of things. You're Googling every little detail, you're second guessing your pricing, you're wondering if your Instagram grid is on brand enough. And if that sounds familiar, I'm here to tell you, stop. It's not because it doesn't matter. All of these things do piece together to create something very important, but it's rather because overthinking is the creative brain's way of procrastinating, and procrastinating is the enemy of progress. Believe me, I would know, okay? So before we move on, I'm going to give you one guiding principle for this entire course and community. Keep it simple, but don't sleep on it. So what does that mean? What it means is that you don't need to memorize every single word of this course or stress about getting everything perfectly mirrored one-to-one in the same way that I do it. Perfection is just overrated, and honestly, it's what I see kill a majority of creative businesses. But what I also want to emphasize is that does not mean that you can just coast through this entire course, nodding along and just never taking action. That is not why you're here. You're here to build a life you love, doing what you love. And the only thing that I want you to understand is that takes effort and not perfection. So I mentioned this previously, but as we go through this course, do take notes, but do not obsess over them. Do take action, but don't overcomplicate it. And most importantly, trust yourself. Self-doubt is only going to make everything a lot harder. And I promise you, you already have what it takes. This course is simply here just to help you connect the dots. All right, so that's all I have left to say for the intro. I just wanted to touch base really quickly before we get into the meat of the course, mostly because what I'm talking about is the biggest problem that I see with a lot of the people who I coach, or just anybody who I'm giving advice to, or my creative friends. I wanted to preface the entire community with this so that you don't fall into any crazy like perfectionism holes. And yeah, now that that is all out of the way, you can go ahead and move on to the first informational module of this course, which is going to be product creation. I'll see you guys there. Creating a good digital product offer is going to be the most important thing that you can do as a creative on your journey to financial freedom. A lot of creative people lack clarity when it comes to monetizing their creativity and their talent, which is why we are starting this course off with the most important thing, which is what you are going to sell to make your money. This entire course goes in order, so I would definitely advise you to follow it in order. And in this specific chapter, we are going to be solely focused on creating your winning digital product. I spent countless hours laying everything out, dozens of pages of scripts, hours of writing notes, a whole bunch of stuff, and I condensed it into what I believe is the most important things that you need to know in the simplest way to understand so that you don't feel lost and discombobulated along the journey. And every single one of these lessons comes with a worksheet that I will be doing with you so that we could be moving through this journey and this process together. So let's go ahead and get started. Yo, what's up guys? Really quickly, I just wanted to stop the video because I forgot to include this. But the way to edit your own worksheet is super easy. Just go over to File and then click Make a Copy, and it will automatically paste it into your Google Drive. Obviously, the file I'm sharing is not editable, but that is how you take the template, put it into your own Google Drive, and make it editable. So I will, let's go back to the video now. Okay, so the very first thing that we're going to start with is a key takeaway, which is to be specific. The more detailed the niche and ideal customer, the easier it is to create targeted content and products, right? A huge mistake that I see most, if not all producers making, is that they try to appeal to everyone, and in doing that, they appeal to no one. And in being more specific, niching down, finding your ideal customer, it actually creates an opposite effect that most people don't really expect, where you end up serving more people than you would have originally. You end up finding more people than you would have originally. Let's go ahead and get into it. So the first step to finding your niche is defining your creative category. And I'll just make this easy for you. Music. Originally, when I wrote this worksheet, I was planning to help like all creatives of different creative niches, but just to serve as a perfect example of why it's so important to niche down, I tried to speak to all creatives as a whole, and I spoke to no creatives at all. So I'm sticking with my bread and butter, producers. That's what I do. That's what I've been doing for over 5 years now. So that's what I'm sticking to. And for your creative category, just understand it's music, right? The next step here is going to be describing your creative expression, right? You want to answer the question, how do you express yourself in the creative category of making music? So for example, this could be I produce electronic music. I produce lo-fi beats. I make alternative rock tracks. I make underground trap beats, right? It doesn't really matter. Just write down what you do. So for the example in this worksheet, I'm just going to say that I make lo-fi beats, but it doesn't matter. Whatever genre of music that you make the most is what you're going to write down here. Then after that, you're going to want to add more details and get specific, right? So instead of saying I make alternative rock beats, you could say I create shoegaze/live band inspired tracks in Ableton. I make EDM dance music for raves in Logic. I produce 90s inspired lo-fi hip hop beats in FL Studio. Again, doesn't really matter. Just get more specific on what you do. Really hone down the concept of what you do into a sentence that somebody could read and understand everything about what you do. After that, we're going to move on to step 3, which is identifying your ideal customer, which is something that is very important. All you're going to do is answer this sentence. My ideal customer is a blank age-year-old who is interested in learning how to insert detailed description of your niche. Now, after that, you're going to want to write down what the goals are for this specific producer. So some examples are to make a certain genre of music, excel at said genre, or anything else like that. Go ahead and brainstorm, fill this out to the best of your ability. This is going to be very crucial for the rest of this course. After you understand their goals, you're going to want to understand what they want to learn, which is probably going to be, again, how to make a certain genre of music, how to market their music, how to make beats faster. Usually the answer to this question is pretty easy, and it's usually just how to get good at whatever genre you are specifically creating, but still go ahead and fill this out as much as you can. Now, step 4 is a super huge step. You want to reflect on your own journey, right? What we need to understand is the purpose of niching down and speaking to one specific person is that most likely we're speaking to ourselves from the past, okay? And that's really what is so powerful about selling digital products as a producer, whether that's sample packs or courses or whatever. It's the fact that you can basically sell the solution that you wish existed 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5 years ago, right? I don't know why I just listed every single number possible, but that really is the beauty of it, right? You can solve the problems that you know best because you went through those problems. So the first question that I want you to answer is, what did you struggle with 1 to 3 years ago? You probably didn't know how to use a DAW and make said genre. You were probably afraid to charge for your work. You probably didn't know how to find a musical style, right? For myself personally, about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, my biggest struggle was not understanding how to record live sounding alternative rock music inside of FL Studio. ago. I had been producing for about 4 years at this point, I think, but the only thing that I was experienced with was like underground trap beats, and every single thing that I was doing was inside of my DAW, so I had no experience with like recording any instruments, playing any instruments, or doing anything that made my music actually sound like it didn't come out of a DAW. So that was my biggest struggle, and that's what I would personally write down here. So whatever your biggest struggles were 1 to 3 years ago as a producer, go ahead and write them down here. And after that, you're gonna write down what you wish you knew back then. So you probably wish you knew how to market your music, how to create a catalog of beats, how to network with other creatives, stuff like that. And then lastly, you're gonna write down the resources or tools that would have helped you. So a beginner guide for your DAW, a pricing calculator, a step-by-step course on producing for your given niche genre. And just as a little hint to later, the resources or tools that would have helped you is the starter and the basis for what is going to create our winning products. So this is very important. Make sure that you focus on this. And now before we move on to the next module, just in case you were feeling confused or lost along the way, I went ahead and filled out 3 different versions of this worksheet for 3 different musical categories: lo-fi beats, alternative rock beats, and underground trap beats. These obviously aren't the gospel, and you don't have to copy these one for one. But again, if you were feeling lost at any point along the journey, you can go ahead and scroll to the bottom of the worksheet, and you will see 3 different versions of the worksheet filled out in case you want some inspiration going forward. And with that out of the way, we have finished our first educational module of the course. So I just wanted to give you a huge congratulations. This is a massive step forward for your journey as a self-made producer. And with that out of the way, we can move on to our next module, finding problems and creating solutions. I'll see you there. Now that we have a niche audience and an ideal customer, we need to think of all of the possible problems that they face and create as many solutions as we can. This is the key element that drives anything that sells. And it's also what a lot of creative people tend to miss in their marketing. And honestly, I don't blame them, because it's not something that feels like common knowledge, especially if you don't study business and you're just all about the creative side. But like I said, this really is the key. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I want you guys to do is go ahead below this video, find the problems and solutions worksheet, open it up, file, make a copy like we did before. And the first step here is to just copy and paste your specific niche-driven ideal customer description from the previous worksheet. We're just putting this here as like a reference point for everything else that we are working on. And what I want you to do is figure out what the biggest problems are that this specific person will deal with when they are trying to start or improve in your niche. And I want you to remember that this person is usually you from the past. So just make sure to dig deep in your memory. Try to think of as many challenges that you dealt with while learning and improving. So for this worksheet, I will go ahead and actually fill this out with you guys, just because I want you to, kind of get an idea and get some reference points for what we are continuing. So I'm going to go ahead and just start freestyling and filling this out with you guys, because obviously I want this to be as easy to understand as possible. And I'm going to go over the rest of this worksheet later, but I do have a database of most common problems. I explain why they're high impact, and I also have the top 10 problems for high selling digital products. We're going to go over all of that later, but I don't want you to just skip to that. I want you to genuinely look at yourself in the past or your ideal customer and really just get creative. We're creative people here, so we're going to get creative in terms of what we are trying to write down here. So let's just say the specific niche-driven ideal customer is a beginner FL Studio producer who is looking to learn how to make vintage soul sample inspired beats like J. Cole and Doechii. Nah, that's not how you spell. I don't know if I spelled that right, but there you go. So what are some problems that these people are going to deal with? If it's a beginner FL Studio producer, probably not knowing how to use the program FL Studio. If they want to make vintage soul samples, I could think of a million different reasons. They don't have access to real instruments or tools used to make vintage soul samples. For another problem, even if they did have these instruments or tools, they probably don't know how to use it. Maybe they have like a really hard time with like the amount of time that it takes them way too long to create a beat. Super easy, right? That's a very common problem for beginner producers or just beginner creatives in general, is finishing the project that they're working on, and then they never finish projects, and then they never feel like they're like learning or anything like that. Maybe they have a lack of inspiration due to skill set lacking. A person can be super inspired and super creative, but if they literally don't know how to do whatever it is, that's going to be really hard for them. maybe this is a simple one. They just don't know. They don't know how to do it. So if they're trying to make vintage soul samples, what are you going to do? Even if you have the tools to make a vintage soul sample, if you don't know how to do it, it's not really going to work, you know? And then maybe the last one will just be they feel like the genre isn't accessible for beginners, right? So that's a great one. So my creative field in my own creative YouTube channel is alternative rock production, and that is definitely something that is not very accessible for beginners. So that's a very useful one. Now, if we go back to the problems and solutions, we can think of really easy ways to solve these problems. So not knowing how to use the program FL Studio, complete FL Studio course. They don't have access to real instruments or tools that are used to make vintage soul samples. Pre-recorded professional quality soul samples, as well as melody builders to make your own melodies and presets to emulate vintage sample processing. I can't type very well. Even if you don't have these instruments or tools, they probably don't know how to use it. The solution, a complete guide to making your own soul samples plus MIDI files to create them on your own with no skill. So if you guys are not a producer, if you don't know, MIDI files are basically like pre-rendered melodies within the piano roll. So you can literally just take the MIDI file and then use whatever, you know, preset violin, guitar, piano, whatever, and you'll just have like a complete melody done right there. Takes them way too long to create a beat. What you're going to notice is some of these problems are going to have shared solutions, and that's usually a good sign. Usually if a problem has a shared solution, that means that that solution is a very good one and a very good product idea. So if it takes way too long to create a beat, again, pre-made vintage soul samples, accents, phrases, and MIDIs to speed up workflow. Along this journey, you're also going to start realizing like the different angles that you can take for selling something, right? Like a lot of people just think, oh, my product is really dope because it, you know, is very creatively cool, but it intrinsically does a lot of things like speeding up the workflow, instant inspiration, stuff like that. And like I said, you're probably going to really start like picking up on those things as you finish filling out this worksheet. Lack of inspiration due to skill sets lacking. Same exact thing. Copy this, paste that. Again, lack of inspiration. Here's pre-made soul samples. Just throw the drums on it. Here's some accents and phrases to build your own melodies. Here's some MIDIs to build up your own melodies. Instead of speeding up your workflow, boost creativity and inspiration. They just don't know how to do it. A complete guide to making your own soul samples. Same solution, different problem. They feel like the genre isn't accessible to beginners. Look at that. Again, pre-made vintage soul samples, accents, phrases, and MIDIs, but this time instead of to boost creativity and inspiration, to let beginner producers make a genre that typically requires a higher skill set, right? If you give somebody the opportunity to do something that usually takes months, years, decades to master, just like that, they're going to be very appreciative. So that's just me going ahead and just doing like an example of filling out this worksheet. Hopefully you were doing this along with me, or, you know, at least studying what I was doing to get your own inspiration. If you haven't already filled these out, I'm going to ask you to stop and go ahead and fill these out now. And I want you to feel free to add more problems and solutions as they come. The more the better. And the more problems and solutions you have, the better your product can be and the easier time you'll have coming up with product ideas, because this is literally the root of products, period. So if you haven't already filled this out, go ahead and fill this out. And now we are going to move on to the problem database. So I'm not going to go over every single one of these, but I just want you guys to feel free to use these, for inspiration, but do not neglect the specific problems and ideal customer that you might be dealing with. And the reason for that is because these are obviously a bunch of problems that you can reference for some ideas, but they are broad and they're not very specific. The more specific you get, the better. But yeah, I guess I'll just go over the top 10 because I don't really want to go over all 60, but not knowing what tools are required to excel in the creative path, not knowing where to start when they're learning a new skill, not knowing the best programs or tools, not knowing how to excel in said programs, not knowing how to do insert niche specific skill. So, I don't know how to shade, I don't know how to mix, I don't know how to do typography, I don't know how to do transitions. Not knowing how to excel at niche specific creative skill, workflows, advanced techniques, or just anything advanced version of shading, mixing, typography, any of these examples. How to get faster at niche specific skills. So that's a huge one. A lot of people just really have a hard time, especially at the beginning. It could take people days or weeks just to finish a project in whatever given niche that they're in. And this can create a lot of challenges. Running out of ideas or inspiration, struggling to finish a product. Like I said before, faster and finishing are kind of tied tied to each other, and then struggling to find a high quality, affordable tutorial for their niche. Now, I do encourage you guys to go ahead and study all of these. There are a total of 60, and they're all really good. They're all really helpful. And the reason why these specific problems are high impact is because the problems are universal, actionable, and emotionally charged, which makes them perfect for creating digital products that sell. If you don't know what tools to use, you can make a starter kit with the recommended tools and tutorials, and you can get more specific with tools like Procreate brushes, Photoshop overlays, guitar sample packs, etc. If you're struggling to finish projects, you can create a productivity planner or a project completion guide. If somebody doesn't know how to price their work, you can make a pricing calculator or a pricing strategy course. Again, there's like endless problems that people deal with, and there's endless solutions to those problems. I have full faith in you that you can make a ton of these. I want you to specifically do that. I want you to make as many of these as you possibly can before you basically lose your mind because again, we're building a solid base to make good money off of doing what we love. So this is very, very important. And then the very last thing that I want to wrap this up with is just the top 10 problems that I think are really good for high selling digital products. I narrowed this list down just in case you make all these problems and solutions, but you don't really know what the best ones are. In no particular order: not knowing the tools that are required to excel, not knowing where to start when learning a new skill or niche, not knowing how to use or excel in said program, not knowing how to do insert niche creative skill, how to get faster at insert niche creative skill, running out of ideas or inspiration for their creative projects, struggling to finish projects, not knowing how to price their work, struggling to find clients or customers for their work, and not knowing how to build a brand as a creative. Again, these are just the 10 that immediately come to my mind, and I would say probably these top 5, maybe top 6 are the most important. Like when you don't know what tools are required to excel, you don't know where to start, and you could just basically kickstart somebody's journey into what they want to do. That's golden. That is like basically just fuel for your marketing fire. And yeah, that is going to wrap up the problems and solutions worksheet. Now that we finished that up, we can move on to creating our winning product in the next module. I'll see you guys there. So we've narrowed down our niche and we've narrowed down our ideal customer. We've determined what the biggest problems are that they're going to deal with, and then we made a bunch of solutions for those problems. And now we are officially ready to move on to creating our winning product. So like we did before, click the link right below this video, open up the winning product worksheet, file, make a copy. The first thing that I want you guys to do is identify the most valuable problems and solutions, and then just go ahead and list them here. And this is going to be up to you because again, the person who you're speaking to, the ideal customer that you're speaking to, is usually somebody just like you or you from the past. So I think deep down, you're going to know what the most valuable problems or solutions are because you already went through those problems. You know which problems felt the worst and which ones you had the strongest urge to solve. So we're just going to go through some examples here. Problem: not knowing how to create professional quality beats. Solution: step-by-step course on beat making, mixing, and mastering. Problem: somebody is struggling to find their artistic style in Procreate. Style development guide with exercises and templates. Someone feels overwhelmed by the music production process. A workflow template and checklist for producing tracks. Not knowing how to market their music or art online. A social media marketing guide tailored to creatives. That's what you're on right now, right? I think becoming a student to the game and, kind of just always observing what other people are doing is going to help you a lot. I know we're kind of like pausing the lesson, but I just wanted to put like another mini lesson inside of it. When I'm scrolling through YouTube, Instagram, whatever, or especially if I'm like buying a product, if something catches my eye and I'm like, oh, I want this, I always step back. I ask myself, why do I want this? How is this helping me? What made me go through the buying process? And yeah, a social media marketing guide tailored to creatives. That's why you're here right now. So it could be very beneficial for you to kind of think about like what made you want to join this specific community. That could help you a lot when it comes to like creating your own products. And I'll use myself as an example. I'm speaking to my past self. 3-4 years ago, I was like, okay, I guess I'm good at making music, but how the hell do I make money from it? So now I'm like, all right, this is amazing. Now that I finally know how to do it after years and years of time, I can condense it down into something that somebody could watch, start to finish and just be set for their creative monetization journey immediately. And then just one more example, pricing their work confidently, pricing calculator guide. But yeah, I just want you guys to basically list whatever you think are the 5 most daunting and important problems and solutions. Go ahead and write them down here. And then we are going to move on to step 2, which is very, very important. This is very important. Understanding the value equation. So this is Alex Hormozi's value equation. This man, he could sell anything. He is a genius. Basically, everything that I do business-wise is inspired by him. He is amazing. So this is the 4 parts of the value equation. Number 1, maximizing the dream outcome. You want to address every element of the customer's end goal. Number 2 is maximizing the perceived likelihood of achieving that dream outcome. You want the dream outcome and the goal to feel achievable. You want to minimize the time delay. So you want your customers to be able to achieve the result that they want very quickly, and you want to minimize the effort. You want the process to be as easy as possible. So really take that all in. This is the most important thing when it comes to creating a winning product. Obviously, I was like, oh, the most important thing is this, the most important thing is that. But really, you can have as many problems and solutions as you want. But if you only hit on like one of these, or you barely hit on any of them, or you hit on all of them, but just very weakly and mediocrely, those aren't words, the product is not going to sell very well. So you really want to focus on these 4 things. Now the next step is going to be brainstorming your product idea. So what problem are you solving and what is your solution, right? So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to actually just pick one problem and one solution. You guys can go ahead and scroll up here, pick whatever you think is the most important problem, the most difficult thing that people deal with, that you will have the easiest time solving for other people. So let's say you don't know how to create watercolor landscapes in Procreate. You can make a watercolor brush pack. Or another example, you don't know how to make grungy hand-drawn poster designs, so you make a grunge texture overlay pack. It has a bunch of dirt textures, hand-drawn effects, blah, blah, blah. You can take it, you could drag and drop it. I think this is a great example. Again, like I said, become a student of the game. As a, not self-made, but as an internet entrepreneur, man, all those words sound really weird. As somebody who does this stuff, I do all of it myself. I do all of my own marketing. I do all of my own graphic design, all of that stuff. I'm buying a bunch of overlay packs for graphic design to make it easier, quicker, whatever. Even as somebody who could do it myself, it's I don't want to. I make music and I teach people how to make money as a creative, right? I don't need to be spending all my time meticulously crafting a cover art or a poster or something to promote my work. I'm going to buy texture packs, overlay packs to make that process quicker. So again, any product that you're using creatively, you can go ahead and look at it, ask yourself why you're using it, why you bought it, etc. After that, step 4, you're going to apply the value equation to your product. So let's just go ahead with the example of the grunge poster designs. The dream outcome is to help the customer create professional quality grunge posters that they could sell or use for clients, right? It doesn't even have to be to use for clients or for selling. Some people just want to do it for passion projects. The dream outcome could just be making professional quality grunge posters. Then we want to maximize the perceived likelihood of achievement. Now this is kind of where it's okay, I could provide as many presets and overlays as possible, but if somebody's not that great at graphic design, maybe they won't achieve that dream outcome. So how could I make that more likely? I can include a step-by-step tutorial. I can include pre-made project files and templates to make the entire process much easier to follow. Minimize the time delay. I could provide drag and drop overlays and pre-made assets to speed up the process. Minimize the effort. I'll include a workflow checklist and shortcuts to simplify the design process, and also the drag and drop overlays are going to minimize the effort as well. But hopefully this kind of helps you contextualize how to apply the value equation to your product, because you definitely want to make sure that you hit on all 4. Just assume that your customer is like a baby, right? Not literally, but assume your customer is really not that good, and that's okay, right? Everyone started off in a creative journey not that great, but when we assume that our customer is not that good, it helps us know what we have to create. It's not going to be necessarily that game breaking to make an overlay pack. It's cool, people will buy it, but think of how many people won't be able to buy it because they don't even know how to use the program. They don't know how to use the specific overlay packs. Even if they did know how to use the program and use the overlay packs, they don't know how to contextualize the overlay packs into the final dream outcome of making a grunge inspired poster, right? All of these things come up, and those are all things that we really want to focus on when we are making a product. So then we're going to move on to step 5, which is to break our product up into multiple pieces. This is a huge, massive gem. Just think about how important packaging is. You take one product that already exists, it has, XYZ in here, and then instead of just selling it as what it is, break it up into 3 separate pieces or however many pieces. It seems bigger, it seems more valuable. It's still the exact same one product, but when we break it apart, it makes it seem larger, and we're also able to highlight all of the important things that are going to make people want to buy it. So we definitely have to do that. So the first thing that you're going to do, pick a core offer, which is going to be the main value driven tool, and then the additional offers, which are the complementary resources that enhance the core offer. So I think usually the core offer is whatever tool is specifically related to the end goal. So Procreate brushes, guitar samples, overlays, texture packs, assets, steps, transitions. The main goal is usually problem that we're solving. Oh, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. And then the additional offers, the complementary resources that enhance the core offer, are just anything to help the person reach that goal. Courses, templates, checklists, whatever that may be. So let's go ahead and go over an example. My core offer is a grunge texture overlay pack. This comes with, assets, dirt textures, maybe like hand-drawn skulls and like graffiti or something like that, whatever genre you're creating in. And then some additional offers could be a step-by-step tutorial course, project files and templates, drag and drop assets, a workflow checklist, and just to throw it in there, a social media marketing guide. Why not? Now, the final step here is going to be naming your product. This is easy. I've created a formula for you to create a compelling product name. Basically, it's just precursor word plus what the product does plus packaging word. So some examples: Ultimate Grunge Poster Design Bundle, Essential Guitar Sample Creation Pack, Signature Dark Editing Preset Collection, Procreate Watercolor Landscape Master Kit, just something other than like Procreate brushes or, guitar sample pack. When we package it in this specific way, it just makes it seem like something of more value. It just bumps us up to that like upper echelon that makes people way more enticed to buy. And just to make things easy, I'm not going to go over this specifically, but I made this little like bank of precursor words and packaging words for you guys. So, precursor words like ultimate, essential, complete, master, whatever. And then packaging words like framework, method, blueprint, bundle, kit, suite, pack, vault, archive. And then just to make this even easier to understand, I threw in, even more examples down below here. And once again, like I did before, I put a finished worksheet example for graphic design, for lo-fi production, and for watercolor art. So if you want some inspiration, even if you're not in these specific niches, this will kind of just help you get the references so that you can go through and get a kind of better idea of how the process works. But yeah, after this worksheet, you should have what your winning product is. And now that we have what your winning product is, it's time to move on to another topic that a lot of creative people struggle with, which is pricing their product. So I'll see you guys there. All right, so now we have our product. A lot of creative people here at this point make a huge crucial mistake, which is underselling themselves, undervaluing themselves. Huge mistake that we cannot make. So let's go over how to price our products. So once again, if you guys want the pricing worksheet, go below this video, file, make a copy. The first step of understanding the pricing spectrum is to just understand that there is a method to pricing products, and the core of it is not underpricing ourselves. And the biggest reason why, which I'm going to put in bold because it's super important, is that underpricing leads us to competing for who can charge the lowest. This is just a losing battle, right? Like if I could encourage one thing, genuinely, like the biggest fumble that you can make is selling something for less than it's worth. It's a mistake I made. It's a mistake countless other people make. If you could sell something for $10 to 100 people or sell something for $50 to 100 people, which one are you to do, right? And we don't have to worry about if our product is valuable enough because we already went over everything that we need to know to make a valuable product, to make a product that can sell for $50, $100, over $100, etc. So instead, I want you to just look at this, right? The minimum price, $30. This is for smaller products that still provide value. Maybe it's like, 20 Procreate brushes, maybe it's like 10, 15 guitar samples, whatever, maybe you don't hit on all of the like points of the value equation. If you think the product is just small and you're like, maybe I'll charge like $10, whatever. No, $30 is the minimum. You worked hard for that. You're solving a problem for somebody, $30 minimum. Okay. Maximum price, typically $150. This is for extremely comprehensive products that hit all parts of the value equation. And then on top of just, hitting all of the parts of the value equation, it's just massive. I'm going to leave this up to you as like the creative in your given niche. If you are looking at your product and you're like, oh my God, I put so much time and effort into this, and this is just like a complete all you need package for whatever I'm trying to accomplish, something around $150. That's like maybe 200. But this is when we're talking about like specific, like singular products. When we create bundle offers and stuff like that, price higher, but we'll be going over that later down the line. Don't worry. And then the middle range, which is usually where you're probably going to end up, somewhere between $50 and $100. This is for most products, which is like a product that is super substantial, but not all encompassing. We want to make the best possible product that we can and hit every part of the value equation. But even sometimes when we do that, it's not this like all-encompassing master bundle or whatever. In that case, typically your product is going to be $50 to $100, somewhere around there. To figure out what we're charging, let's just evaluate our product based on the value equation. So I went ahead and created this kind of like worksheet that you guys can fill out. The score is like right below all of these bullet points where you can just honestly, and be honest, right? It's okay because your first product doesn't have to be amazing. You could just honestly rate your product on a scale of 1 to 10 for each part of the value equation. So let's say that your product is really good at achieving the dream outcome. It's pretty good at achieving the perceived likelihood of achievement. Let's say the time delay is minimal, but let's say the effort is high. Let's say somebody still has to be like a pretty good creative or whatever, right? You can just go ahead and total the number. So 5 plus 3.5 plus 4 plus 2. I'm not very good at math. 14.5. All right, now let's see if I got that right, because I don't know if I did. It just goes to show you don't have to be a professional to do this stuff. I could barely do math, but after that, you're going to evaluate the size and scope of your product. So this is kind of independent from the value equation. Just be real with yourself. You'll be able to tell the best what size your product is. If it's a small product, it has few files, a small file size. Maybe it's a single brush pack or sample pack. If it's a medium product, it has a moderate amount of files. It's a decent file size. Let's say it's a brush pack and a tutorial. And then a large product, it's just a ton of files, huge amounts of gigabytes. It's all encompassing. It has templates, assets, courses, just everything. That's a large product file. So just go ahead and choose what size your file is. And then we're going to determine the price, right? So I made this little chart that's super easy to understand. Basically, we're going to use the total score from step 2 and the size from step 3 to place your product on the pricing spectrum, right? So this is just a very easy chart to kind of contextualize, like maybe it's a very large product. It has a bunch of one specific thing, but it doesn't hit on all parts of the value equation. Then it could be $50. Maybe it's a really small product, but it hits on all parts of the value equation, $50. Maybe it's a large product that has a total high score and hits all the value equation, $150. Small product, small score, $30. And then anything in between, I did the math. This is not the most very specific thing ever that you have to follow. This is not the gospel, but this is just something to help you as a creative. And the reason for that is because I know a lot of creative people have a hard time pricing their offers and stuff like that. So yeah, after that, you can go ahead and just kind of put the price of your final product right here. So let's say we have a medium product, but the product is super good at hitting all points of the value equation, about $80. It's not too hard. It's not the most complicated process. And now that we have created a winning product, we have priced our winning product, we can move on to the final module for product creation. And that is going to cover how we're going to release the product, get even more sales through bonuses, urgency, and scarcity. I'll see you there. All right, so moving on to bonuses, scarcity, and urgency. The first step here is understanding our goal. The goal of bonuses, scarcity, and urgency is to enhance the perceived value of your digital product and encourage immediate action without resorting to manipulative tactics, right? So for digital products, we focus on limited time bonuses and discounts rather than removing the product entirely. This is something that I want to kind of exaggerate for producers out there. I know that you probably see companies like Cymatics where it's like, oh, get 1,000 copies. And then once the 1,000 copies are gone, we're never selling it again. Don't do that because Cymatics is a multi-million-dollar company with hundreds of producers and sound designers working for them. They can do something like that. But when we spend so much time making a winning sample pack or course or whatever it may be, we don't want to just sell 50 copies and then never sell it again because that is an asset that we could sell for the rest of our lives. We don't really have the manpower to just keep cranking out products every single week that we could make limited and then never sell again, which is why we want to focus, like I said, on limited time bonuses and discounts. So step 2 is going to be creating high value bonuses. The intention here is that bonuses should complement your core product and make your offer irresistible. So I want you to go ahead and brainstorm some bonus ideas. What are some additional resources that can make your core product even more valuable? Some examples that I love to use are templates, cheat sheets, exclusive tutorials, project files, or access to a private community. You can get as creative as you want here, and then you want to align the bonuses with your core product. Ensure that your bonuses directly support the main product's goal. So for example, if your core product is an underground trap sample pack, offer a bonus of 20 extra loops for the limited edition version. Then you want to name your bonuses. You want to use compelling names that highlight the value. So you could do secret bonus samples or something like that. It doesn't have to be too special. You can go back and reference the winning product worksheet where I have this huge bank of like naming tools. And then after that, you want to implement scarcity, urgency, or both. Scarcity refers to limited copies and urgency refers to a limited time, and both can help you drive sales far faster by creating ethical FOMO, right? There's no manipulation tactics. We're not removing things off of the market, nothing like that. And then after that, you want to choose your scarcity or urgency tactic. For scarcity, we want to create a limited quantity special edition of our product that includes extra bonuses as well as a discount between 10 to 30%. Honestly, you can do 50% too. You could really go as high as you want. And this deal goes until the special edition stock sells out. And for urgency, we want to create a time limit on our special edition. So first 24 hours, first 48 hours, first week, anything like that. Basically, the concept here is scarcity is about the amount of copies for a specific product, and then urgency is about the amount of time available to buy said product. And just a key note that I really want to go over that's super important is that the value of your scarcity lowers if you don't sell out, but the value of your scarcity increases if you do sell out. So for this reason, start small and grow big. You don't want to release a product with 100 limited copies if you've never even sold out one limited edition launch. So I like to start with something like 10. If that sells out, go to 20. If that sells out, go to 30, and so on, right? It's important to not jump straight to 100 limited copies, 1,000 limited copies, right? I am a fully established online producer, entrepreneur, whatever you want to call it. And if I do like a discount code for a YouTube video, I'm only giving away like 10, right? I would rather have 10 people use the discount code than offer 100 and nobody uses it because they understand 100 people are not going to be using this discount code, you know? And if at any point you don't sell out, start from square one, lower the limited copies, and test again. And then urgency is nice because it always holds value because it's linked to time. I think the best game plan if you're new to selling sample packs or courses or whatever is to do a few product launches with a special first week discount and then move on to limited numbers of copies afterwards. After that, we're going to move on to step 5, which is crafting your offer. You're going to combine your core product, bonuses, scarcity, and urgency into one compelling offer. So first off, you want to clearly describe the main product and its value. So for an example, let's say the ultimate underground trap pack, everything that you need to create hard-hitting underground beats. So for example, bonus 1, exclusive underground drum loops. Bonus 2, start to finish course content. Bonus 3, social media marketing guide. And bonus 4, a private community access pass. Then you want to implement scarcity or urgency. So for urgency, it could be something like get X amount of money worth of bonuses for free if you purchase by insert date. Scarcity, it could be get X amount of money worth of bonuses for free if you purchase before the 10 limited copies sell out. And then the final step, step 6, which is going to be what you're going to put in your product page, is going to be writing scarcity-driven copy. You want to use persuasive language to highlight the limited nature of your offer. So for example, the headline could be limited launch week, get $200 worth of bonuses for free. And then the body copy could be something like, for the next 7 days, I'm offering exclusive bonuses worth $200 to celebrate the launch of product name, but hurry, these products disappear forever at midnight on date. And then just include a call to action. So that's going to be just a button that says grab your bonus offers before they're gone or something like that, right? This is how we use bonuses, scarcity, and urgency to make our products even more valuable after we've already created a winning product with the 4 pillars of the value equation. And then just to go over my 2 favorite examples of bonuses, scarcity, and urgency, I'm going to quickly show you guys these examples so you can kind of understand how it works in the context of selling sample packs. So the first example is going to be Hologram. They do a really good job of implementing bonuses, scarcity, and urgency. So as you can see, they released a new sample pack, the Vanta sound kit with a free sound kit and $10 gift card. Now I'm going to click get it here, and as you can see, this is a regular product page. If you go up to the top, it says special weekend offer. Grab the Vanta sound kit with a free sound kit and a free $10 gift card. You can see there's a timer right here. There's only 12 hours left. So once this weekend ends, it's entirely gone for good. This is the main product. And if we scroll down, you can see they're really highlighting the deal. You get one of their other sample packs entirely for free and a $10 gift card to their website, but only if you buy it within the next 12 hours. This is a perfect example of scarcity, urgency, and bonuses. And then the next example that I want to go over is Kavi's Drum Mastery. So if I click get it here, it's going to take me to the page. And then if I click buy now, it's going to send me to a one-time upsell offer page. This specific bonus offer really highlights how important it is to sort of interweave your bonus offers with the core offer that you're making. So the core offer is the Drum Mastery Bundle, right? The entire point of the product is to get this drum kit, and you have every drum that you could possibly need. And Kavi, being the smart person he is, loops in a Sonics loop vault, right? He then gives you an exclusive offer bonus with 9 of his best sample packs to go along with the drums, right? If you have a bunch of good drums, your immediate next thought is going to be, where do I get my melodies? Where do I get my samples? And this is perfect. Here, go ahead and get 9 of my best loop packs. So once you get these crazy drums, you can go ahead and just throw these loops on and you're perfectly good. Again, we're getting urgency and scarcity. Once you leave this page, the offer completely expires. This is a little bit different from the hologram method where it's very time-based, and this one is sort of like page-based. But yeah, that is going to wrap up the very first chapter of this course, Making Winning Products. So I just want to give you guys a huge congratulations for finishing your first like real big chapter that really has a lot of like knowledge and things that are going to change your entire journey as a producer. I'm super proud of you for getting this far into the course. With that out of the way, now we can move on to the next chapter, which is going to be getting your store set up to sell your winning products. I'll see you guys there. Now that we've gone through the full process of creating our winning product, we need a platform to host it on. The platform that we're going to use to host it on is Shopify. I believe Shopify is the only platform that you should use for e-commerce purposes. It is the #1 platform for selling anything on the internet. I would not recommend anything else. And throughout this chapter, we're going to go through exactly how to get your Shopify store set up and optimized to drive sales. And it is not going to cost you a bajillion dollars. It's not going to involve crazy coding, and it's not going to involve any of this garbage that these gurus feed you. We are going to go over the basics and the essentials to keep costs low and make profits high. In this first module, we're just going to go over actually setting up a Shopify store. So if you already have a Shopify store, you can feel free to skip this specific module. However, I do recommend watching all of the rest of the modules, even if you're already established as a creative selling digital products. Even when I'm going over the very basics, like the essential store settings in the next module, there's a pretty high chance that there's going to be some little bits and pieces that you might have missed when you were originally setting up your Shopify store. And I can speak from experience because I even changed some of these settings like 5 years deep into my career. So yeah, if you already have a Shopify store set up, you can skip this very first module, but I do recommend watching the rest. Now let's go ahead and actually get our Shopify store set up. Okay, so this is what your screen should look like. It's gonna look a little different. So basically there's gonna be a link below the video that you're watching right here. Now, obviously the video is not uploaded yet on my screen. That's just because I'm filming it right now. So don't worry if this looks a little bit different to you. It should just look like there's a video here and then a link right below. So you're going to click this link, and that link is going to take you to a Shopify store sign up. So I'm just going to type my email in, and I'm going to blur it out just because I don't want to leak my personal email address. But yeah, type your email in and then click start free trial. It's going to ask you to choose an account for Shopify. So just select the account that pops up for you. It's going to ask you for an authentication code. So go ahead and type in that authentication code. Now I believe this email is the one that I already have my account set up for, which is why it has my phone number already. It might ask you for like a phone number before you do this, but either way, it's a very simple setup process for Shopify. Now, after that, you're going to reach this page right here. So these don't really matter that much because we're going to be setting this up from scratch anyways. However, let's just go ahead and do this anyways. So we're going to set up an online store. Most likely you are not selling anything yet. What you were planning to sell is going to be digital products, music, digital art, not NFTs. If you're selling NFTs, get out of here. And now it's going to come up with the payment plan. So you're going to have 3 options. You're going to have the basic plan, the Shopify plan, and the advanced plan. Now, again, a lot of gurus are going to try to tell you, oh my God, you have to get the advanced plan, and they're going to give you their like affiliate link because they want to make more money, whatever. I'm not here to do that. We're going to get the basic plan, right? For solo entrepreneurs, that's what we are. That's what you are. And the best part about this plan specifically is, one, it's cheap. It's $40 a month. I don't want that to be a number that's going to scare you, because if you follow all the steps in this course, you will be making more than $40 a month very quickly. But additionally, you get the first 3 days free, and it's $1 a month for the first 3 months. So it's just like a crazy like no-brainer. So go ahead and select try basic. Obviously, you're going to put your card information in. I'm obviously not going to show that part because very obvious reasons, but I'm going to go ahead and fill that out and then meet you guys at the next screen. I'm going to blur this out as well, but you're just going to type in your address. This is going to be your business address, but don't worry because this is not going to show to anybody. It's not going to be publicly shown on your website or anything like that. So just go ahead and type in your address. And now we are in our Shopify. So congratulations on the very first step to actually actually setting up your Shopify store. Now, honestly, a lot of people don't have a lot of fun with like website setups and stuff like that, but I think that setting up your Shopify store is something that could actually be really fun, and hopefully throughout this course I can show you that, because especially as a creative, you can really use your website as another platform to express yourself creatively. You can do cool page designs, you can do cool layouts and all that kind of stuff. But this is the very first step, and now we can move on to the next module, which is going to be essential store settings and apps. I'll see you guys there. All right, so we just set up our Shopify. Now we are going to head and get the essential store settings and apps. So obviously Shopify, being a very customizable platform, is going to have some settings that you're going to want to tweak. So the very first thing that you're going to want to do when you get into your Shopify is to just honestly disregard this like homepage task setup. It's probably going to confuse you a bit. So what I like to do is just get the essential settings out of the way. So go ahead and open the settings app, which is going to be in the bottom left corner. The very first thing that we're going to want to do is to click this little pencil thing right here and name our store whatever we want to name it. So obviously it's going to be defaulted to my store. You can go ahead and name it something, whatever your store is going to be, myname.com, whatever, it doesn't really matter. This isn't what it's going to be displayed. It's just what's going to show up for you. One of the most important things that you are going to want to change on your settings, which is just going to save you a lot of hassle, is if you scroll down to order processing, what you're going to see is that every Shopify store is automatically checked to don't fulfill any of the orders line items automatically. You're going to want to check automatically fulfill the orders line items and then click save. The reason why you're going to want to do this is because we sell digital products. So the second somebody buys it, it's going to send them to a download link and they're going to immediately download the product. There is no fulfillment, there's no shipping, no handling, nothing involved. So we are not going to have to worry about that. And it's just really annoying to look at your like orders and all of them say unfulfilled. And sometimes that could even cause a problem if somebody tries to do like a false refund or something like that. So hidden setting number one is going to be that. The next thing that we're going to do is go to the payments tab. You're going to want to make sure that the payment method is automatically at checkout. The first thing that you're going to want to do is set up your PayPal payments. All you're going to have to do is go into the email connected to your PayPal account, follow the instructions that it gives you, and your PayPal will be linked to your Shopify. This is a very easy setup. So once you have your PayPal set up, this is just to cover PayPal, obviously. And then the next thing that you're going to do is Shopify payments. And the reason why this is super nice is because it just does literally everything for you. Again, another reason why Shopify is the king for selling things online. It has built-in fraud protection, fast payouts, it has amazing checkout conversion, and competitive credit card rates. So all you're going to do is click activate Shopify payments, click submit details. This will take you to a little question page. So obviously you're probably an individual. Go ahead, fill out all this information, and then you're going to click next. Your industry type is going to be digital products. Go ahead, describe it. So it's basically just going to be I sell, and then whatever your niche is, digital products. So I sell music-based digital products, and then obviously put your store name right here at the bottom. Oh, actually, I almost missed it. Go ahead and click a subcategory. So we're not apps, books, or games. Not really software as a service either. So do music or other media, because that kind of encapsulates, anything creative. Then you can click next. So then it's just gonna ask you to review all of this stuff. Not really a big deal again. Go ahead, click confirm, and then click confirm again. It's gonna ask you for a verification of your residential address. So that could be a bank statement, utility bill, driver's license, passport, state issued ID, whatever. Go ahead, upload those documents, and then click submit for verification. And yeah, just like that, Shopify payments are set up. It is that easy. As you can see, Visa, MasterCard, Amex, Discover, I don't even know what Diners Club is, Apple Pay, Google Pay, Shop Pay. This pretty much covers like everything somebody could possibly need to buy from your store. So now we have payments set up. Now the very last essential setting, which is always hidden. I don't know why this happens on a lot of stores. It doesn't seem to be happening on this store specifically, but I just want you to make sure that it isn't. So you're going to go to the checkout tab. Under the checkout tab, it's going to say customer contact method. And there's going to be this box right here that says require customer to log into their account before checkout. Make sure that this is checked off. You're going to see, even when you check it on, even Shopify is like, whoa, requiring a login may discourage some customers from checking out and reduce your store's total orders. So this is something I've actually seen a lot of fellow creatives in my space and in other spaces just have on. I don't know if they go through and turn it on or not. I don't know why anyone would really turn this on, but sometimes a store does have this turned on by default. Basically what it does is when you go to checkout, it makes you log into an account. Me personally, if I go to buy something and then it's like, oh no, you need to make an account, you have to do all this setup, all this garbage, garbage. I'm just going to click off. I'm not going to buy it. So make sure that that is turned off. Yo, what's up guys? Really quickly, I wanted to interrupt this chapter because there's one key detail that I can't believe I forgot, but I did indeed forget it. And that's going to be setting up your store domain. So that's basically just going to be what appears at the top of the screen, blah, blah, blah.com, blah, blah, blah.store, whatever. Shopify makes it incredibly easy for you to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how it's done. All you have to do is go to your Shopify admin, go to the settings down here, and then you will see a tab that says domains kind of towards the bottom. And as you can see, your default Shopify name, I mean, you could technically use this if you like don't want to buy a domain. But a lot of people are going to see this and, you know, kind of think it's a little bit shady. If for some reason you can't buy a domain, this will work temporarily, but I highly encourage you to buy a domain. There's a bunch of different websites that you can do. Google Domains, name.com, GoDaddy. I like to just buy my domains straight through Shopify because they make it so incredibly easy. Literally all you do is click buy domain and then you type whatever you want the name to be. So as you can see, my name is the name of the store. myname.com is not going to be available because that's such a generic name. Let's say your website is like your name. Let's say your name is like Albert Hunterson. If anybody out there is named Albert Hunterson, that's going to be actually insane. But there you go. Look how easy that is. AlbertHunterson.com is only going to cost you $16 a year. I'm obviously not going to buy a domain for the purpose of this video because Shopify makes the entire process incredibly simple and straightforward. But yeah, you literally just click the buy button and you could buy it. Now, let's say for some reason your name or like whatever you want your site name to be is a bit too generic. There is a chance that your website name could be incredibly expensive. Let's say you want your name to be like soulsamples.com or something like that. There's a pretty good chance that won't even be available. What's so awesome about this is the fact that whatever you end up choosing to be your website name does not have to be a .com, and Shopify is going to give you a bunch of alternative options. As you can see, soulsamples.com is not available because that's a very generic name that a lot of people are probably trying to use, but soulsamples.net, boom. Soulsamples.org, boom. Soulsamples.store is an amazing one. Soulsamples.shop is an amazing one. Soulsamples.co is another amazing one. And you could even get a little bit creative, like you could try to do like soulsamples.audio. Let's see if that's available. Okay, so .audio domains aren't available through Shopify, but that's totally fine. You really do not need a .com to succeed in your store at all. It really does not matter. As long as you have a website that you can launch, you are perfectly fine. So in my opinion, .co, .store, .shop, .org, .net, .com, every single one of those is a perfectly great option. Find whatever works for you. Go ahead and buy it through Shopify. It's going to walk you through a little setup process, but it's going to be incredibly easy. And yeah, I just wanted to pop in and let you guys know about that because somehow I forgot about that in the default setup settings. So yeah, let's go get back to the video. Now we have all the store settings. We've addressed all the hidden details. We've set up payments. Now we are going to add the essential apps for our store. So over on the left, it's going to say add apps. Go ahead and click this. Now it's probably going to recommend you some apps and stuff like that, but instead just go ahead and click Shopify App Store right here. This is going to open up the Shopify App Store. So the apps that we're going to get, number one is going to be digital downloads. So it's going to be this app right here. It should be the first result. It's a 100% free app. So go ahead and click install. It's going to redirect you back to the Shopify admin. It's going to say this, just go ahead and click install. And now we have the digital downloads app set up. So we're not actually going to go into making our product yet. That is going to be the next module in this chapter. But if you want to save your apps on the left hand of the screen, go ahead and just click this little pin thing and it will make sure that the app stays there at all times. Go ahead and click apps again. Now we are going to search bundles. If I could type, that would be nice. There we go. Shopify bundles. Go ahead, click install. It's going to ask for access. None of this stuff matters. All of these apps are developed through Shopify. They all have to be approved by Shopify, so they're never really going to do any shady stuff. You don't have to worry about that. Go ahead, click install. Once again, pin. We're not going to go into actually using any of these apps until we actually have to, but I just want to get you guys set up with all of the app essentials. The next thing that we're going to search is gem pages. Go ahead and click on gem pages. So it's going to say free plan available. Go ahead and click install. Once again, give it permission, click install. And then we are going to go ahead and pin this app once again. You're gonna have to enable gem pages in your theme. So go ahead and turn on Shopify editor. It's gonna send you to your website. This is obviously a completely blank website, but once you do that, it's gonna automatically check this. It's gonna make sure that gem pages works on your website. Super easy setup. Now gem pages, if you could see, there is a plan section, free plan, $29 a month plan, $59, $100, whatever a month. So the free plan is going to allow you to have one published page. We're we're going to be using gem pages for all of our product pages. If you're somebody who is very early on in your career and you're releasing your very first product, that's amazing. You could stay on the free plan until you release your second product. Now, once you do release more products, you are going to go with the $29 a month build plan. This is basically going to allow you to make unlimited pages. It's going to allow you to do animations. It's going to allow you to do all of these super advanced things that we are going to go over to make a product page that is way more advanced and way higher converting than the typical Shopify product page. Again, I don't want you to worry about monthly payments, the Shopify bill, the gem pages bill. None of these things are going to be a big deal because if you follow the steps of this course, you are going to be making well over $30 a month, $100 a month, whatever you have to pay just to get these apps set up. I promise you, it's not going to be a big deal. However, like I said, if you haven't released any products yet and you're just releasing your first product, no worries. You can go ahead and use the free plan for now. And yeah, those are all of the essential store apps that you are going to need. A lot of people gatekeep these apps. I have no idea why they do that. Nobody's going to magically find an app and become a millionaire. I'm obviously going to show you how to use these apps to their full potential. But now that we have all the store settings and essential apps, we can go ahead and move on to actually uploading our products to our store. All right, so we are moving along. We are getting our store set up. The next thing that we are going to do is go over everything that you need to know to upload products to your store. This is obviously very important because if you don't have a product or you upload the product wrong, that is of course going to cause a lot of issues, but it's a very simple process. Another thing that a lot of people are going to overcomplicate for no reason. So here is how we're going to do it. Over on the left of the screen, that's basically where all of your navigation is for your Shopify. You're going to go ahead to the products tab, and then this is where it's going to say add your products. We're not going to be importing because we don't have previously existing products. So we're just going to click add product. This page right here is what you're going to get used to. This is the Shopify product creation page. So the very first thing, very easy, the title of your product, that's going to be whatever the title of your product is. So I'm just going to be re-uploading a product from my pre-existing website because obviously that's going to be the easiest way to do this. So why don't we just go with the ultimate feedback and noise bundle. So I'm just going to go ahead and type ultimate feedback and noise bundle. I'm going to go ahead and click save just to make sure everything saves. We don't have to worry about if it's an active or draft product because our store's not live yet. For the description, you can go ahead and just type in a brief description, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't really matter too much because we are going to be using gem pages to build our product pages. So we're going to be manually typing in a description. If for some reason you don't want to use gem pages, then go ahead and type your product description here. Now, I am pretty anti-AI. I don't really believe in it, and I'm especially against it for creative purposes, being like AI music, AI art, stuff like that. But when we're using it as a supplement to enhance our creativity and, you know, making a living as a creative, I think that the only like ethical AI, which is not really like, I guess that's not really a thing that's possible, is DeepSeek. Basically, DeepSeek is the Chinese counterpart to ChatGPT. It's open source. It's 100% free. There's no payment plans, no nothing. Yeah, basically ChatGPT and OpenAI, they're like the super corrupt business. They're trying to privatize the concept of AI. So these dudes over in China basically said, fuck that. We're going to make a better ChatGPT and we're going to make it 100% free. So if you guys want to sign up for DeepSeek, I will leave a link to that down below too. It's really good for making product descriptions. So you can just say like, hey, DeepSeek, I'm making a product called Ultimate Feedback and Noise. It's a complete package of guitar feedback, noise, and ambience that producers can use to add the real studio feel to their music. Can you write me a product description for Shopify? I mean, AI is not the craziest concept. I'm sure we've all used it before, but yeah, if you just kind of briefly describe your product and ask DeepSeek to make a product description, as you will see, it is just absolutely cranking. It wrote this whole crazy description, and if this is way too long, you can go ahead and just say, hey, can you shorten this to a 1-paragraph description? But I'm going to go ahead and just copy this and paste it in right here. Super easy. The next thing is going to be the media tab. It's going to be the actual product image. So I'm assuming if we are creative people, you're going to already have like a product image created. The product image is not as important as people think it is. A lot of people think that like, you know, a crazy looking professional image is going to sell the product. The reality is that's just not true. I've worked with multiple successful creatives in the industry who have told me that they could literally just sell a product with a completely white picture, no image, no nothing, because there's a lot more important things that go into it. So I'm going to go ahead and just open up this picture on my desktop. I'm just going to drag this image. It's not the correct product image, but it doesn't really matter. I just want to show you how easy it is. You just drag it and drop it. Now, the one thing that's very important that I want you to know for page design and just like generally making your website is that you want the files to be very small. A lot of people think that you want the biggest file size because it's going to look good, especially if you're a graphic designer. I understand why you would think that, but that's actually not the case for Shopify. For websites, you want low file size images because it will make your website run fast, and that's the most important metric. So if the image for your product is a little bit too big, go ahead and just type in image resizer. Now, this is a 100% free resource. So what you're going to do is you're going to upload your product image as a JPEG, drag and drop it, and then basically what you're going to do is go for the export settings and the target file size option. You're actually going to want your file size to be in the kilobytes, somewhere around 200 to 500 kilobytes. I used to be uploading images that were like 2 to like 20 megabytes, and I thought that was small because it was under a gigabyte. But for websites, you want very small file sizes in the kilobytes, anywhere from 200 to 500 kilobytes. Go ahead, just type your target file size, resize the image, download it, and then upload it to your Shopify. So now we have the title, the description, and the image. The category doesn't really matter that much, but you can go ahead and just scroll through here and find whatever you think fits best, whether you're an artist, whether you're a musician, a graphic designer, whatever. Next, we are going to uncheck charge tax on this product. If you're in a state that has like some pretty heavy tax laws, you can charge tax on the product and then kind of like not have to worry about taxes, but I don't really think that's a great way to do it. I think a lot of the times when I get taxed on a digital product, I don't like that. So I always turn that off. For the price, you're going to set it to whatever it may be. Let's say your price is $50. Now, if you've ever been on a website where it shows the product price and then it shows this like original price that's crossed out, that is what the compare at price is. I like to do that for every single one of my digital products. It's just this intrinsic thing that you can do to make the perceived value more. So if your product's like $50, maybe the compare price is like $200 or something like that. Look at the compare at price as like the value price. So like how much value is in the product, $200, $300 worth of value, but you're only charging X amount of money. So I like to do that just to enhance the offer that I have. The cost per item, since we're making a digital product, is pretty much always $0. There's no anything involved. If for some reason it does cost money to sell your digital product, you can put how much it costs you to sell it. But assuming you are following this course and curriculum that I have laid out, it's probably going to be $0, which means we have a 100% profit margin on all of the products that we sell. If you are doing a limited release on your product with a limited amount of quantity, you can go ahead and track the quantity where it says available. You can go ahead and drop this menu down and you can just set it to like 100 available, click save. Now there's 100 copies available. If you aren't doing a limited release, if this is just a product that's permanently on your website, go ahead and untick track quantity. And then the most important thing to untick on your product creation, which I maybe would do first, I probably should have done this first, is to untick this is a physical product, because it's not a physical product. There's no shipping. There's nothing involved that we want to do with that. So that is done. Go ahead and click save. Now, if you want to organize your product, you can put what type of product it is. So this one specifically is a drum kit. If you're a video editor, maybe you have like LUT packs, transitions, and project file templates. If you're an artist, maybe you have like brush packs, templates, and courses, right? Whatever it is, if you want to stay organized, you can do that and then go ahead and click save. Now, if you are somebody who already has products on your website and you want to make bundles, that's why this free Shopify bundle app is amazing. A lot of the times people will make a unique product and then label it as a bundle and actually upload all the individual files. And it's a really big file size and all that stuff. But Shopify makes this really easy. You can go ahead and click create bundle. And then if you have multiple products, you can just select those products and it will actually list out all of the products that you have in the bundle. Go ahead and title the bundle as like many product bundle. It doesn't really matter right now. Save and continue. And then now you can repeat this process for the bundle deal. It's going to do all of the work for you. Super great. You don't have to do any like annoying stuff. And then to finalize the product creation process, we are going to go to the digital downloads app. We're going to click on the product that we just uploaded and click add digital files. All you're going to do is compress the digital files that you've created. You're going to drag and drop them to here. I'm just going to drag and drop a random file here because it doesn't really matter. But like I said, you're going to compress the file that you made into a zip file. You're going to drag and drop it. It's going to take however long it takes to upload. You have up to 5 gigabytes of file that you can upload, and then just click save. And then everything is done. The digital downloads app will automatically give them a download link upon purchase, and it will also email them a download link so that they could save it. This is the easiest app to use. It basically streamlines the entire process for you entirely for free. You don't have to send people their files manually or anything like that. And yeah, that's all we need for product uploading. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can go ahead and start going over how how to actually customize our store from start to finish. So I will see you guys there. All right, so now we've gone over the important back-end details for your Shopify store, setting up your products, knowing how to make sure that everything is seamless so a customer can buy your product. Now it's time to actually design our storefront. So everything we've done so far is in the Shopify admin. This is where only we could see it. This is just basically for the person creating the website. But now we have to design the storefront, which is what people will be browsing on and what people will be using to buy your products. In this module, what I'm going to do is walk you through what I like to call the minimum viable storefront, which basically is just all of the essentials to set up a simple, usable storefront designed for people to buy. So what you see a lot with beginner creatives and even more advanced creatives who just have never been told otherwise is they create very bloated looking websites that are filled with way too many apps, way too many pop-ups. It's like everything's just flashing in your face and it's just a very not enjoyable experience. The common misconception for beginner or even advanced creatives trying to design a Shopify store is that the more you add, the better, adding as many tabs, adding as many different sections, blah, blah, blah. And it is actually the opposite. The goal with your store is to get all of the essentials included while making it as simple and minimalist as possible. You want basically the complete opposite of what I just explained to you. So I'm going to walk you through how to design a store following those rules while also breaking down common mistakes along the way to make sure that you guys don't make those same mistakes. So to set up your Shopify storefront, you're going to go to the left and you're going to click on the online store section. So the way that Shopify works is basically through themes. So 99% of the time when you see a fancy store that has some cool animations, some cool looking fonts, or like unique features that you might think are coded, 99% of the time that's actually a theme. It's very rare that you find a custom coded Shopify store, and that's mainly because there's like no reason for that, in my opinion. With how many options you have from Shopify, I just see no reason to pay an actual coder to do things that are pretty much there for you, either for free or for pretty cheap prices. So the very first step in your store journey is to pick a theme. So every Shopify store defaults to the Dawn theme, but what a lot of people miss is there's actually an entire theme store. So I quickly messed around with this design your store thing, which is like an AI thing. It didn't actually do anything that I wanted to do. But as you can see, right down here is a popular free theme section, easy to customize, no coding needed. So basically what you can do is pick a 100% free theme and customize your store around it. And these themes are basically pre-made stores that kind of do all of the heavy lifting for you so that all you have to do is kind of customize the template, change your fonts, change the layout, and change like the colors, and you're completely good. Now, if you want to, you can click the Visit Theme Store section, and this will take you to the Shopify theme store. And as you can see, you're probably like, oh my God, these are super expensive themes. Like, this is actually crazy. I just want to expose you to this option because it's something that confused me a lot when I was a beginner to Shopify. But yeah, anytime you see like a cool website that does some cool fancy things and looks very professional, 99% of the time it's because somebody bought a custom theme. Now, these themes range anywhere from like $100 to like $500. And I'm only showing you this as like an option. If something stands out to you and you have the money to purchase it, you want to maybe even skip extra steps and you just want a really cool looking website without putting a lot of work in, that is 100% fine. I'm just going to assume most people watching this don't have $400+ to drop on a Shopify theme, but I just wanted to show it to you because there are some pretty cool paid themes if you have the money for it. For this video, we are going to be using the free themes. What you can do is actually sort by price low to high. That will put all of the free themes first. And as you can see, there's a very good amount of free themes. I'm not going to count them, but it's like, I think 10 free themes, maybe a little bit more. And all of these are completely viable options. I think for digital products, maybe the only one I would stay away from is the Spotlight theme because it's like the most minimalist and it's meant to like show off like something that you would probably buy physically, like clothing or something like that. All of these are super good. The Origin one is super cool. The Refresh theme is super cool. The Publisher theme is super cool. This Studio theme is super cool for like an artist type of vibe. So yeah, really any one of these that catches your eyes and seems like visually appealing to you, you can go ahead and select it. Everything that I do in this video to customize the theme works across all Shopify themes. I think my personal favorite of these is the Refresh theme, so that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to click on it and then I'm going to click Try Theme. Another really cool thing that you could do with Shopify themes is if it's a paid theme and you're not sure if you're going to like it and you want to customize it first, you can basically try the theme. Shopify allows you to fully customize the website with that theme template before actually paying. That way, if you go to customize it and you realize you actually don't like the template, you do not have to pay for it. But yeah, I'm going to go with this Refresh theme because because I think it's just simple, clean. Just click try. It's going to add it to your online store. Now it's going to take like a minute or two to add to your Shopify. So just wait for that to finish. Once it's added, you're going to click publish. Your online store is password protected, so it does not matter. Click publish. And what that's going to do is basically set that to your current theme. And then we're going to click customize. So now that we are in the website, as you can see, it's here. This is it. This is, how Shopify works. It's very easy. And I'm going to walk you through the entire process. So the first thing that I'm going to start with is the color scheme. So if you go to the settings tab on the right, it's going to show you the logos, color, typography. And I think the logo, colors, and typography should be what you start with. So if you do have a logo, you can go ahead and immediately upload it. So I have this logo that I'm going to drag and drop. And as you can see, it automatically updates it. And when you adjust the width, it's basically just going to make the logo bigger or smaller. As you can see, this is just too big. So I'm going to shrink it a bit to maybe here. This is just the logo I have from my other website, as you can see right here. Now your logo does not have to be that crazy, especially if you're a beginner and you don't already have a pre-existing logo. You can just write your name or alias in like a bold, all capital font or all lowercase, whatever fits your brand image, and just post it. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. A lot of people are really overcomplicating the process. Now, the one thing I want you to note for the logo is I want you to make sure that the logo fills the entire box and that it's a rectangle aspect ratio. When you have too much space at the top and bottom, it kind of bloats the logo and it will make the header of your website like way too big for no reason. So just make sure that the actual file size is a rectangle that fits the logo. You could also upload a favicon. So a favicon is basically just what shows up on the tab. So as you can see here, Shopify is the little green S. For my store, it's just a black S on a white background. Google Drive, YouTube, all of those are the favicons. Again, if you don't have a pre-existing logo, I think I would just put the first letter of your name or internet alias on a colored background. The aspect ratio for the favicon is 32 by 32 pixels, so it's going to be super small. And when you're in Photoshop or Canva, it's going to look super pixelated, but you don't have to worry about that because when it's so small on your screen, that does not become an issue. Same deal as the logo. You can just drag and drop it and then it will display on your screen. You can also go to typography and change your font choice. So my font of choice always is Poppins, so that's what I'm going to select. I'm going to go with the Poppins Bold, and you guys can feel free to copy me if you want. Since everyone in here is a creative, you might already kind of have like a brand identity or know a lot of fonts that you like to use. So within Shopify, you can do that. As you can see, there is a whole bunch of options when it comes to fonts. There's a pretty good chance that the font that you like to use is in here. And you can change the font for the headings and the body. So for the heading, I'm going to do Poppins Bold. For the body, I'm going to do Poppins Regular. There we go. And then we have the colors. So basically for most Shopify themes, it works through this like color scheme type of deal. I'm just going to briefly browse through this just to show you how it works because this is not really like the end all be all for your website. The one thing that I do want to emphasize though is contrast. So make sure that no matter what your color scheme is, whether it's black and white, whether it's blue and white, whether it's brown and tan, make sure that the colors contrast each other well. Like tan and brown, for example, are both really close in color. What I would do is make the tan a very light, close to white tan, and I would make the brown a very dark, close to black brown. Whatever color is closest to black, make it closer to black, and whatever color is closest to white, make it closer to white. For the readability of your website, that's what's most important, is the contrast. Why don't we go with that brown and tan example? So let's say the background color will be like a dark brown. Go here and make it super dark like that. As you can see, that's still brown, but it's very dark. I'm going to copy this color and paste it anywhere else that it had the dark color, like right here and right here. The text I almost always keep white. And then what you'll notice is that certain parts of the website don't populate right away. As I scroll down, I could actually see that this brown is a little bit too bright still. So I'm going to actually make it even darker. Yeah, something like that looks a bit better to me. Go ahead and paste those over. I like to paste the actual hex codes somewhere so that I can keep copy and pasting them. I'm going to go and edit the other color schemes. So it looks like most of the website is rocking with the scheme 3 and scheme 2. So let's go here, make the text this color. There you go. As you can see, it's updating itself. There we go. There we go. All right, go with the shadow, go with all these colors. And then the background is pure white. Since we're going with brown and tan, let's go ahead and change this to a super off cream color. Let's go a little bit more on the brown side. Yeah, there we go. I like that. So it's like super subtle, as you can see. It's very like cream. It still allows us to have that brown and tan color, but as long as there's contrast, it does not matter what color scheme you're going with. Just make sure that there's contrast. I'll go and replace this too. Now I'm just going to go and update this one right here. Go ahead and grab this brown again. Go ahead and replace all the dark colors with our brown. As you can see, it's updating itself. Yeah, and I mean, look at this. This is it's a very simple simple process. Shopify does not make it complicated for you. Our website is kind of updating itself. This solid button, let's see what that actually is updating on our website. Can't really seem to see what that's updating, so I'm just going to go ahead and make it our dark brown color. If you ever can't figure out what section of the website is using what color scheme, you can actually just click on it. So if I click on the header bar, you see right here, it will say that it's using color scheme 4. I'm going to go and customize color scheme 4. Since this is a header, what I want a lot of you guys to know is that the header is only used to announce sales periods, upcoming releases, special events, stuff like that. So because of that, I generally like to have it just like red, something like that. As long as it stands out a lot compared to the rest of your website, you're completely good. So this is a cool red color. I'll go ahead and copy it over here, copy it over here. If at any point you want to remove a certain part of your theme, you can either delete it, or if it's something that kind of comes in and out of your website, like a header bar, you can just click this little eyeball and it will disappear. I'm going to keep it here just for right now. So now that we've added our logo, our colors, and our typography, that's basically everything that you need for like the color scheme part of your personal branding. Now we are going to go over the actual store layout. This is very important because there is a specific store layout that you should go with, and a lot of people greatly misunderstand what that store layout should be. So let's go ahead and go over that. So the first thing that I like to do is actually click on the header and customize the header. I always like to set the logo position to middle left. What that's going to do is just put your logo all the way to the left, and it's going to put your menu browsing right next to it. It's not going to make the header too big, too like fat, whatever. As you can see, this is the exact same thing that I do on my personal website. If you want to make the header wider or skinnier, you could change the top and bottom padding here. So if I completely remove it, as you can see, it's super skinny, and that's actually not a problem. A lot of people think that the header of their website has to be huge and like really stand out. For most website designs, I think that is not necessary at all. So why don't we go with like 4 padding on the top and bottom? It's there, it's simple, it serves its purpose, but it's not huge. It's not taking a lot of attention away anywhere. The next part of our website is called the hero banner. And again, it's another thing that a lot of people completely misinterpret the use of. So as you can see on this template, it says browse our latest products. It's a button that sends us to shop all. That is not what you want to use this section for. I'll use my website as an example. As you can see, newest drop, ultimate feedback and noise bundle. If we go to a very successful producer, Kavi's website, as you can see, take your melodies to the next level. This is his most recent release. If we go to another very successful producer's website and we go to his homepage, as you can see, he's promoting his drill production course 2.0 that just released. The hero section of your website is only meant to show off your newest release. That is it. Don't put any stupid stuff that's like, oh, we have the most original stuff and, browse our latest products, whatever. A lot of people misinterpret the purpose of that section of their website. You only want to use this to promote one product that is your newest product. So I'm going to click add section. I'm going to go ahead and add image banner instead of a slideshow because we do not want to display multiple products. I'm going to move the image banner up here. I'm going to get rid of the slideshow because we don't need that right now. And now we are literally just going to customize this. So we're going to write like newest release, right? Simple. And then we're going to put like description of newest product release, super basic, whatever the description will be for your newest product release. And then for these 2 buttons, I'm actually going to remove one of the buttons. And if you want to remove a button, all you have to do is delete the text, and then it will disappear. For the button text, which is something that pertains to your newest product, it could be the actual name of the product. It could be learn more here. I'll just go with learn more here. I'll put a little emoji. Go ahead and click save. And then you're going to want to link it to your newest product release. So in order to do that, it will give you a link option. It will bring up collections, products, pages. Just click products and then just select whichever product it's supposed to go to. Click save. And then you can just make the actual background image, like a blurred out version of your actual product picture. For the purpose of this video, I'll go ahead and grab one of my product images. So I'll just go ahead and drag and drop this. Yeah, so that doesn't obviously look great because there's a lot of like poor contrast and stuff like that. Ideally, you'll have like a blurred out version, a darkened version, something like that. I'm gonna leave the actual like branding and color scheme part of this up to you since we are all creatives. In my case, this is way too bright. So if you do want to actually darken the image, what you could do is change the overlay opacity. So if I change this to like 60%, you can see it kind of darkens up. I'm actually going to put it to 70%, and that does look pretty good. That stands out on its own. From here, you can go ahead and customize like moving this to the top left, moving it to the top center. You can align everything to the left as well if you want. So now that we have the hero section of our website done, we actually don't have as much left on the website as you might think we do. So let's go ahead and customize this. What we're going to do now is the actual like layout of the website and like the usability. So a lot of people will just like fill this up with so much stuff and like try to distract you and blah, blah, blah. There's a very simple layout for your websites, which is going to be this, right? You're going to want to use the featured collections. So here's how we're going to do this, right? We're going to have one featured collection. We're going to change it to newest releases. We're going to make the heading size appropriate. I think medium is good. We're not going to do a description. Let's say 3 columns. We obviously don't have a lot of products on our website, so right now that doesn't really matter. Then we are going to take this section. We're going to go over to the left. We're going to right click it and click duplicate. For this section, we're going to go best sellers, click save. You know what? Actually, why don't we change this to large? I think that looks a bit better and a bit readable. And then we are going to add one more section, which will be an image with text section. It doesn't matter where the image is and where the text is, but just for the sake of kind of like switching things up a little bit, I'm going to put the image second like that. And then let me just get a picture of myself. You're going to put a picture of yourself. This is not an ideal image. This is just one that I have. So you're going to put a picture of yourself, and we're basically going to emulate this section of the website, which is like a little like self-introduction. So just go ahead and put like, hey, it's name. You could say, yo, it's name. Hey, it's name. What's up? I'm name. Doesn't really matter. Then you're just going to put a brief description of yourself and your mission. As you can see right here, for me, it's like, thanks for checking out my sample packs. My name is Shadow, but you can call me Zach. I'm a producer from New Jersey. I've been making music since 2019. Fell in love with sound design, helping other producers, blah, blah, blah. Just basically introduce yourself very briefly and then talk a little bit about your mission on your website. I'm just going to copy and paste this because it will be very easy. There you go. Let's go ahead and click on the button label and just delete the text so there's no button because we don't really want this. And yeah, when it comes to actually scrolling on your website, this is literally all you're going to need as a beginner. A lot of people are going to tell you to do a whole bunch of extra stuff that is completely unnecessary. You do not have to do that. So now that we have that out of the way, let's go ahead and go over some of the customization details that we are going to use to customize the website. So first off, to actually make sure that the newest releases and bestsellers properly display, you're going to go ahead, you're going to click on the feature collection, you're going to go to collection, and then you're going to click replace. You can go ahead and create a collection. It will take you to a new tab, and this is where you create collections. Collections are basically where you just organize multiple products into specific categories. So in this case, let's do newest releases. You can write a little description on, come browse our newest releases, whatever. You're going to want the selection type to be manual. And then what you're going to want to do is click browse, and it will bring up all of your products. Obviously for this example, we only have one product. Assuming you have multiple products, you'll just select which ones are appropriate and click add. If it's something that's manual in the sense of like a specific category that can't be auto sorted, click sort and then click sort manually and put them in the order you want them to go in. If we're doing something like newest releases or best selling, you could select best selling, you could select newest, something like that. Then just click save and you're good. That's all you need to do. And then all you have to do is change the collection to the appropriate section. So for newest releases, we would obviously select newest releases, click save. This will automatically update for you so that you don't have to do all of this like super extra work. Same goes for bestsellers. Just repeat the process that I showed you. Obviously here, we don't have to do any of that. Now we have the actual footer section of our website. For the footer, you can keep this little email sign up. Honestly, this is not like the most important thing for your business. Further on in this course, I'm going to go over email marketing and all the stuff that you need to know for that. You can leave this here if you want. What we're going to do is go to the left and go to the footer right here. As you can, I did not mean to do that. For the footer, it's going to automatically populate with your socials. All you have to do is go to the settings tab again. And if you scroll down to the social media section, you can go ahead and copy and paste your Instagram, copy and paste your YouTube, and then whatever other socials that you have. And it will just automatically populate with a little button that will take you to your other socials. Super easy, super seamless. And that's basically the entire website besides customizing these tabs at the top and adding tabs at the bottom, which we are about to go into. Really quickly, if you aren't a beginner and you have more products on your website, what I like to do is put one more featured collection. Go ahead and right click and duplicate, and you can put it right in between the best sellers and newest releases and just call this bundle deals. And since I already showed you the bundle deal app, go ahead, make some bundle deals, add them to a collection, and set this to the bundle deals collection. You only want to display the very essentials on your website. That's going to be newest releases, best sellers, and then if you do have them, bundle deals, because you do want to drive people's attention to the most relevant things. Like I said, newest releases, bestsellers, but obviously bundle deals, if they're looking to save money and you want to make more money, that's something that you're going to want to display. If you don't have bundle deals, just delete it. Don't worry about it right now. You do not have to be perfect. You just have to start. So now that we have that out of the way, let's quickly go over how to customize the actual heading tabs and the footer tabs. So in order to do that, we're going to go to the Shopify admin. Interestingly enough, it looks like Shopify has actually changed this as I'm recording, but basically in order to customize the header, you're going to customize the menu, and in order to customize the footer, you're going to do the same thing. So it used to be under the online store, it would say navigation. Now it looks like you go to content and then you go to menus. So there you go. I guess that's like a new thing Shopify's doing. But anyways, to customize the main menu, you're going to click on the main menu. It's going to give you this little drop down. The first thing that we're going to do is actually remove the home button. The reason for this is because we just don't need it. Shopify defaults your logo to take you to the home page, and most people browsing your website kind of already understand that clicking the logo will take you to the homepage. That's how pretty much every single website works. And then from here, you're going to keep the contact page, you're going to delete the catalog page, and you're going to customize this how you feel appropriate. For my website, I like to do best deals, newest releases, browse, blank, free kit, and FAQ. So let's show you how to set this up. The first thing that we're going to do is best deals, and you're going to link this to a collection, and that collection would be the bundle deal collection. It will basically just take them to a page with all of your bundle deals. I like to display this first because it's a very easy way to make people feel like they're saving money and make you extra money. Then you're going to add newest releases. Go ahead and link it to a collection, newest releases. Don't add any filters, that's unnecessary. Then we're going to add a menu item that says browse blank. So whatever creative niche you're in, you're going to select, like, so if you're a producer, it could be browse kits. If you're a video editor, it could be browse assets. If you're an artist, it could be browse brushes. It could be browse whatever's appropriate for your given niche. So I'll just do like a music niche and say kits. And we're actually going to want this section to be a drop down that sends us to different categories. So if you're a producer, you're going to want it to be like drum kits, loop kits, one-shot kits, VST expansions. If you're a video editor, it could be like LUTs, transitions, project files, etc. The way that we're going to do this is to add another menu item, and we're going to label our different subsections. So let's say like drum kits. You're going to click on these and you're going to hover it over. And as you can see, it will become a subsection for your actual tab that we've just created. You can go ahead and click another one. We could do like VST expansions. For each one of these, you're going to want to link it to the appropriate collections, which means just going through and doing exactly what I showed you, creating a new collection, labeling it as the appropriate name, and then just adding the appropriate products to that section. And you could just keep adding this until you have all of the different subsections on your website. We're going to ignore the free product section until later on in this course. We're not going to rush into free lead magnets and email marketing yet. Don't stress about that. And honestly, I'm just going to leave it there. I'm going to put the contact section all the way down at the bottom, and we should just be completely good with that. Obviously, right now, it's not going to let me save it because I'm not linking it to the appropriate places. That doesn't really matter though. I'm going to leave the FAQ section out of the header. If you want to add an FAQ section or anything that's like text related that will send you to a very simple text-based page, all you're going to do is go to the online store, click on pages, click add page, title it whatever you would want to name it. So let's say FAQ, and then you can go ahead and type out an FAQ section for your FAQ section, paste it, save it. And then all you would have to do is go to content, go to menus, and then wherever you want it, the main menu or the footer menu, just click add menu item, FAQ, and then link it. Instead of a collection, you're going to link it to a page, and that page is going to be an FAQ section. Click save. Super easy. You can put an FAQ section if you want. It's not like the end all be all. And yeah, that is all of the basics when it comes to the actual Shopify customization on your website. A lot of people might be kind of taken aback. They might have expected a lot more to go into this, but I promise you it's just not as complicated of a process as you think it is. There are a couple of other customizations that we're going to do, but we're going to go ahead and do them in different sections because they are more specific and need more time and detail. On the next section, we're going to go over customizing the footer and adding your legal pages. Then we are going to go over the advanced product page section, which basically is going to take our product pages from this normal Shopify template to a much more advanced template that's going to drive a lot higher conversion. And then we can launch our website. So let's go ahead and head to the next module. All right, so now that we've generally customized our like main website that people are going to be scrolling through, there's only really a couple things left to customize. And I'm separating this specific section into its own module just because it has some of its own unique templates and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and go over how to customize the footer menu for your website. So I found that one thing that kind kind of draws a lot of creative people away from creating a Shopify store is like the legality of it, you know, and like all the confusing things with like privacy policy, terms of service, refund policies, whatever. Stuff that generally like creative people just don't want to think about. It definitely made me stay away from Shopify longer than I should have. But once I looked at like a couple of websites and checked out their footer menu, I realized that pretty much all of their like special legality pages are just literally copy and paste. It's not anything special. It's basically just like a generic disclaimer, I guess. So I went ahead and made these templates for you guys that you can copy and paste, and I'm going to show you guys how to set them up. So what we're going to do is click on the online store button and then go to pages. We're going to make 3 separate pages. So go ahead and click add page at the top right. So for the first one, let's do terms of service. All 3 of these templates will be down below. You don't even have to click file, make a copy unless you want to keep it in your own Google Drive. But you can actually just click Control A, Control C, go to the content, click paste. As you can see, it kind of just fills all this out for you. You're gonna have to remove like some random spacings that Shopify does, but not a big deal. It's gonna say effective date. Just put whatever the date is that you are pasting this on. So for me, that is March 19th, 2025. Does not matter. This is just basically like a thing that people do with legal documents. And as you can see, I have every single part of this written out. All of these things, the terms of services, the whatever, they're just like general information that people want to see on your website. Honestly, 99% of people are not looking at this. I don't think I've really ever looked at anybody's terms of service, privacy policy, any of that stuff. To be honest, I just don't care. But it is something that you should have on your Shopify if you want to take your business seriously. So the way to use this template is super easy. Pretty much all of the content is already done for you. All you have to do is click Control F to search words and just search your business. And as you can see, it will pop up with all the places where you would replace your business name. So let's say your name is like Zach Creates Stuff, right? Super easy. Just take this, copy it, put it right here, put it right here. Now let's research your business name. There's one down here. Boom, put it down here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. For 19, there is a your country or state. So I'll just do the United States of America. Down here for an email, you could put whatever email you are best contacted at, whether that's a business email or a personal email, it doesn't really matter. So just go ahead and put blah, blah, blah at gmail.com or whatever your email is. And yeah, as you can see, this whole thing is just pretty much filled out. I tried to make it as easy as possible. So just go ahead, make the page visible and click save. Now we are going to go and add another page. Let's call this one privacy policy. Go ahead, click Control A, Control C, Control V. As you can see, again, it does some like weird spacing sometimes. Honestly, I don't even think this really matters, but if you want to be like super attentive to detail, then you can remove these little spaces. You can obviously remove the word template in each of these. Again, same date, March 19th, 2025. And it's just the same deal. Control F, your business, replace that. At the very bottom, there's going to be a your website URL. You could replace that with your website URL. Same deal with your email, replace that with your email. Just search your business name and then scroll through the rest to see if there's anything like at the end or the middle for like emails or website URLs, anything like that. Once you're finished doing this, you're going to do the same thing, click visible and then click save. The very final page that we're going to make is a refund policy, refund, okay. Go ahead to the refund policy template, click Control A, Control C, go back in, Control V. So I have the refund policy set up to be no refunds. And the reason why I do this is because of the nature of digital products. There's no returning a digital product, right? It's a digital file. You just can't do that. A lot of companies try to increase their conversion rate by adding a 30-day money-back guarantee. I do not think that's smart for anybody who is like a beginner creative, because you're going to get a lot of people who are going to try to do some scammy stuff, buy your products, ask for a refund, and then still keep your products and use them. Because you are a beginner, I do not think you should do this. So I just have something written out. You can replace your business name with your business name. All it says is, due to the nature of digital products, all sales are final. We do not offer refunds or exchanges once a product has been delivered, blah, 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 blah. And then you can contact us at your support email within X amount of days of purchase if there's issues downloading or accessing your purchase. By completing your purchase, you acknowledge and agree to the no refund policy. Click visible, click save. And now we have our 3 legal pages. What we're going to do is we're going to go to content, we're going to go to menus, and then we're going to go to the footer menu right here where it says do not sell or share my personal information. Just get rid of this. Pretty much no store actually uses this. Keep the search bar, add a menu item, privacy policy, and then go to pages, privacy policy, add an item, terms of service, go to pages, terms of service, add an item, refund policy, pages, refund policy, click save. It automatically updates. Now, if we go to our actual store and we click customize, when we scroll down, you're probably like, what happened? It's not here. So all you're gonna have to do is click on this footer, click add block, and then click add menu. Boom. As you can see, it will add your quick links with the search, all of your little templates and stuff like that. If you want, you could look at like the brand information, text, image. If you really feel the need to customize it, you could like do stuff like that, but I don't really find that to be completely necessary. But that is gonna be how you set up your footer. Now that we have that out of the way, the only thing we have left is customizing our advanced product pages, and our shop is gonna be ready to launch. So I will see you guys in the next module. We are now officially on the very final step before we can launch our Shopify store. And it's my personal favorite step when it comes to customizing Shopify stores, which is an advanced product page. During this course, I made the choice to advise you to go with a default Shopify theme and a very basic homepage and navigation system. And the reason for that is because when you really customize those aspects like the homepage and navigation of your website, that's for very advanced down the line businesses. And also Shopify just has a really good default navigation and homepage system. However, any business, small or large, can benefit from a more advanced customizable product page. And I think if there's anything that Shopify lacks on, the one thing would be their default product page template. It's not bad, it's easy to use, but it's not like the best, it's kind of boring. It doesn't really show off your product in the way that we want it to. Following the theme of this entire course, I'm going to be providing you guys with a drag and drop template that you guys can customize for your own use. So let's go ahead and go over how to actually use it. So in your Shopify admin, you're going to go to the left-hand side and you're going to open up the Gem Pages builder. Sometimes it takes a long time to load. That's just Gem Pages. It's kind of annoying. If you get this pop-up that says enable Gem Pages in your theme, make sure to just click turn on Shopify editor. All you're going to have to do is click the save button in the top right and you'll be 100% good. So Gem Pages is going to make you try to do all this like onboarding stuff. You can just feel free to completely ignore that. So I have two Gem Pages templates that you can find below this video as per usual. One of them is an advanced product page template and one of them is an advanced audio product page template. Both of them are the exact same thing, except the second one has a little bit of super basic coding that's going to allow you to display audio files with a play and pause button. I'm going to walk you through the process of customizing the advanced product page, and then at the end of this video is where I will go over how to actually use the code for the advanced audio page. So what we're going to do in Gem Pages is go to the Pages tab under all of these like different tabs that they offer, and we're going to go to Import Page. It's going to say Add File. Now what you're going to do is basically just download the advanced product page or advanced audio product page, and you're going to drag and drop it and it will automatically be placed into your Gem Pages. So I'm just going to go ahead and use the advanced product page template. Go ahead and click import, just like that, advanced product page template. The first step that you can do to customize your template is just rename it to whatever the name of your product is. So go ahead and click these three dots, click rename, and it could be my product. Just for your own organization purposes, you can rename it to whatever the name of your product is. We're going to click it and it's going to open up Gem Pages. And if you're not familiar with Gem Pages, don't worry, I've done like 99% of the work for you. And Gem Pages, in my opinion, is actually even easier than Shopify when it comes to customization. The first thing that we're going to do is obviously make sure that there is a product linked to the page. So up at the top right, it's going to say 0 products assigned. Go ahead and open this up. It will show all of the products on your website. Choose whatever product you're going to use. So for this example, I'll just use the one product that we uploaded on our tutorial website. Click confirm. Now what this is going to do is automatically link your product to all of the add to cart buttons. As you can see, ignore that. All right. I will explain. I will explain soon. If we scroll down to this buy button as well, it automatically links the product. Sometimes Gem Pages can be a little bit picky and it won't actually link the product. So just to make sure that it actually works, you can actually click on the add to cart button. You can go over to the left-hand side and just make sure that it is the right product. That is the first step of customizing your advanced product page, just making sure that people will actually be able to buy the product and not send them to like the wrong product. The next thing that I think you guys should all do is customize the fonts. So because this is a template, Gem Pages automatically just sets it to a default sans serif font. My personal font of choice is the Poppins font. Now this is a little bit tedious and kind of annoying to have to like go through and like hand pick all of these and make sure that they're all Poppins, but there's not a whole lot of text, so it's not like the most difficult thing to do. Make sure all of the buttons, all of the text is Poppins. Obviously for you, it might be a different font. You can use whatever font you want to use. This is is just my personal choice. After you go ahead and change all of the fonts to your font choice, go ahead to this little section. For some reason, the template just does not want to cooperate and it changes these texts to the wrong color. So go ahead and make all of these white. Now that all of the text is easy and readable, we can move on to the next step, which is going to be just populating the page with our images, which is super simple. It's basically the exact same way that you would populate the Shopify admin with your images. You can just click on the image box and then it will say upload image. Click upload image. It will open up your files. Just go ahead and find the image that you want to use and follow the same steps that we did earlier in the product creation step, where we go to the image resizer website and resize the image to be below 1 megabyte, preferably between 200 and 500 kilobytes. You want to make sure that all of the images that you are using are a low file size. So I just went ahead and uploaded this default generic product image. This is just one that I have laying around, but obviously you're going to upload the specific product image that you have, and you're going to go through and do the exact same thing at the bottom. The nice thing about Gem Pages is once you upload a picture once, you can go to the browse gallery option and it will show all of the pictures that you've already uploaded before. So if you want to reuse a specific product, you can go ahead and do that. I meant to say image. And then for the last step down here at the bottom, we're going to do the same exact thing for product reviews. Now, if you don't have any product reviews, you don't have to worry. What you can basically do is just hover over until it says section 5 here. When you click on this, all you have to do is click the delete button and it will remove this section. If you do have product reviews though, you can easily go ahead and paste those in. What I like to do is just hit up a couple of friends, send them a demo of my product or the full product and just be like, yo, can you check this out and send me like a 2 to 3 sentence review, screenshot the text, go ahead and post it in here like we posted the other product images. It's super easy and it's a great way to drive more sales on your product. Like I said though, if you don't actually have any reviews yet, feel free to delete this section. Before you do delete it though, maybe make a second copy of the page with this section just so you don't lose it. Now already our page is really coming together and looking pretty sleek, and I told you guys I was going to get to this part and I will. Why don't we do this now? So a video breakdown is an amazing way to increase conversion on your product pages. So many people neglect this and think that it's not that important, but I think a video breakdown on a product page is actually the number one thing that you should have. And as you can see, I set up this little like fake monitor looking video that you could display on your page. Now the reason it is a weird looking rabbit, I haven't been able to escape this dude for a really long time, is because it's just the default video that Gem Pages uploads when you select Vimeo. So if you click on the actual video, all right, you don't have to be playing now, okay? So if you click on the actual video on the left-hand side, it will say video source, video hosting, Vimeo, or YouTube. The only two that I would use are YouTube or Vimeo. So YouTube is really great because you probably already have a YouTube account. All you do is post a YouTube video and then set it to private. And when you paste the link in here, it will just host the video on this website. And then the same goes for Vimeo, except Vimeo is just a platform that you guys probably don't use. I would encourage you to use Vimeo if it doesn't seem like a hassle to you, just because the general I guess interface of Vimeo looks a lot cleaner on the website. The play button, the scrolling, like the settings, playback speed, whatever. I think that Vimeo always ends up looking a bit cleaner. You don't have to pay for Vimeo or anything like that either. So I would go with Vimeo if I were you. So that is why the weird rabbit is here. But yeah, having a video breakdown is going to be absolutely essential for your product page. Now that we have that out of the way, we only have a couple things left, which is really going to be like the color customization for the page and then the actual like copywriting and just like descriptions and stuff like that. So let's go over the color customization first. Now you're going to have two choices with color customization, I guess really three. So one of them is that you can keep this completely default. There really is nothing wrong with the buttons on this page. They're clean, they're easy to use. I see nothing wrong with them, but if you want a little bit more color or, we are creative people, what you can do is match the page colors to the actual product image that you're using, or you can keep the same color scheme from your website homepage that we just customized and just bring it over to your product page. I usually like to match the colors to the product image. So let's go ahead and do like a reddish orange. Let's see if I can find a color that I like. Do a little bit more orange. Why don't we do like that? And then we'll obviously change the text color to white. And then what you could do that's really cool on Gem Pages is you can actually copy the hex code and go from normal to hover. And then if you paste the hover color, you can make it like a bit darker so that when you hover over the button, as you can see, it like kind of changes colors super subtly. So why don't we keep that theme for the buttons? Let's go down here, paste here, max out the color. There we go. We have the same kind of idea going. Let's go down to here, go over here, boom, boom, Max that out. There we go. We have a little contrast. You could also change the color here on this itemized list. This is a really fun place to change the colors. So if you go to the icon color section, you can go right here, and there you go. You can see we're kind of like continuing that like orangey theme. This isn't like the best color in the world. I'm kind of just freestyling to show you guys how it will work. I actually forgot to change the font here. There you go. And yeah, now that we have that out of the way, really the only thing left is to change like basically any of the like template text that is not serving any purpose until you actually customize it. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we're going to do is obviously change the product name. So in this instance, the product is called Alt Rock Guitar Loops. For product description, make it very brief. Make it about as long as this. Make it like 3 to 4 lines of text. You want to kind of view a product page like you are addressing every buyer. So this section right here has an add to cart and a product description. This section is for the people who are coming here knowing that they're going to buy something. So put a little product description that's very brief to address the person who's probably just going to click add to cart and buy it right here. Down here, put video breakdown, watch a full video walkthrough of everything that you're going to get in blank product name. And then for preview the blank, it's basically going to be whatever's in your product. So if you are selling a sample pack, it could be like preview the sounds. I created 4 different showcases for you, and you can put whatever you want in here. Down here, you're obviously going to put the product name, get Alt Rock Guitar Loops, and then you're going to do like the little value breakdown where it's like, oh, this is the actual product price. Let's say the product price is $45, but it's actually worth $150. And then it's like, oh, okay, now you're getting a discount, you know, it's super cool, whatever. You do the same thing here, buy Alt Rock Guitar Loops. And then this is where you're going to put the actual price that somebody's paying. And then you could do the little value breakdown on this list that I created. So that's basically what we went over earlier in the product creation chapter, where you take your product, you separate it into different sections and bonuses and stuff like that. And there's one last thing that I forgot to mention, which is super easy. Yeah, if you want, you can make like the actual product price kind of stand out a little bit by changing the color as well. Let's actually grab the darker hover color, go to the product price. So yeah, you know, just another super easy way to customize the template. And yeah, this is basically just the best way to create an advanced product page that showcases your template. It addresses every different kind of buyer, somebody who's coming to the page ready to buy, somebody who wants a more in-depth video breakdown, somebody who might want to visually or text-based see everything that's inside the pack. And then for anybody who does reach the bottom here, it will give a value breakdown as well as reviews to try to really secure that sale. Now that we have that out of the way, let's go ahead and quickly go over how to customize the audio code. So all you're going to do is import a page, and instead of importing the advanced product page, you're going to import the advanced audio product page. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag and drop that in there. You're going to follow all of the customization that I went over before. So I'm only going to be going over how to actually customize the audio code. Everything else I already went over previously. So if you missed that, go ahead and watch the rest of the video. Basically what I have laid out here is a master preview file at the top, and I have generic audio previews at the bottom. You're actually going to want 2 different tabs of Shopify open, one that's the default admin and one that is like your actual gem pages. And the reason for this is because all of the audio that we're adding to this page is going to be through Shopify. So we're going to go to content, and then we're going to go to files, and basically all of the audio files are going to be uploaded here. You're going to want to be using MP3 files just to make sure that the page actually loads in a seamless way. You don't want to overload it with a bunch of like high file size files. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab a sample from one of my sample packs just so you guys can get an idea of how this works. So let's go here. Okay, so you can take an audio and you could drag and drop it right here. I'm using a WAV file just because I don't have any MP3 files on hand, but I do think MP3 files are better. Once the file uploads, you'll be able to see it right here. And here is how simple this is. Literally, you're going to copy the link. You're going to go to the page, scroll down to where you want the audio to be displayed. You're going to see these custom code boxes. Double click on the custom code box. This is it. It's just HTML code. And on line 2, in between these quotation marks, you're going to take the pre-existing link that I have, which is just like something that I have from the template, and then just paste it. That's it. Click save. And then underneath it, there's a text block. So you can put like whatever the file name is. So like bass breathe. Obviously, since I just pasted the template, it's going to be like a little, you know, weird and off colored, but I showed you guys how to customize all of that previously. So yeah, that's literally all you do for every single one of these small code boxes. Now the same exact thing is going to go for this top box. So first of all, there's 2 boxes here, and they both depend on each other to have the top audio files and the bottom audio files. If you want to customize the audio that's playing in the top file, you're going to use the bottom text code. And as you can see right here on line 5, it's going to say audio URL. We're going to do the exact same thing and highlight everything between the quotation marks and just click paste. Then you can click save. And if you want to customize the colors or the height, you can do it here. So if you want it to be like thicker for some reason, you could change it to like 40 or 50 pixels. I just have it set to 30 as default. And then if you want to change the progress color, all you have to do is go somewhere on gem pages, change the color until it looks like a color that you like. So let's say I like this color, copy the hex code, go to the top box, go to script, and then go to line 9 where it says progress color. Make sure you keep the hashtag and then click save. Now there's only 2 more things I want to go over for you guys. So one of them is that if you are previewing the product page on gem pages, right? So if you want to see what it's going to look like live, you can click this little eyeball and it will preview the page. As you're going to see, these audio files down here, they load completely fine, but there's no like big master file up here. The reason for that is just because of some weird code thing. I couldn't give you the answer, but you have to actually publish the page to view it. So if you want to preview how that top audio player is going to look on your actual website, just publish the page and then view the actual live published page. All right, now that it is actually published, instead of clicking the preview, we're going to go over here to this little like globe and click view live page. Boom, as you can see, this is the master audio preview file and it is, scrolling on the color that we selected. Obviously, it's going to look a bit different because usually you put like the master file as like a full beat or like, an example of the audio, not just one random file like I did here. And then the very last thing, oh my God, my camera has 6% battery. The very last thing is if you do not want this audio file at the top, you cannot delete both of these boxes, because if you delete both of the boxes, these code boxes down here depend on the box up here. So what you're going to want to do if you want to get rid of the top audio player is to remove the bottom code box. You want to always keep the top code box. Go ahead and click save and then republish. It's obviously going to take a little bit of time to actually republish. As you can see, if I click the live page, the top audio preview file is gone, but if we scroll down, it's still the like nice clean looking audio file from before. And the reason why we have to keep this top box of code is because the actual visual display of these smaller codes is dependent on some code up here. I'm not a coder, I just paid somebody to do this. And yeah, guys, that is going to be how to customize advanced product pages in Shopify. The super awesome thing about gem pages is that because this is set as a product page, when you are actually scrolling and browsing through your Shopify, it will automatically link this gem pages page to the product. So when you're on your Shopify homepage and you click on the product, it's not going to open the default Shopify product page. It's going to open your advanced product page, all the cool bells and whistles. And now that we have that out of the way, we have the very final next step, which is simply going to be launching our store. I'll see you guys there. All right, guys, now that we have all of those units wrapped up, you are officially ready to launch your store. Now, I don't know if you guys were expecting some big send off with like a bunch of steps to get your store like launch ready. But all you have to do is go to this little section right here and click remove password. And there you go. Your store is officially live. All you have to do is post a bunch of content, lead people into your store, get people to view your products and all of that good stuff. And you are ready to start making sales. So I want to give you guys a huge congratulations for finishing this chapter of the course. I know it's going to kind of get a bit repetitive if I'm continually saying congratulations at the end of each chapter, but each one of these chapters is such a huge monumental step towards financial freedom and being able to do what you love for a living every single day. And for that, I'm really just like so happy for you and so proud of you. So yeah, a huge congratulations to you for making it one more chapter deep in this course. Now that we know how to make amazing products and we have our website built, we can move on to the next chapter, which is going to cover personal branding and how to make content that sells on social media. I'll see you guys there. Now that we've created our winning product, the only thing left to do is promote it. Without people viewing and seeing and digesting your product, obviously it's not going to sell. So in this chapter, we are going to go over how to brand yourself, what a personal brand is, and how to make content that specifically sells. So let's get into it. The first thing that we need to understand is what a personal brand is, right? So people very regularly misinterpret what a personal brand is. I feel like there's so much discourse online about what it is. So I'm going to break it down into the simplest way possible. Your brand is your story. It's the narrative of who you are, what you stand for, and how you show up in the world. Your brand is your life. It is not just your business. It's your values, passions, and personality. And I'm going to put an emphasis on it's not just your business. It's almost never your business, right? Like when we're talking specifically about personal brand, authenticity is key. So being your true self while using storytelling and hooks to connect with your audience is essential. And then lastly, it is a journey. Repeatedly creating content helps you find your voice and refine your brand brand over time. So I'm going to put this in bold as well, because this is just like the one thing that I really want to like drive home, is to remember that a personal brand is not about being like a Nike, a Costco, a Walmart, a Gucci. It's about being you, right? So like there's this big discrepancy where people just hear the word brand and obviously they associate it with, big companies and brands. And they think that personal branding is trying to make yourself more like that, but there's no point. We aren't that, right? The two main things to remember here are, one, we are not a company. We're one person, or maybe if you have some people helping you out, you're like 3 to 5 people max. And two, when you really think about it, brands, Nike, Costco, whatever, Gucci, they don't do well on social media. Like they rely on all these other things that we aren't doing. In-person sales, word of mouth, whatever. Yeah, I know I'm kind of yapping here, but if there's one takeaway that you have from this lesson, it's to stop overcomplicating personal brand, because everything you do as an individual is a personal brand. My haircut, I always have this haircut. I mean, it looks kind of messed up right now. Personal brand. My room has become part of my personal brand. It's like always having a bed in the background, a cozy room, warm tone lighting, my humor, not taking things too seriously, all that kind of stuff. So let's go over specifically how to define your brand. So what I want you to do is answer these questions to start building your personal brand. I want you to answer what the 5 strongest characteristics or things that you love most about yourself. What are they? So for me, creativity, it's humor, it's not taking things too seriously. I love to help people and connect with them. And I like to think I'm pretty down to earth, like kind of on the same border of like not taking things too seriously, but like, I don't know, you're never going to find me like doing the most, stuff like that. The next thing that you're going to answer is what your 5 biggest weaknesses are or areas for growth are. So for me, I'm not going to lie, pretty lazy person. I'm a huge procrastinator. Did I spell that right? I did. Yeah. And just for reference, I've been working on this course for close to a year. Probably could have done all this in maybe a quarter of that time. I am usually all over the place. I'm not very organized at all. I'm not all over the palace. So I'll put super unorganized. Off the top of my head, I don't have 5 weaknesses right away, but I haven't really figured things out yet. And that's totally fine, right? Like that's not even necessarily a weakness, but like to some it might be. So yeah, just write those things down. Then you can write what your story is. So what life experiences have shaped who you are today. I could write, grew up with a single mother who was very creative and funny, didn't have a lot of money, often struggled with finances. Throughout my teenage years, fell in love with all forms of creating, which led me to create this course, right? Like you don't have to specifically end it with something like that, but I'm just kind of freestyling here. You can write whatever you want to write. What challenges have you had? Okay, whoa. What challenges have you had to overcome? Again, single mom, not very financially well off, depression, okay, I can't spell right now, and anxiety. We're not getting too deep here. Obviously, you can get deep because, you're not sharing it with anyone. But yeah, these are just the things that come right off the top of my mind. What lessons have you learned that you could share with others? I'll just freestyle here. It's never too late to start. Anyone can be creative. Everyone is already creative. Anyone can run a business. Love all. There you go, right? And then we also have what do you stand for and what causes or beliefs are you passionate about? Just off the top of my mind, values that guide my life and work are like, financial freedom, helping others, lifting others up, especially focusing on the people who are struggling. And then how do you want people to feel when they interact with you? This is a really good one. So for me, it's always entertained and educated. That's the 2 things for me that I always want to focus on. And then as like a side piece, inspired. But based on who you are, you might really want to focus on supporting people and making them feel understood. Entertainment might come first. Inspiration might come first. Whatever in your mind comes first is what I want you to write down. But for me, it's always entertained and educated. And that just about wraps up what we're going to write down for defining our personal brand. Now, this is not a rule book. This is not the gospel, but this is just a place where we can get to understand ourselves better in a simple way that we can kind of carry over into the content that we're making. A little bonus, visual branding. So this is not a personal brand. Another huge misconception misconception that people make. They think that brand aesthetic and brand presentation is a personal brand. That is not the same thing. So visual branding is just an optional bonus. Things like color schemes, you can write what resonates with your personality and message, or you can just write what colors you think are cool. So for creative marketing mastery, it's green and white. And for my personal music brand where I sell music resources to producers, I like the whole dark aesthetic. So it's black and purple just because I think it looks cool. Visual inspirations. What type of photos, art, design inspire you? We're creative people. Hopefully that should not be a very hard thing to, come up with. For me, it is CRT TVs. So if you know what a CRT TV looks like, you'll know right away. If we actually go to my website though, you will see all of my cover arts, look at them. They look all CRT and stuff. I got the CRT emulator. I like grunge. I like color. I like the whole like perfect imperfection vibe. So that would be my inspirations. Fonts, I just personally use the Poppins font, which is the one right here. But there are a million super awesome fonts, and you could literally just go to YouTube. I'll even throw some free game for you. Oh my god, Poop Killer. So if you search like best fonts, this guy right here, Jesse Nyberg, the GOAT dude. He's got like the coolest fonts, usually the top fonts here too, cinematic fonts, stuff like that. Find a font that you like, that can help too. And then editing styles. So what editing style matches your vibe? I think it's really important to draw inspiration from other people. So genuinely, some people might be like, where did this come from? That Emma Chamberlain, it is true. I also like this guy named Kavi, who I talk about a bit later in the mindset tips. He does really cool video documentary based content on artists and their production. So I like to kind of bridge the gap between fun and entertaining and like super educational. And yeah, if you want to lock in on your visual branding, which I do think is super important, but definitely not necessary, especially at the beginning. This is more of an advanced down the line thing. You can do this and it will help out a lot. Now, some tips for content creation. I'm going to briefly go over this because we are obviously going to go super in depth on how to make content to, gain an audience, sell stuff, whatever. But some general tips. The biggest one, in my opinion, is to be authentic. Don't try to be someone you're not. People appreciate you just being yourself. So share yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, and your stories. That's why we went over those earlier. Using storytelling is a huge one. So hooking your audience with relatable, emotional, or inspiring stories is a huge gem. Experimenting and refining is another one that people kind of look over. So keep creating content to find your unique voice and style. When I first started making videos, dude, it was super embarrassing. And I genuinely never thought I would even be comfortable doing stuff like this, but now it's just like second nature. And the reason for that is because consistency is key. Show up regularly, even if it's not perfect. I haven't even made that much content. I made like one video a week for a couple years. Sometimes I would go months without posting, so probably like cut that number by like a quarter. Obviously over time it stacks up to be a lot, but that's the whole point. I mean, I think I'm a perfect example. My entire life, I was terrified of cameras. I hated pictures, whether it was my friends taking them, family events, anything like that. Hated my voice on a microphone, all of those things. But those things, I promise you, like they just go away, right? Like they truly go away. And the key to finding your personal brand, because part of the journey of personal brand is finding it, through experimentation, is just doing it a lot. So the action plan is going to be defining your brand, which we already did. Fill out the worksheet above, clarify who you are and what you stand for, create content. You're going to start sharing your story, values, and personality through posts, videos, and blogs. And by blogs, I just mean like, Instagram stories and stuff like that. You're going to engage your audience and build connections by responding to comments and messages. And you're going to refine it over time. You're going to use feedback and analytics to tweak your brand and content. And before we wrap up, I want to highlight this third point because as you can see, build a connection by responding to comments and messages. Part of your personal brand is literally just talking to people. Like, again, we got to like take this big picture and like shrink it down. This is it. This is your personal brand. The body that you are existing in, the things you do, the things you say. Almost treat a personal brand and the content that you're going to make like it's just you hanging out with your friends, right? Like that might sound a little silly, but that is genuinely what it is and what it will be. So now that we have established our personal brand, it is time to move on to the next module in this chapter, which is going to be the content formula. I'll see you there. Creating great content does not have to be complicated, and it is about these 3 simple steps. Hook, retain, reward. You want to start by grabbing attention with a compelling promise. You want to retain by keeping your audience engaged by delivering on that promise, and you want to reward by providing value that leaves them satisfied and wanting more. The key thing to remember is that whether you're educating, entertaining, or inspiring, this formula will always stay the same. Shout out to Alex Harmozy. All the business stuff that I get is from him. I probably have mentioned him already, but I will again. So let's get into it. For content, the very first step, and surprisingly the most important step, is the hook. The hook is the first impression, and it's what grabs the attention and makes people stop scrolling. Or if it's like a YouTube video, it's what keeps them on the video. So for every hook, you have to make a promise. You want the viewer to know what they will be getting by watching or reading your content. So here's just some random examples. Learn how to double your sales in 30 days, or the secret to perfect watercolor landscapes. For something like YouTube, you want to focus on the title and thumbnail and make sure that the hook of your video confirms and ensures that they will get what they came for. And then generally speaking, the types of hooks are educational, here's how to, entertaining, you won't believe what happened when blank, inspirational, here's how I turned, blah, 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 blah. Whatever it is that you're doing in the video, educating, entertaining, inspiring, supporting, whatever. Your hook of the video, you just have to make sure that it confirms they'll get what they want. So many times people start their videos with random things, they go on random tangents, they do this, they do that. Do not do that. Make sure that the first 10 to 30 seconds of any video that you post, or less if it's a short form content, is focused on making a promise and making sure that the viewer knows what they'll be getting by watching it. The next step is to retain your audience. So once you've hooked your audience, you obviously need to keep them engaged by delivering on your promise. I'm going to go back to the hook really quick just to hammer down the point that the hook is the most important part of your video. This was really crazy to me, but what I learned recently is that videos that have a good hook and high watch retention at the beginning result in higher overall retention. I never would have expected that just the first 5 to 30 seconds of a video could affect how long people stay around to the end, but it's true. Always focus on the hook. But in order to retain throughout the video, you have to deliver on your value and keep it engaging. So providing actionable tips, relatable stories, or entertaining moments will deliver value. So if your hook is learn how to double your sales, share specific strategies, share stories on how you did it, share stories on how it was hard for you and how you overcame that struggle. And I have this right here because this is the only way to make content, right? It falls under these 3 categories: steps, lists, and stories. So if you are educating, steps and lists, and I would encourage you to do steps and lists because educational content sells the most. And then if you are entertaining, inspiring, supporting, anything like that, it almost all falls under stories. So these are the 3 styles of just overall content that you can make. And then to keep it engaging, you want to use storytelling, visuals, or humor to maintain the interest. You could do things like sharing a personal story about how you struggled with sales and what worked for you, or in this case, maybe how you struggled to make art, how you struggled to make music, how you did this, how you did that. Relate it back to you. Do stuff like B-roll, humor, jokes, stuff like that, and it will keep your video way more engaging. And then finally, you want to reward the audience. The reward is the value your audience takes away. It's what makes them feel like their time was spent well. So you want there to be a clear takeaway and a clear call to action. This is optional, but most of the time you want to utilize it. So the clear takeaway is what your audience will learn, feel, or do after consuming your content. You can reward as the video goes on, especially if you're educating, and technically the reward can actually come as you retain. If you are educating, entertaining, storytelling, stuff like that, that kind of is the reward. Like the whole journey of the video is the reward. So it's not that the reward necessarily comes at the end of the video. It's just that you want them to feel like they got the reward for what they clicked on the video for. And if you want something at the end of your video, you can do a call to action. So you can encourage your audience to take the next step, which is follow, comment, visit your store. You could do stuff like drop a comment if you found this helpful. You could do subscribe if you liked, like the video if you enjoyed. And this is the huge gem here for call to action. Lead your audience into another video. This works especially well on YouTube. This is probably the only platform I would do it on, but you know how at the end of a YouTube video, you could put like the subscribe screen and then like a recommended video. Instead of doing a recommended video, you can curate this and you can basically create this funnel where each video that you post leads somebody into the previous video and it just leads them down this massive content ladder. And what ends up happening here is each one of your pieces of content is a funnel into another. And this just creates like a machine that just cranks out views and engagement. So that's also super helpful. And finally, let's go over the types of content: education, entertainment, and inspiration. So your content can fall into these 3 categories, and you want to choose one that aligns with your brand and your audience. Now I'm going to make a huge note here. I'm actually going to put this in bold. If this could get off my screen, put that in bold. Education is the most valuable style of content to most people, and especially when you're trying to sell a digital product, I think it should be the core of your content, even if you dabble in the other 2. I think if you have zero intention of educating or helping others, I don't think you should be trying to sell a product. And I think you can use entertainment and inspiration to fuel the reasons for people to buy. If you're funny, they'll watch your video more, they'll get more education. If you're inspiring and you're using your products to inspire them, they'll feel like they want to buy your product. But if you're just entertaining people and you're not showing them anything about, the digital product that you made and why it's useful useful, chances are they're not going to buy. So focus on educating people by teaching them something valuable. And an example, obviously, tutorials, tips, how-tos, or step-by-step guides. You can literally spam these few things forever and make a living. And then I like to supplement the education with entertainment, making your audience laugh, smile, or feel good with funny stories, relatable memes, behind the scenes content. Something that I like to do is like include a lot of my like stutters and stuff like that because it usually just is funny to me. You know, it's kind of like a built-in blooper reel. What this does is basically supercharges your educational content because people don't just feel like they're showing up for like a lesson or a class. They feel like they're kind of like hanging out with a friend or something like that. And I think a great example of this is if you ever had like a really funny, enjoyable like teacher, whether you're in high school, college, or whatever, it always makes it better. And then lastly, inspiring. So motivating your audience to take action or feel empowered, show them success stories, personal journeys, uplifting messages, or especially since we're creatives, literally just doing what we do, making our music, making our art, making our whatever, that's inspiring. You know, watching other people do that is inspiring. So that's kind of like an intrinsic thing that we get to hit on for our content. And the key takeaways for this video are going to be keeping it simple by hooking, retaining, and rewarding your audience. You don't need to do anything else. You have to make a promise and deliver. Your audience will trust you if you consistently provide value, and vice versa. If you consistently don't, they will not trust you. You have to experiment with different types of content to see what works best. And I'm going to say this throughout this entire unit, but you have to be consistent. The more you create, the better you'll get at mastering the formula. You'll understand how to hook, retain, and reward better. You'll understand how to make your audience feel like you provided value. The reality is you're going to suck when you start. You got to just start because that is what's most important. You'll get better as you go. Now that we have gone over the content formula, it's time to go over the next step in the journey, which is specifically making content that sells. I'll see you there. When we are selling digital products, when we are trying to make a living as a creative, the goal with our content is not just to get people to watch it, it's to specifically drive action. Every piece of content that you post should nurture your audience by building trust and a connection. It should showcase your product, which subconsciously positions your product as the solution that the person is looking for, and it should funnel people to your website or products. You want to guide them towards taking the next step. If you do not do all of these three things, you're basically just talking to the void. And if you expect to make sales, it's just not going to happen. So let's go over how to do these three things in your videos. So the intentional content formula is to combine the hook, retain, and reward framework with these strategies to create content that sells. All of your videos should start with a problem or desire. You should start your videos by addressing a pain point or desire your audience has. An example of this is if you've been struggling to make niche creative struggle, don't worry. In today's video, we're going to break down everything you need to master insert niche creative struggle. So it could be, oh, have you been struggling to make this style of music? Have you been struggling to make this style of art or this specific technique? Things like that are essential for content that sells. And then the biggest one here, genuinely, which I'm going to just put in bold because it's super important, is educating while showcasing your product. If there's anything that you do in your content, and if you're wondering how all these creative people make a living, this is how they do it. They educate people by using their product and showcasing it. You want to teach your audience something valuable while subtly showing how your product helps. Here's how to create stunning watercolor landscapes in Procreate, and you want to use your brush pack to create the end goal. Here's how to create crazy alternative rock beats in FL Studio. You want to use your guitar and drum samples to make the track. Here's how to make crazy grunge poster arts in Photoshop. You want to use your grunge asset pack to create the end goal. Here's how to create these crazy transitions in Procreate. Use your transition pack or preset pack to reach the end goal. This is it. This is what does it. You are educating people while using your product. This is what sells. This is what sells. And then the last thing that you want to do is the meet in the middle call to action. And if you guys don't know, CTA just means call to action. So you don't want to end your video with a call to action to go to your product. You want to stick it in the middle. And this is like also very important. And another thing that a lot of people make the mistake of doing, I think the biggest mistake you can do with your content is starting your video or ending your video with the promotion. I did this a lot. I did both of them and they perform the worst for me. But when you stick your promotion in the middle, it works the best. You want to wait until you address a point of knowledge where the viewer feels appreciated and then insert your own ad that only runs about 30-ish seconds. Since you've been using your product without necessarily showcasing it, you want to use these 30 seconds to drive attention to the product, show them how valuable it is, and send your viewer to the product page. And then just a little bonus tip, you don't want to do this for every video, but maybe like one in every 3 or 4 videos videos, you could put like an exclusive discount code in the middle of the video. And then after this, you just continue the video as normal, right? So for long form content, this is the key. Like I said, you want to view it like it's your own ad, but you're promoting yourself. People are already there to watch you. They're not going to buy something that's not related to you, but if you're promoting something that is related to you, it's related to the video, they're going to listen. Trust me, they're going to listen. And then for short form content, you're going to want to save the call to action for the end or dedicate entire short form content pieces to the promotion. You want to look at this like a ratio. If your video is 10 minutes long and you spend like 30 seconds to a minute promoting your product, if your short form content's like 1 to 2 minutes long for each video, then dedicate entire short form pieces of content to promotion, maybe one in every 5 to 10 videos. Or if you want to have a call to action, save it for the end, not the middle. And that's mostly just because short form content is short. The next thing that you want to do is nurture your audience. So you want to build trust and connection by providing value consistently. The way that we do that is by creating heavily niched content. When you focus on a specific niche or audience, it attracts the right people. So instead of saying how to make money as a creative, say something like how to sell digital art on Etsy, or things like instead of saying how to make music, say how to make alternative rock tracks, like insert artist in FL Studio, how to make grungy poster designs, like insert artist in Photoshop, stuff like that, right? Now, a hidden bonus that people don't understand about heavily niched content is you're not just going to get more views and engagement than you normally would, but these are people who want to buy your stuff. Instead of yelling at a crowd of strangers, you're basically talking to people who are pre-work to want to buy your content. Once again, like I said before, we're going to educate while using our product. We're going to teach skills or strategies that naturally incorporate our product. So the key here is to still make sure that somebody learns something even if they don't have your product, right? So here's how to design a logo in Canva using my template pack. Even if you use your template pack specifically, you don't want the person leaving the video feeling like there's no way that they could accomplish this without your template pack or without your digital product tool. You want to still make sure that you're educating people along the way. You want to consistently provide value, sharing tips, tutorials, and insights that help your audience achieve their goals. You can do this all over the place: YouTube videos, Instagram Reels, Instagram stories, all that stuff. And then another huge one that I have in bold because it is also very, very important: respond to every comment, positive or negative. Respond honestly to any and all positive comments. Give your audience the time and they will be more likely to continue supporting and possibly buying. When I first started my creative journey and I first started making content, I had friends of mine who had been making content for years messaging me saying, dude, how do you get so many likes? How do you get so many comments? How do you have just so much more engagement than I have? And genuinely, the way that I did that was interacting with every single person that interacts with my content. It's so normal for people to just look at comments as like, just another thing that happens on social media. They ignore it. They just let other people view it. But if you genuinely treat every single person who interacts with your video like a real person, you give them the time out of your day, your content just skyrockets. It's just a tip that I don't know how people aren't doing it more often, but it is so essential. And obviously, this doesn't work if you are getting like thousands of comments on a video, but most likely that's not going to happen until a very long time down the road. And if you reach a point where you're getting thousands of comments per video, you're already going to be making a living. If you're in that situation somehow, respond to as many comments as you can without losing your mind. You want to make your audience feel like you're genuinely taking the time for them. And then, yeah, if it's a hate comment, just respond, reply with something like have a good rest of your day, or even something funny and ironic. You could just be like, thanks, man. And if it's not something genuinely hateful, if it's just like criticism, if it's something that's very blunt, it might hurt you, but the person is just trying to like criticize your work. Honestly, you could just say like, hey man, I can see where you're coming from. This is why I did it a different way. Thanks for the comment. Have a great rest of your day. This is what I do. A lot of those people end up watching my content. And if they don't, if they suck, they could go off and do their own thing. And then to further your interaction with your audience, use things like Instagram story polls and questions, the YouTube community. There's even that like Instagram community thing that you could use now. Utilize all of the options that you have to communicate with your audience that isn't direct messages. And even direct messages, you could do that too. I respond to most, if not all of my DMs. Obviously, if I reach a point where I blow up and I'm getting hundreds of DMs a day, that's not going to happen. But right now, if I get like 1 to 5 people messaging me a day, I just answer them. Obviously I can't keep the conversation going forever, but the one time you respond to somebody's question, you use tools like Instagram stories and the YouTube community to connect with your audience. Again, you are skyrocketing and fast tracking your path to success. Positioning your product as the solution, in my eyes, is the key to content that sells. Things like interaction, that's going to make content that grows. It's going to make content that gets eyes, but content that sells positions your product as the solution. You want to subconsciously show that your product is the key to success. So show, don't tell. Demonstrate how your product works and the results it delivers. This is the biggest point that I'm going to highlight. Demonstrating how your product works and the results it delivers is literally the core of all the content you have to make. Whether you're trying to inspire people, inspire them while using your product and show the results it delivers. If you're trying to entertain people, entertain them with your product and show how it delivers. If you're trying to educate them while using your product and show how it delivers. This is the key. To further enhance your offer, use social proof, share stories or reviews from happy customers. I would save this for your mid-roll ads though. Here's how Sarah used my brush pack to create her best-selling art. If you're promoting any product, you could just be like, oh, and here's, all these satisfied customers, check it out. And then obviously you want to create FOMO. FOMO is a huge tool for selling your products. Highlight the benefits of your product and what they'll miss out on without it. Again, save this for the mid-roll CTA. Something like, oh, my brush pack is the secret to creating professional art in half the time, right? You're still highlighting the benefits, but you're not telling them that the only way to reach this outcome is through your product. You're just saying, listen, man, these are the results it delivers. This is how good it is. This is how much people like it. If for some reason you still want to really try to figure it out yourself, watch the rest of this video, get the education and the entertainment. My product is the solution to your problem. You want to view your content as a funnel. So every piece of content should guide your audience towards your website or products. And this might confuse some people. They're like, well, I thought I'm trying to get views. I thought I'm trying to get this or that. No, everything that you do, the purpose is to guide your audience towards your website or products. So the reason why we want people to watch our content, comment on our videos, get a bunch of views is because that will eventually result in people going to our website, looking at our products, and eventually buying them. So here is how the content funnel works. The top of the funnel is awareness. You're attracting people with broad, engaging content. And this is typically the short form content. 5 tips for beginner digital artists. Here's how I made this painting. Here's how I made this song, blah, blah, blah. Basically, the top of the funnel, the awareness part is short form. So I'm actually going to edit this live. Awareness, short form, consideration, short and long, conversion, long. The middle of the funnel is consideration, which you're going to use short and long form content for. You want to nurture your audience with educational content that showcases your product. For example, how to create stunning landscapes using my brush pack. And then the bottom of the funnel, conversion, you're going to use stuff like long form content to encourage action with direct calls to action. Get my brush pack here and start creating today. Now, something that I want to highlight is you don't have to directly tie these things. It's just more commonly how it works. So when you're trying to spread awareness, when you're trying to get more eyeballs on you, you're using short form content and you're using the short form content to lead them into your long form content. And then you're using the long form content to lead them to buying your product. And the only reason why this is the case is because short form content is not as personal as long form content. And somebody is just way more likely to buy something if they watch a 20-minute video instead of a 30-second or a minute long video. You can still lead people to conversion with short form content. You can still build awareness with long form content. This is just the format that I like to use. But regardless, the goal with your content is to build awareness, build consideration, and then eventually build conversion. Now, the way that we are going to maximize on our content is to post a ton, analyze, and double down. I'm going to put this in bold right here. I do not want you to overthink the process. You have to experiment, you have to analyze, you have to refine. You have to post consistently, you have to share regularly to stay at the top of people's minds. This is going to be like 2 to 5 times minimum across all platforms. And I do highlight minimum because typically I'm posting like 1 to 2 full long form YouTube videos a week, as well as short form content every single day. And I post that to all 3 of my main platforms. So that's like, 50 pieces of content a week, maybe more. Post as much as you can, analyze the performance, use your analytics to see what content performs best. If your tutorials get the most engagement, create more tutorials, stuff like that, and then double down on what works. Focus on the content styles and topics that resonate most with your audience. If a certain topic of education performs well, make more videos like that. And this is how you get good at making content. So you know how to make content, you know how to make specifically content that sells. If you still are worried about being bad, that's okay. You will suck at everything when you start doing it. That's something that I've kind of tried to, express throughout this entire course. If you want to get good at content, you want to make content that gets views and then eventually gets money, it starts with not overthinking and just doing it a bunch, seeing what works and doubling down on it. And now that we know how to promote ourselves and make content that sells, it's time to go over the final lesson in this chapter, which is how to maximize on your existing content. I'll see you there. Now that you know how to make content that sells, your next goal is probably going to be related to how to improve and maximize on that content specifically. There is a very specific way to do this, so let's go over it. The philosophy is called more, better, new. More content focuses on creating and publishing as much content as possible. Content leads to consistency, which builds trust and visibility. Better content, once you're creating consistently, improving the quality of your content based on the feedback and performance. And then new content. After mastering quantity and quality, experimenting with new platforms, formats, or styles to expand your reach. The key thing that I want you to take away, which I'm going to put in bold, is to remember that you cannot improve what you don't create. This is a huge lesson right here. You start with more, then you make it better, and then you finally try something new. You have to have a starting point where you're bad, you need improvement, etc. And more, better, new works in chronological order. Let's go over that. Rule number 1, more content comes first. Always. Here's why more content matters. Consistency builds trust and keeps you at the top of the mind. More content means more opportunities to learn what works, and quantity leads to quality over time. I'm going to put that one in bold. A lot of the times people only focus on improving their videos, and you can't do that until you post a bunch of videos, okay? So here is how you prioritize more content. You want to set a goal and aim for a specific number of posts per week. You want to batch create, plan, and create multiple pieces of content in one sitting. You want to keep it simple. You don't want to overthink it. You just want to focus on getting the content out there. You don't want to make the perfect content piece. You want to make as many pieces of content as you can. And then obviously you want to repurpose your content. If you post one long form YouTube video, you could turn it into a text post, a story post, and like multiple short form posts. So instead of spending weeks perfecting one 20 to 30 minute video, post 4 5 to 10 minute videos this month. This basically summarizes more comes first. You are not here to make the best possible video until you are months, if not years down the line. And the reason why is because 1, posting a bunch will intrinsically create better content, but 2 is because more content is more important than better content. And a lot of people have a hard time wrapping their mind around it, but it's true. If you post 5 videos that are pretty good or 1 video that's amazing, it doesn't matter because we're growing as creatives. And in order to create growth, we have to just put ourselves out there a bunch. You can make the best video in the world, but if you don't have like 100 videos before that, nobody's probably even going to see it. So more comes first. After that, better content comes second. Better matters because improved content increases engagement and conversion. You can refine your message and delivery based on what resonates. So once you're ready to move on to better content, you want to do this by analyzing your past content performance. You want to use analytics to see what kind of content performs best. You want to double down on what works and create more content in the style or format that gets the most engagement. Putting this one in bold, improve incrementally. Focus on one area to improve at a time, right? Better hooks, better calls to action, adding subtitles, adding smoother transitions. It's very easy to get lost and think, oh, I just want to make a better video, so I'm going to add better transitions, better hooks, better storytelling, better education. Like, it's just trying to do everything at once. You don't want to do that. Since we are already prioritizing more content, we're already getting more quality. You want to focus on getting better at one thing at a time. If you're posting consistently, you're posting more, just focus on one thing for a week or two. You'll get good at it. Move on to the next thing. Don't take on more than you can handle, okay? And then obviously seek feedback. You can ask your audience what they want to see more of. If a specific educational topic of video performs best, make more of them and experiment with one improvement. Better hooks, better lighting, adding subtitles, anything to increase the viewer experience, just one thing at a time. And last, new content. New content matters because experimenting with new platforms or styles can help you reach new audiences, and it keeps your content fresh and exciting. You prioritize new by mastering the basics first. You do not want to explore new platforms or styles until you have already optimized your current content. So if you start on YouTube and then you're like, I have to make a million short form content pieces on Instagram. No, focus on YouTube first. If you're focused on short form content on TikTok or Instagram, and then you're like, oh, I gotta go to freaking YouTube, whatever. Slow down. Just get good at what you're doing first. You have to test one thing at a time. You have to try one platform or format at a time to avoid spreading yourself too thin. You have to repurpose existing content, adapting your best performing content on new platforms, and track your results. Use analytics to see if the new platform or style is worth pursuing. After you master YouTube, try turning your full content topics into short form videos or post onto all platforms. Quick disclaimer, if you're making a short form piece of content, post it on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram because you can just repost it everywhere. It's a no-brainer. Some common mistakes to avoid: huge perfectionism. Don't wait for your content to be perfect, just post it. Another huge one, skipping steps. Do not jump to new or better before mastering new, and then overcomplicating it. Just make content. Just post a bunch of it. That's it. The key takeaways are that more comes first. You focus on creating and publishing as much content as possible, and do not focus on moving past this stage. Oftentimes, people are too eager to move to a new stage, and most professionals in social media and business will advise you to stay in the more content phase until hitting $1 million in yearly revenue. That's a bit extreme. You don't have to wait until you hit 1 million in revenue before you move on. But what it just goes to show you is that you should not be looking to run past the more content phase. Better follows. Improving your content based on performance and feedback is what you have to do. New content comes last. Experimenting with new platforms or styles only happens after mastering the basics, and consistency is key. Posting frequency builds trust and visibility. A quick example of the framework in action: you post one educational video a week about your niche consistently. Once you have the system down, focus all your efforts on 2 videos a week of the same quality. Continue increasing the content frequency until you can't anymore. Let's say maybe you can post 4 videos a week. After you've maximized your frequency, analyze your past videos, see what stands out that you know you can improve on, analyze which videos perform the best, and create more content with your newfound improvements. After 3 months of continuously doing this, you will have grown substantially, and after that, you can think about how to get consistent, high-quality content onto more platforms at once. That is going to wrap up the content and personal brand unit of this course. You now understand what a personal brand is, you know how to make content, specifically content that sells, and you have a roadmap laid out for how to improve and grow your content over time. Congratulations for getting another chapter done. I'm super proud of you. And now we can move on to the next chapter. I'll see you there. Analytics are not scary. They're actually your store's best friend. So let's go over specifically why analytics matter. So I definitely understand this. Analytics can feel like it's about overwhelming data, but it's really not about that. It's just about understanding a few key numbers that could tell you exactly how your store is performing. When you focus on these 3 core metrics that we're about to go over, it becomes super easy to pinpoint why sales might be low, where to focus on, and how to move forward in the future. Before we get into how to kind of grow your sales, we made the product, we showed you how to promote it. I want you to understand these 3 metrics first before we move on. So the first thing is super easy. It's just store sessions. So this is basically just the number of people who are visiting your store. And the reason why it matters is because the more people who are on your store, the more potential customers you have. And the way that you improve traffic is pretty easy. You drive more traffic through social media, ads, search engine optimization, or collaborations. But especially for us as creatives and small business owners, I personally think it should just be social media. If you want more people on your website, make more posts on social media or try to make your posts better. Collaborations is also a great one and an underrated one. But stuff like ads and SEO, I wouldn't really focus on that too much until later down the line because those are some things that usually require some money behind it. The next thing is conversion rate. So conversion rate, also pretty simple. It's just the percent of people who go to your website and end up making a purchase. And the reason why this matters is because a higher conversion rate means more of your visitors are turning into customers. The way that we improve this is by optimizing your product pages, simplifying the checkout, or offering discounts. And then average order value is going to be the last statistic that we're really going to focus on. It's just the amount that customers spend per order. And the reason why this matters is because a higher average order value means more revenue per customer. And the way that we improve this is by implementing things like upsells and bundling products, which we will be going over in the next chapter of this course. And then just to throw in a little bonus metric, lifetime customer value, which is basically just the total revenue a customer generates over their lifetime. And the reason why this matters is because if you increase the lifetime customer value, it means more repeat purchases and more long-term growth. And the way that you improve this is by building loyalty through things like email marketing, rewards, exclusive offers, or honestly, even just making content. I think making content is huge for like every single one of these statistics. And now that we went over that, I just want to show you an example of how these actually impact your revenue, because that is what your revenue is impacted by. Your revenue is the store sessions multiplied by the conversion rate multiplied by the average order value. And what I did is I laid out this chart. Why don't maybe I will highlight everything. Look at that. So much better. So yeah, here's some examples of how this very easily impacts your store. And I always like to show this to everyone who's trying to make a business online because it just really shows you how easy in concept, at least it is, to just make good money. So let's break it down. Let's say 1,000 people visit your store every single month, right? That's a very attainable number. That's maybe, 500 to 1,000 views per YouTube video, posting, maybe once a week or something like that. Now let's say 2% of those people convert to customers. So that's 20 people are buying something. And on average, they spend about $50. Let's say your main offer is $50. So 1,000 people go, 20 people buy, and on average, they spend $50. Boom. You're making $1,000 a month. Now let's say you do really good on social media, you really lock in on posting a bunch, you've doubled the amount of people who are going to your store while the conversion rate remains the same and the average order value remains the same. Now you're making $2,000 a month. Now let's switch it up. Let's say you get 1,000 people to your website every single month, but you're really, really locked in on your offers. You have amazing products. So 4% of the people convert instead of 2%. So now you have 40 people a month buying something for an average of $50. Now you're making that same $2,000 $2,000 with half the amount of social media presence. And in that same vein, you have 1,000 people coming, 2% of them convert, but let's say you have some really good upsells, some bundles, something like that. So your average order value is actually $100. Again, now you're making $2,000 a month. And this is where it can really get crazy and where you can really realize how easy it is to make money online. Let's say you only get 2,000 people to your website a month, which is not a crazy unattainable number. You're super on lock with your website design and product offerings. So 4% of people buy, and of those 4%, they're spending $100 because you have amazing upsells, amazing bundles, and valuable products. $8,000 a month. And that just really goes to show you how simple, at least in concept, it is to make money online, and how you don't have to focus on all these other metrics that people think are like so important and so crazy and all that stuff. It really is so much easier than you think it is. In this same vein, we could double our store sessions to 4,000 and now we're making 16 grand. If we double that to 8,000, now we're making $32,000 a month. And that really just goes to show you, focus on good content that leads people to your website, design a website that's very simple to use, create valuable products that are not too cheap, and implement very good upsells and stuff like that, and you will be making more money than you would expect that you would make. So lastly, if your sales are low, look at your store sessions and focus on driving more traffic with social media or ads. If your conversion rate is low, you can optimize your product pages, simplify your checkout, or run something like a sale. And if you have a low average order value, you can actually raise the price of your products. You can add upsells, bundle offers, or even give free bonuses on offers over a certain amount. I actually just kind of wrote this on autopilot and wrote something about shipping. I don't know. And then in that same vein, if you want to grow sales, increase your store sessions, increase your conversion rate, or increase your average order value. Like I said, I just always like to remind people of these things just to show them how like attainable their goals really are. You know, a lot of creatives think, oh, $1,000 a month is like my main goal. That's pretty easy, man. Like that's very, very, very possible. And then as you climb up this ladder, obviously it gets harder as you go, but it really just puts things into perspective. And I think it really helps motivate people, because it's going to help you realize there aren't as many bells and whistles involved as you think there are. The process is a lot simpler than you think it is. And now that we have that out of the way, we can move on to the next chapter, which is making more money off of your products. I'll meet you over there. All right, guys. So at this point, you have done all of the hard work. You've created a winning product, you've set up your store, and you've started marketing it, but now it's time to think bigger. If you want to grow your business, you cannot rely on just one product. You need a sales ecosystem. Quickly, before we move on, if you have not gone through the previous chapters of how to create a winning product, how to set up your store, how to establish a personal brand, how to make content that sells, and if you haven't already gotten at least a couple weeks of experience, do not start this chapter. Maybe if you want to kind of study and take notes on this chapter, this is totally fine, but this chapter is not for people who just made their first product and just made their first YouTube video. You don't want to jump right into this. Get some practice, make a bunch of YouTube videos, get your first sale. Once you're there, you can go ahead and start delving into the sales ecosystem. So let's talk about it. So a lot of people hear the word sales ecosystem and they might be confused, but it's actually a pretty simple concept. The sales ecosystem is a system of multiple offers at different price points, each designed to serve a specific purpose. It's not about overwhelming your customers with options. It's about meeting the customer where they are and guiding them through a journey that builds trust, value, and loyalty. So here's the way that I like to look at the sales ecosystem, is to look at your business like a ladder. Your customer starts at the bottom and your job is to help them climb to the top. And not everyone is going to be ready to take that first big step. Some people are going to need smaller, easier steps to get started. And this is where the sales ecosystem comes in. The reason why the sales ecosystem is so important is because not all customers are the same. Some people are ready to dive in, they're ready to spend big, they're ready to buy your most expensive offer, and other customers are going to need a lot more time to warm up to your brand. And a sales ecosystem gives you a way to connect with every single type of customer, no matter where they are in their journey. The reason why the sales ecosystem is so powerful is because, one, it captures more customers, right? We figured out how to niche down, we figured out how to address our ideal customer, whatever, but within that niche, there's still going to be a million different kinds of people. There's going to be people people with more money, with less money, with more trust, with less trust. And the reality is some people are just not going to be ready to commit to your main product right away. So a free or low cost offer gives them a way to try out your brand without taking a big risk. Now, before we move on, let's just take a pause for a second. I know I taught you guys a lot of stuff about pricing and how you should never charge under $30. What I did say earlier in the course is that that's not the gospel. We're going to go into different pricing strategies and how to fully evolve your sales ecosystem in the different modules in this chapter. So this is going to be a little bit contrarian, but don't worry. Everything that we're doing is going to have a very specific intention and purpose. We're not going to be undervaluing ourselves or selling ourselves short or anything like that. I just wanted to address that before we move on. The second reason why the sales ecosystem is so powerful is because it builds trust. When customers have a positive experience with a smaller or free offer, they are far more likely to come back for your bigger, more expensive products or even your medium price products. Number three, it maximizes your revenue. By offering products at different price points, you're able to capture sales from customers with different budgets and levels of commitment. There are a ton of people out there with a bunch of money who will buy your really expensive products, which is why you want expensive products. A majority of people will have the money to buy your medium to average priced products. And there is also going to be a lot of people who are super broke, which is totally fine, but we don't want to completely rule those people out of our sales ecosystem. A lot of people might not have a lot of money. They might really enjoy your content and want to financially support you, which is why we're going to go over creating lower ticket products later on in this chapter. And there are even people who have no money but just want to try out your stuff, which is why we are going to also discuss free lead magnets. Again, you want to be able to capture as many different customers as possible. Another reason why it's so powerful is because it creates upsell opportunities. Basically, a customer who starts with a $20 product today might be ready for a $200 product tomorrow. This system can be reused in a bunch of different ways. Somebody who buys a $5 product might be willing to buy a $40 product tomorrow, etc., etc. And the final reason why is because it future-proofs your business. Relying on just one product is super risky. If sales slow down, you're going to be stuck, and a sales ecosystem gives you multiple streams of income, so you never have to depend on one thing. So, what does the sales ecosystem look like? At its core, a sales ecosystem is about creating a range of offers that serve different purposes. You're going to want to have free offers to introduce people to your brand and products and build trust. You're going to want to have low ticket offers to let customers test the waters on your paid products and see if they enjoy them, and again, to further trust. You're going to want to have mid-tier ticket offers, which are your core products that drive most of your revenue, which we already discussed in the first chapter of this course. And then you're going to want to have high ticket offers, which are going to be premium products or services for your most committed customers that are also going to drive another majority of your revenue, because literally just driving one high ticket sale can cover days or weeks of low ticket and mid ticket offer sales. And the key here is that the offers are not at all random. They are designed to work together and to guide the customer from one step to the next. So the reason why this is going to be your next step is because right now you have one winning product, we've set up your store, and we've shown you how to market it. Ideally, at this point, you've probably made 1 or 2 sales at this point. You're getting your experience, you're kind of learning. And don't get me wrong, that is amazing. But if you want to grow and reach a point of financial freedom doing what you love, you need to think beyond one product. And a sales ecosystem is the natural next step to building a sustainable, scalable business. It's not about changing your strategy, it's just about expanding on it. It's about creating more opportunities to connect with your customers, build trust, and grow revenue. In the next few modules, we're going to dive deep into each part of the sales ecosystem, from free offers to high ticket products and upsells. Now, I already said this earlier, but a huge disclaimer, do not jump into the sales ecosystem if you don't already have at least one winning product created and you haven't started creating content to build your brand. But for right now, just remember that the sales ecosystem is not just something that's nice to have, it is a must-have. And if you want to take your business to the next level, this is the next logical step. Now that we know what the sales ecosystem is and why it's so important, I'm going to walk you guys through every single piece of the sales ecosystem and help you develop it, starting off with free lead magnets, leading all the way into high ticket and upsell offers. So let's go ahead and move on to the first step, free lead magnets. I'll see you guys there. Let's talk about one of the most powerful tools in the sales ecosystem, free lead magnets. If you are not using free lead magnets, you are missing out on a huge opportunity to connect with potential customers who aren't ready to buy yet. Here is why they're so important and how to use them effectively. So before we get into this, I just want to quickly explain what a free lead magnet is. Sometimes when you hear these business words like a lead magnet, it kind of confuses you. So a lead is basically somebody who is interested in your stuff. They could be very interested in your stuff. They could be mildly interested in your stuff. So a free lead magnet basically means creating something that you're giving away for free with the intention of attracting people that you could potentially turn into buyers or supporters down the line. Very simple concept. If free lead magnet is like too confusing to you and sounds too professional, just think of giving away free stuff to make people happy, right? Free lead magnets are my personal favorite in the sales ecosystem, and throughout this entire module, I'm going to explain why. So let's first start off with why free lead magnets work. The truth is, not everybody is ready to buy from you right away. Some people are just browsing, others are hesitant because they've been burned by scams or low quality products in the past, and a free lead magnet gives those people a way to try your brand without any risk. The way that I like to see it is kind of like a digital handshake. It's a way to say, listen, I'm here to help you and I'm good at what I do. Take this for free so you can find out yourself. The key here is that just because it's free does not mean it should be low value, and in fact, it should be the opposite. The golden rule of free lead magnets is that your free lead magnet has to wow the audience. It should be so good that it leaves them thinking, if this is what they give away for free, I cannot imagine how good their paid products are. You should look at your free lead magnet as your chance to put your best foot forward and build trust. The more value you provide, the more likely people are to come back and buy from you later. So let's talk about what specifically makes a great free lead magnet. A great free lead magnet is number one, always high value. It solves a real problem or provides real value. It's easy to use. It's simple and straightforward so people can see results quickly. It's relevant. This is a huge one. I think relevant. It ties directly to your paid products or services. I don't think it's the best idea if you are selling like sample packs to just randomly give away like vocal presets, right? Or something like that. Or if you are a Procreate artist who sells brush packs, I don't think you should just randomly be giving away like Photoshop assets, stuff like that. It has to directly tie to the things that you sell, almost like a free sample. And we're going to go over specifically what kinds of free lead magnets you can make, so don't worry about that. And then the last thing is that it has to be actionable, which means it gives people a clear next step, like buying your paid product. And honestly, I'm going to stop on this for 1 second because I tried to write this in the best way possible, but there is some nuance to this fourth step. And that nuance is that it doesn't necessarily always have to be actionable. There is some benefit to just giving things away for free. Obviously, we're still going to collect emails and stuff like that so we could have the contact, but giving it away without, some crazy upsell or like trying to drive somebody into buying a product can actually lead to more trust, which could result in the person down the line buying the product. So I don't think that every single effective lead magnet has to have a next step. I just wanted to touch on that before we move on. And now we could go over the types of free lead magnets for digital products. I wanted to just go ahead and compile a few ideas for free lead magnets that work the best for digital products. So I think number one that's always going to work the best is just a standalone free digital product. For example, if you sell design templates, you could offer a free mini template pack. If you sell courses, you could offer a free mini course or cheat sheet. If you sell sample packs, you can make a standalone sample pack that is still really good and valuable. Don't make it super small and tiny. If you sell brush packs, you can make a mini brush pack. Basically just a free version of whatever you sell as a standalone product. Another great one is a sample of a paid product. So this is something that I used to do all the time that actually worked really well for me at the beginning of my digital product career. And I didn't even realize that it most likely attributed for a majority of my sales. For every paid product that I would make, I would give away a free demo version of that product. And at the time, I wasn't using Shopify. I didn't have any of these fancy metrics that I could really track. But if I could go back and track them, I could guarantee you that over half the people who bought my products first got the free demo pack of the product. And a sample of a paid product is basically just taking your paid product and knocking it down to like 10 to 15% of the size. So if you have a pack of 100 templates, you could offer 10 to 15 templates for free. If you have a full sample pack with like 300 sounds, you could give away like 50 of them for free. Same goes for brush packs, transition packs, whatever your niche may be. A resource library is also a cool one. So you could create a collection of free resources that showcase your expertise. That could be stuff like ebooks, guides, or tutorials. And then a trial or a free demo. If it's like a software or a tool, you could offer a free trial or demo. So this is more so for like courses and platforms that kind of give you the option to offer a free demo. So for example, the platform that I'm on, WAP, I don't use this tool, but there is an option where I could let people join the community for however many days I decide. And then after X amount of days, it cuts them off and they have to pay if they want to continue to use the community that I've created. But honestly, I would just focus on on these first two. A standalone free digital product is going to be amazing, and then a sample of a paid product is also going to be fantastic. The intention behind your free lead magnets is very crucial. A free lead magnet is not just about giving something away, it's about building a relationship with your customer, and that is why it's crucial to collect an email in exchange for your free lead magnet. This lets you stay in touch with your leads, nurture the relationship, and eventually down the line turn them into paying customers. The way that I want you to think of this is to view your free lead magnet like the first step in a longer journey. It's not just about getting a sale, it's about building trust and guiding people towards your paid products. Even with all of the analytics and crazy metrics that we have on Shopify and YouTube and all of this stuff, there's still this kind of like ghost metric, which is basically a sale that is tied to something that we can't necessarily track. Somebody could get a free lead magnet from you and 6 months down the line buy a product, and then 6 months farther down the line they could start buying all of your products and really love them and blah blah blah. And that's not something that we could always track. So basically a free lead magnet should be something that you're not directly looking for a sale from. If 10,000 people magically download your free lead magnet and not one person buys it, that might be a little bit bad, but that's just an exaggeration. If a bunch of people get your free lead magnet and you're not immediately seeing sales, calm down, relax. Just the person downloading that free lead magnet is a success, right? Because that person will now be one step closer to buying than they were before. They're one step closer to fully trusting you than they were before, etc., etc. Now you'll notice here that I say it's crucial to collect an email in exchange for your free lead magnets. Lead magnets are almost always going to involve email marketing, and I have an entire chapter in this course dedicated to email marketing, automations, all of that stuff. As per usual, it's going to be very simple, very plug and play. I'm trying to make things as easy as possible throughout this entire course. So if you want to specifically know how I implement email marketing and embedded forms on landing pages where somebody could give me their email and then I could automatically email them a free product, all you're gonna have to do is go to the chapters in this course, go to the email marketing chapter, and go to the module called automations. Inside of automations, I show you how to set up every single automation from welcome automations, abandoned cart, etc. One of those automations includes free lead magnets. So if you guys want to know how to do that, just go to the email marketing chapter, go to the automations module, and inside of there, each different automation will be timestamped, so it will be super easy for you to plug and play. Now, if there's something stopping you from email marketing, which in my opinion should only be finances, paying for the email marketing platform, then what you can do is go to Shopify and post a separate product that is the demo version of your product, and you could give this product away for $0 and no taxes. What this is basically going to do is turn your Shopify into a way to deliver a free digital file. I do not think this is the best way to do things because you miss out on so many things. You miss out on email captures, you miss out on email marketing, and also it can cause some annoying issues. Like if you have a bunch of $0 downloads on your website, your conversion rate is going to go way up, but it's not accurate, and your average order value is going to go way down because for every $50 purchase you get, you're probably going to get 10 $0 purchases that are going to lower the value of your average order value. So in my opinion, I do not think this is the best thing to do. However, it can work in a pinch. It's what I personally did at the very beginning of my career, and although it totally messed up my Shopify stats, I still attribute those free demos to a large majority of my sales. I just wish I would have gone back to the past and actually done it the correct way with email marketing. So yeah, I just wanted to stop this video very briefly and let you know that the exact way to implement free lead magnets through email marketing is in the email marketing chapter under the automations module. Now here is how to make your free lead magnets stand out. The first thing that you have to do is focus on quality. So you should not cut corners just because it's free. I want you to put in the same amount of effort that you would for a paid product. And if you're making a product specifically for a lead magnet, you might even want to put in more effort. If you are doing something like a demo where you're just taking a piece of a larger product, what I used to do a lot was take only the worst files and put it in there and save the best files for the paid product. This was the wrong approach and I did things totally wrong. You should take the best sounds from your paid product and put it into the free demo so that people are wowed and then buy your paid product. You want to make sure that you are solving a problem. Your lead magnet should address a specific pain point or need. You should make it visually appealing, so a polished, professional looking lead magnet will build trust, and you should always include a call to action, so at the end of your lead magnet you can include a clear next step. If you love this, check out the full product here, etc. Like I said, this one does not always have to be included inside of your free lead magnets, but essentially the same process that we use to create a winning product is what we are going to use to create a winning lead magnet. You want to look at your lead magnets like they are paid products. You're just giving them away for free, but instead of focusing on currency as the reward, you're focusing on trust and value that you are putting forward to the audience. And here is why free lead magnets are going to be your secret weapon. Free lead magnets are more than just a way to give something away. They're a way to build trust, capture leads, and drive sales. They are especially powerful for reaching people who aren't ready to buy yet, but could become loyal customers in the future. So do not underestimate the power of free. You want to put your best foot forward, provide insane value, and watch as the free lead magnet turns curious buyers into paying customers. Now that we've gone over free lead magnets, we can move on to the next module in this chapter, which is going to be evolving our paid offers with low and high ticket offers. I'll see you guys there. Now that we've helped you create your core offers that are going to be priced between $30 and $80 and your free lead magnets, it's time to expand your sales ecosystem with low and high ticket offers. These two types of offers serve very different purposes, but altogether they create a balanced system that captures customers at every stage of the journey, from a curious beginner to a committed supporter. So let's go ahead and break down how and why this works. Low ticket offers are all about building trust with small wins. A low ticket offer is our gateway to building paid product trust. These are small, affordable products that are usually priced between $5 and $10 that let the customer take the next step after your free lead magnet. Now, I do want to disclaim that because we are kind of creating this wide journey, people start at different points of the journey. So don't look at it like it's this very specific chronological order where people have to get the free lead magnet and then they have to get the low ticket and then they have to get the medium ticket and then they have to get the high ticket. Sometimes people get your free lead magnet and then they might just buy your most expensive high ticket product. Some people will get your low ticket offer and then buy your medium ticket offer. It all varies and it all depends, but I want you to kind of look at your low ticket offer like a cheaply priced free lead magnet, right? So the same intentions are here with the low ticket offer, except the only difference with the low ticket offer and the free lead magnet is that the free lead magnet is here to build trust that you can create a good product. You give something away for free and people like it. And then we offer the low ticket offer with the same intention of building trust, but this time the trust that we are building is specifically that our paid products are valuable so that people don't feel like they got something really good for free and then they spend money on something and the rest of it's just trash and they got scammed. So that is the intention behind our low ticket offers and why they are similar to free lead magnets. And the reason why low ticket offers work is because one, they are low risk. So at $5 to $10, these offer a very easy yes for customers who are curious but not ready to commit to a bigger picture. They build trust. When a customer has a positive experience with a low ticket offer, they are much more likely to come back for your mid and high ticket purchases. And lastly, they qualify your buyers. So unlike a free lead magnet, low ticket buyers have already shown that they are willing to spend money, which makes them more qualified and more likely to buy again. Some examples of low ticket offers could be a single template design or digital asset. For example, one social media template for $7. It could be a mini guide or ebook that complements your core offer, or it could be a small actionable resource like a checklist, swipe file, or cheat sheet. My personal favorite example of low ticket offers goes hand in hand with free lead magnets, which is basically just making a standalone product. If you are a producer, let's say on average your sample packs have 300 sounds, then maybe your free lead magnet has 50 sounds. You can make a $7 product that's somewhere in between there, where it's like maybe 150 sounds, but they're super high quality. You charge $7, and then boom, now people trust you based off of your paid offers, which will eventually lead them to your higher costing offers. I personally just like to do free lead magnets, low ticket, medium ticket, and high ticket offers all as like the same concept of creating a winning product, just at different size points pretty much. So if you studied the very first unit of this course, which is creating winning products, just apply that same formula and then just size the actual product according to how much it costs based on whether it's free or medium ticket or high ticket. And here is how I like to use my low ticket offers specifically. The first thing that you could do is implement a discount code that comes with a purchase to encourage customers to buy again. An amazing example of this is the producer Kavi. He has this product series called the Mini Stash Kit. Each year he drops a $7 product, and what he does within the actual product is if you scroll down, you can see that it comes with a gift card to the store. And the reason why this is so smart is because basically we can supercharge our other products and we could use this cheap product as a way to to encourage people to buy our other products, basically encouraging them to buy again. You could also bundle your low ticket offers with your core offers to increase the perceived value. So every time that we create a new product, that's just another bonus that we could include in future product releases, and low ticket offers are perfect for this. And then you could also promote them as starter packs for new customers. But overall, low ticket offers are one of my favorite things to do in the sales ecosystem. It's just such an easy and also ethical way to build your business. When I first started creating in the digital product space, I actually was only doing free products. And then when I started making paid products, I always made a free demo. And the reason why I did this was not because I realized how powerful it is for driving sales and making a living. It was just because I wanted to be a good guy, like I wanted to offer free alternatives and cheaper alternatives for everything that I made for the people that I was selling to, because I just didn't want anyone to feel like they were left out. And I sort of just intrinsically stumbled upon one of the most important things that you could do to build a sales ecosystem and eventually achieve financial freedom. So I also just really love low ticket and free lead magnets, because even if none of the actual intrinsic values are brought to you, which they 100% will be, you can at least just be happy that you are kind of creating accessibility with your products and letting more people access what you have to offer. But now that we have low ticket offers out of the way, let's go into high ticket offers. So high ticket offers are all about delivering massive value. High ticket offers are your premium products that are priced at $100 or more. These high ticket offers are for customers who are ready to invest big in solving their problems or achieving their goals. The reason why high ticket offers work is because they deliver extreme high value. High ticket offers should eliminate every problem in the scope of the product. They're comprehensive, high quality, and worth every penny. Going back to the very first chapter of this entire course, creating a winning product, you want to look at high ticket offers just like a supercharged winning product. The bigger and more all-encompassing it becomes, the easier it is to deliver value. Number two, they're going to attract serious buyers. So a high ticket buyer is often going to be your most committed customer. They're going to be willing to spend more money because they see the value in what you're offering. And the third point is because they can be positioned as deals. Even at a high price point, these offers can feel like a steal if you emphasize their value. A good example is like, oh, get $3,000 worth of insert niche product for only $150, for only $200, for only $250, right? Whatever. All three of these things allow us to create high ticket offers that sell super, super well. So here are my favorite examples of high ticket offers. Either an all product bundle. Actually, I'm just going to add this right now as we are doing this, or any bundle. Basically, you're going to want to pack all of your existing products into one mega bundle at a discounted but still high price. Bonus points if you include access to all future products for free. So this is a really good one, but it also encourages you to make it very expensive, right? So let's say you have like 10 products or more. You're going to want to be charging like $300 or more for your all product bundle. So a great example of this would be the graphic designer Fuller Mo. So if you're a graphic designer, you're probably already familiar with him. He runs this website called GFX World. So as you can see, he's kind of already implementing a lot of things that we've already discussed throughout this course. He has different product types. He has build a bundle. He has brand essentials. And what you'll see right here is he has a bunch of products on his website, like probably close to 100 products, right? They're all like $45, $35, $95, $200. And then he has this thing called the Complete Formula Kit, which is basically every single product that he's ever dropped for an extremely high price point of $500. As you can see, I don't know, there's probably close to like 100 different products in here. And when you buy this specific product, you also get access to every single one of his future products for free, which is a crazy offer. It's not going to work for everyone, but for the people who have the money to afford it, they're going to be looking for something like this. Also, just a quick side note that I didn't even think I was going to find, but look at how many bundles he's offering. He's offering the Thrift Shop Toolkit. He's offering the Airbrush Pro Pack, the Bootleg Pro Kit. He's taking existing products, bundling them up, and increasing the price, but still giving them away for something that would be cheaper than buying all of the individual products together. This is actually an amazing website for like bundle references, so I'll probably link this below the video. And that's why I added or any bundle after this, so you don't have to just create all product bundles. You could create any bundle that makes sense on your website. So for this guy, he does graphic design in different styles. So he bundled all of his airbrush packs, he bundled all of his bootleg packs, he bundled all of his thrift inspired packs. Someone like the producer Kavi is going to bundle all of his R&B packs together, all of his hard dark packs together, all of his soul packs together. So any bundle that makes sense and is cohesive for your website is also an amazing way to create a high ticket offer. You could also create masterclasses or courses, which are in-depth, high high value courses that solve major problems or teach a highly sought after skill. So my specific course is not high ticket. It is somewhere around the low to medium ticket price, but coaching or consulting is another amazing high ticket offer. Personalized one-on-one support for customers who want tailored solutions. So that's something that I personally do. The actual course that you are watching right now is my mid-ticket offer, my core offer. And then for any creative who basically just wants more of what I have to offer, one-on-one support, direct access to me, and tailored solutions, can hit me up for coaching and consulting, where I basically do everything that I do in this course, but specifically personalized to you and any of the roadblocks that you are facing for a higher ticket price. And then you could also do premium tools or resources, so high-end digital products that offer unmatched quality or functionality. Kavi is a good example of this. So some of these bundles are taking pre-existing packs like the Never Let You Down bundle or the R&B collection, but these products like Vintage Essentials, Elements of Trap, Elements of Soul, these are all standalone premium tools that he created to exist on their own as products that are just high ticket without bundling previously existing products. So that's another route that you could take as well. And here is how you're going to use high ticket offers. You're going to position them as the ultimate solution for your customer's problem. You want to emphasize the value and return on investment that they're going to get for the product. And you're going to want to use scarcity or urgency to create excitement. Only 10 spots available, offer ends soon, etc. And now let's go over the balance between low ticket and high ticket offers. So low ticket and high ticket offers aren't just about making more sales. Don't get me wrong. They are, but they're mostly about creating a balanced ecosystem that serves every type of customer. Low ticket offers are for building trust and qualifying buyers, and high ticket offers are for delivering massive value and maximizing revenue while being able to capture part of your audience that has a lot more money. Together, they create a seamless journey that guides customers from their first small purchase to their biggest investment. The reason why this balance is so important is because one, which is probably the biggest one, is that it captures every type of customer. Not everyone is ready to spend over $100 right away. Low ticket is going to give you a way to connect with those customers and guide them towards bigger purchases over time. But again, it just captures every type of customer. There are some people who are just coming out the bat ready to spend $100, $200, $300 as long as the quality is there. So if you only have like $50 products, you're missing out on creating bundle deals with insane value for the people who literally just have their wallet out and they're like ready to throw it at you and get whatever best offer you have. You just want to make different price point products for everybody that exists. The balance is also going to build long-term relationships. By starting small and delivering value at every step, you build trust and loyalty that keeps customers coming back, and it's also going to maximize revenue. So low ticket offers are going to bring in consistent sales, and high ticket offers are going to bring in big wins. If you add your core offers in between the price points, combining low and high ticket with your core offers is going to make sure that you create a steady stream of income. Now, the key to success with low and high ticket offers is pricing with intention. Low ticket offers should be affordable but still valuable enough to build trust. So in my opinion, like I said, $5 to $10. The lower the better. It seems like a lot of people do $7. So if you want to do $7, go ahead. And then high ticket offers should be priced on the value they deliver, not just the cost to create them. So as you can see, high ticket, all encompassing product, $160. High ticket but smaller bundle, $95. High ticket larger bundle, $195. All encompassing, complete, all my product bundle, $500. Tons of stuff in there. Absolutely unreal value. Honestly, hold on, let's just do the math here. If you look at this, Complete Formula Kit has 221 reviews. 221 times 497, that is $100,000. And those are just people who left reviews. Those aren't even all the people who bought the product. That's $100,000. Think about that. That bundle deal didn't exist. That 100,000 might have only been 25K, 50K. Bundle deals are essential. So what I want you guys to remember is that your pricing isn't just about the product. It's about the transformation that you are offering. And when customers see value, they're going to be happy to pay the price. So what I want you to do is start thinking about how you can expand your sales ecosystem with low ticket and high ticket offers. Now that we understand how low ticket and high ticket offers work and how to create them, we can move on to the very final step to supercharge our sales ecosystem, which is going to be taking our pre-existing products and creating upsells and funnels to supercharge our offers even more. I'll see you guys there. Upsells and funnels are all about maximizing every single sale. The reason why these are so important is because upsells and funnels work together to boost revenue per customer while delivering more value. And if you do it right, they're going to feel like a natural extension of the buyer's journey and not a sales pitch. We're going to break down specifically how upsells and funnels work. And then after we break it down, I'm going to show you exactly how to apply it to your website. I'm going to give you my favorite app that I use for it. And I'm going to offer you guys templates like I did before that are going to allow you to create upsells and build funnels super seamlessly without all of the effort. So let's get into this. So first off, we have upsells, which I like to call the art of selling more. Upsells are basically offers presented after or during a purchase to enhance the customer's results and your profits. The types of upsells could be one-click upsells that happen post-purchase. So for example, you could be like, oh, add this template pack for 30% off, and you could show it immediately after checkout. And you could do this with tools on Shopify like one-click upsell or Zipify. One-click upsell is my personal app of choice, and I will show you guys how to set this up and use it at the end of this module. You could also do bundle upsells. So for example, if you're selling like a course, you could say get the full course to complement your digital product download and get the best bang for your buck. This basically increases the perceived discount while also making the customer buy more. I like to do this if I am selling something like a sample pack, a brush pack, a video editing asset pack, and then you could upsell them to a course that shows them how to use the specific pack so that they use it to the best of their abilities and get the most out of what they're buying. For bundle upsells, you could also just do any product upsell. So if you're selling like an editing asset pack, you can upsell them to a larger editing asset bundle pack that is very similar to what they bought before. You could do this with editing assets, sample packs, art resources, any creative niche. And then the last kind of upsell is high ticket upsells. So if you're selling something like a $100 course or a $100 product, you can upsell them to a one-on-one coaching for $500. Or if you sell a $100 digital product bundle, you can offer them an additional $150 product bundle after they click buy on the original bundle. And the ways that I like to implement bundles are low to mid ticket, mid to high ticket, or full journey, which is low to mid to high ticket. Basically, just look at this like you're guiding the customer from one purchase to another. You don't have to follow these specific rules to a T, but this is just the easiest possible way to increase your average order value and revenue every single month. And another pro tip is to use urgency. For example, this offer expires in an hour, or what I like to do a lot is this offer expires once you leave this page. In the templates that I'm going to give you guys, that is already pre-done for you. You don't have to worry about it. And then we have part 2, which is funnels. And I like to call funnels the science of guided buying. Funnels and upsells can kind of be considered one and the same. I like to view upsells as the actual objective and funnels as the way that you achieve the goal. A funnel is a step-by-step path that leads customers from awareness to purchase and beyond by using multiple different landing pages. The essential funnel types are going to be a lead magnet to tripwire funnel. This is my personal favorite, where basically you give someone a free lead magnet and then it leads them to a tripwire product. And then if they buy that tripwire product, it will lead them to a bundle offer. So you can give them maybe a free lead magnet that leads them to a $10 cheap product that leads them to an expensive full product. And these are just randomized price points. Maybe you don't want to go from free to $10 to $200. Maybe you want to go from free to $5 to $25. But the point is we're maximizing on everything that we're offering to try to get more bang for our buck in our offers. You could also do something like a product launch funnel where you can tease a product, offer a wait list, and then do a discounted pre-order that leads into an upsell to another product. So let's say you have like a new plugin or sample pack dropping. You could do an early bird 40% off pre-order. And then after they pre-order, you can offer them some post-purchase one-time offers. And then for email, which you don't have to worry about, we're going to go all over that in the next chapter. You can do stuff like cart abandonment funnels or really any email automation flow where you basically remind people, discount them, and then give them a final warning, which leads them back to your website and could lead them into new funnels. But overall, I really like this first funnel, lead magnet to tripwire funnel, or it could even really be tripwire to bundle offer, right? It doesn't have to start with a free offer. It's just really easy to get low ticket sales if you guide somebody from a free offer to a very cheap offer like $5 or $10. And then you could try to lead them to a more medium ticket offer afterwards. But you could just start off with a paid product. You could start off with something that's like $40 and then lead them to a $60 bonus bundle, anything like that. And the way to build funnels specifically is to use apps like ClickFunnels, Shopify with apps like Gem Pages or Card. And I highlighted Shopify with apps like Gem Pages because in my opinion for Shopify, this is the only way to go. It's the best way to go. It's my personal favorite and it's what I'm going to show you guys how to do at the very end of this module. And the key elements for your funnels are to build landing pages that are very minimal in distractions and have a clear CTA. You want to use email sequences like drip campaigns that nurture your leads, and you want to create upsell paths that have pre-planned offers at each step. And a pro tip is that you could test 2 to 3 different variations of the funnels to see what converts best. But when you're just starting off, I think just creating a funnel in general is super helpful. And then the final part that I want to go over is combining upsells and funnels. You can create a funnel where a customer downloads a free lead magnet, and then you could drive them to upsell 1 that offers them a low to mid tier $20 offer, and then an upsell 2 that offers them a final offer that's around $60. Like I said, this kind of highlights how funnels are the tool and upsells are the end goal. And the reason why this works is because each step feels logical and valuable and not pushy. So what I'm going to do is give you guys some action steps. What I want you to do is audit your products and identify natural upsell pairs. So if you have a single product, you can upsell them into a full bundle or ascending ticket offers. And I want you guys to just set up one funnel. It could be a simple lead magnet to tripwire funnel. It could be a product to bundle funnel. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but I promise you these things work so well. I remember when I first learned about them, I thought it was too good to be true, but it is so easy to use. And then obviously you're going to want to track your metrics, monitor your upsell conversion rates and funnel drop-offs. And just remember that the goal of your funnels is to solve bigger problems for your customers and not just make more sales. When this is your main objective, the sales are going to come. So now that we have that out of the way, let's go over my two favorite ways to implement upsells and funnels. So the first way that we're going to implement upsells is with a very simple app called One-Click Upsells. Here it is, One-Click Upsell by Zipify. It starts at $8 a month and it comes with a free trial, so just go ahead and install it. Once you install it, I like to just go ahead and pin it on the side right here. Now you guys can go with whatever you can reasonably afford. I think the unlimited plan is probably the smartest plan to go with. If you're just starting off, you can go with a starter plan, but this is only going to allow for $0 to $200 in upsell revenue every single month. So I do think just going with the unlimited one is the best option because you can literally make like 10 grand off of upsells and they're not going to cap you at like a certain number. The best part is it's completely free for the first 30 days. It's going to run you through this little like onboarding. So you could just say what your industry is. Let's just say like music or something like that. You could put whatever your monthly revenue is and what your monthly orders is. You can click continue. And then from here, it is going to give you a whole bunch of different offers that you can implement. And as you can see, when you actually go to create a funnel, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you could do super easily. With this app, what it's basically going to allow you to do is when you click add to cart on a certain product and then you go to checkout, as you can see, it's going to give you a little mini pop-up with an upsell. This could be a $5 product, a $10 product, $100 product, whatever you want it to be. And it's set up in a really seamless way where it will give you a countdown timer and all of this super cool stuff. It's really easy to just automate the entire sales system and upsell system. The way that you can accomplish this is by doing a pre-purchase upsell in the shopping cart. So when somebody clicks the checkout button, it will add an upsell offer. And then to customize the upsell offer, just click this plus button, click add upsell offer. And then you could upgrade an existing product in your cart or add products on top of the product. Click continue. It's going to let you pick whatever product you want. And then it will literally create the upsell for you. It's super easy and super seamless. You can have this trigger on any product. You can have this trigger on specific products. You could have this trigger based on total value, item quantity, anything like that. It's super easy to customize. It's super seamless. And in my opinion, it is a no-brainer to implement into your Shopify store. Now, the other way that we're going to implement upsells is specifically with gem pages. So I've created for you guys two separate upsell templates. One of them is an upsell from a free lead magnet, and the other one is an upsell that comes from a pre-existent paid product. As per usual, all you have to do is download the page file and drag and drop it into your gem pages. But there's a specific way that you want to execute this, so I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. So if you're using the upsell from free lead magnet, you need to start with a free lead magnet that's going to lead somebody into this page. Now in the next chapter, which is email marketing, I'm going to show you exactly how to set up Klaviyo, email marketing, free lead magnets, all that stuff. And I will go over this specific step again, just so you guys don't forget how it works. But if you want an embedded form that leads somebody to another page, all you have to do is create an embedded form. And then on the actual button, it's going to say action, submit form. And then right here after submit, it's going to go to a URL. All you have to do is copy the URL for your specific upsell page. So when somebody submits the free lead magnet, it's just going to send them to an upsell page. And then to customize the upsell page, it is the exact same way that we customize the advanced landing pages. Ignore these pictures. It's not going to look like this for you. I just haven't exported these actual templates yet. They might look a tiny bit different, but for the most part, it's going to be the exact same format. All you're going to have to do on the upsell pages is customize the actual buttons. So right here, yes, get this offer. If this is the only lead magnet and there's nothing following it, you're going to want to send it straight to checkout. So basically the source URL is going to be /checkout. If there is an additional upsell, like this page that I've created right here, then you could do the same thing that you did on the Klaviyo form where the button sends them to another URL. This is basically how upsells work in gem pages. You just make the buttons trigger URLs. Since this is the first upsell from a free lead magnet, there's nothing in their cart. So you want the no thank you button to just just send them back to your website homepage. And then again, if this is your only upsell, have them go straight to checkout. If there's an additional upsell afterwards, have them go to that page. And then we have the second upsell page, which can come after a paid offer. So this could be the second upsell in a sequence, or it could be the first one if it comes right after a paid offer. Same thing goes here. If this is the final upsell in the sequence, go to checkout. If it isn't, go to the other page. If it's no thank you, you're going to want it to also go to checkout, because in this upsell page, we're assuming that somebody already has something in their cart. And then for this button, it's going to be the exact same thing. For these text blocks, no thank you, go to checkout. It's just going to send them to checkout, which I already have this linked for you guys, as you can see, /checkout. And then from there, it's just customizing the page, special message, blah, 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 product name. It's basically the same format, except it's just an additional upsell page. And these are basically the exact ways that I implement upsells into my stores to drive additional revenue and increase my average order value. Upsells are going to be an incredible tool for increasing your sales, guiding your customer through purchasing journeys, and overall just supercharging your website to make more money. Now that we have that out of the way, we have almost completed this chapter. I'm just going to send you guys to one more bonus module that's going to help you supercharge your marketing and make more money. I'll see you guys there. So I wanted to add a little bonus module at the end of the how to make more money chapter, because this is just a little underrated tool that I use that helps me kind of understand sales ecosystems more. It helps me pick apart what's trending and what new things people are doing to increase their revenue. So basically, this module is all going to be about becoming the customer and learning by investing in others. The mindset shift that can completely transform how you grow your business is to become the customer. As creatives and entrepreneurs, we often get so caught up in creating and selling that we forget to step back and experience what it's like to be on the other side buying a product. The truth is, some of the best lessons come from buying other people's products, joining their communities, and learning how they operate. So let's talk about why this is so powerful and how you can use it to level up your own business. So why would you become the customer? When you buy from other people in your niche, you're going to gain a ton of insight into what works and what doesn't. Disclaimer before we move on, invest into people in your niche who are successful, right? You rarely want to invest into people who aren't successful. Sometimes you'll see someone who appears to be successful, you'll buy something from them and realize it sucks and that you could actually do a lot better than they are. But you never want to like actively seek out people who just aren't doing very well for themselves, right? You want to pick the top dogs of your given niche to see what they're doing that makes them at that top tier level. But anyways, here's what we could learn when we actually apply this method. For one, my favorite is you can see how they operate. You can see anything from their sales process to their customer service. You'll see firsthand how they run their business. For example, you can see how they deliver their products. You can see how they follow up with customers. You can see how they handle refunds or complaints. You can see how they manage their files. This is a pretty helpful one. So if you're buying digital products, you'll get a behind the scenes look of how they organize and present their files when someone purchases it. You can see how easy their files are, how well designed they are. You can see how helpful they are, if they include instructions or bonuses, etc. You can see how they market and sell. You could pay attention to their messaging, branding, and sales tactics. You could pay attention to what made you want to buy. You could pay attention to what you could do better. You could see how they position their products, what kind of language they use in their sales pages, and you could even see their email automations to see if there's any follow-ups or anything like that. And you could see how they build their community. So this is specifically for like paid communities. If you're a creative who already has a bunch of digital products and you might be considering making your own community, join other communities, right? I'm starting this community after being in, I think, 4 or 5 communities in the past 6 months. I wasn't even going to start considering making this community until I joined other successful ones and saw how they ran things, right? So if you join a paid community or mentorship program, you can actually see how they engage their members and create value. You can see what kind of content they share. You can see how they foster interactions or how they support their buyers. I'm always doing this. Right now, I'm not making like $100K a month or anything off my business, but let's say a couple years down the line, I'm making $100K from this business. I will still be joining paid communities. I'll still be buying coaches. I will always be investing into things that can make me better. And simply put, this is just the power of investing in yourself. Spending money to get better at what you do should not be viewed as an expense. It should be viewed as an investment. When you buy other people's products or pay to join their communities, you're not just getting their knowledge or resources, you're literally getting a front row seat to their success. This is like my favorite part of the entire module that I wrote out, because this could not be more true. You get to learn from their wins, their mistakes, and get their expert strategies. And honestly, sometimes the fastest way to grow is to learn from somebody who's already done what you're trying to do. That is the reason why you're here, right? So why are paid communities and mentors worth it, right? right? A lot of times on the internet, you're going to hear a bunch of bad stuff about scammy course gurus and mentors who don't really do anything. But if you find the right people, like myself, hopefully, you'll actually get a lot of benefit. First off, you get access to their expertise. You get direct access to someone who's been where you are and knows how to get where you want to go. You get accountability and support. Being a part of a community or working with a mentor keeps you motivated and on track. You get networking opportunities so you can connect with other like-minded creatives who can inspire you, collaborate with you, and help you grow. And you get insider knowledge. You literally get to learn the exact strategies, tips, and tricks that you wouldn't find anywhere else. And these are also the strategies, tips, and tricks that the people that you want to be like are doing. There is a specific way to apply what you learn. So when you become the customer, you don't want to just passively consume, you want to actively analyze. I'm going to use Kavi as an amazing example. So in my personal digital product journey, where I learned everything that I do, it was selling music-based digital products. And the producer Kavi was a huge inspiration for me. I've probably bought like $200 to $400 worth of this dude's products. I bought this newest product right here. I bought the Vintage Essentials product. I've bought some of his mid-tier products. Buying products from people is a way to immediately skip all of the mystery and see what's going on behind the scenes. I'm going to show you a quick example really quick. So if I add this to my cart right here, if I go to checkout, you see that right there? I didn't even have to buy the product, right? And immediately I could see what he's doing, right? He's using an app called One-Click Upsell on Shopify. So for his medium ticket offers, he has these upsells where you could do something like add this little $5 mini multi-kit to your order. If I just go ahead and add it to my order, it's going to take me to checkout. I had to hide that because it had my credit card information. But that is just one of a million examples of how you can actively analyze. You want to ask yourself what you loved about the experience and how you can incorporate that into your own business. You can ask yourself what didn't work for yourself and how you could avoid making those mistakes. And you could ask yourself what surprised you and what you can learn from that. And honestly, a little final one that you could say is just anything that you just didn't expect. So I remember the first time I saw that one-click upsell on the website, I was like, whoa, like that was super eye-opening. I just didn't expect that to be there. And when I found the app, I was like, this is actually so easy. This is awesome. And if you watch this all the way through, which I hope you did, the previous module was about upsells, where I did tell you that you could use the one-click upsell app. Where do you think I found that app? Exactly. I bought a product and I saw that on checkout. You could take all of the insights and things that you learned while buying other people's products, and you could use them to improve your own products, processes, and customer experiences. So just a quick little final thought before we wrap up this entire chapter. Becoming the customer is not about learning, it's about empathy. When you experience what it's like to buy from others, you gain a deeper understanding of your own customers. You'll know what they value, what frustrates them, and what makes them feel supported. So anytime that you have free money left over, do not be afraid to spend it on other people's products, courses, or communities in your niche. It's not just an investment in their business, it's an investment in yours. Always remember that the best creators are also the best students, so keep learning, keep growing, and keep becoming the customer. We are now finished with the how to make more money chapter of this course. I'm saying this at the end of every chapter, but once again, congratulations. We are now another foot forward, creating the life we love and achieving financial freedom, being ourselves every single day. Now that we've gone over how to maximize on your sales with the sales ecosystem, it's time to, believe it or not, make even more money with the next chapter, email marketing. I'll see you guys there. It's time to talk about something that might make you cringe a little. Email marketing. Don't click off this video, okay? And I understand, when I first started, I thought email was for old people. I thought it was boring. I thought it was tedious. And I honestly just thought it was kind of lame. I avoided it like the plague, and I was convinced it wasn't worth any of my time. But the truth is, email marketing is a money printer. It's not scary, it's not boring, and it's definitely not just for old people. In fact, it's one of the most powerful tools that you have to grow your business, connect with your audience, and make more sales. So let's reframe this right now. Email marketing isn't a chore, it's your best friend. The reason why email marketing is a money printer is when someone gives you their address, they're giving you permission to show up in their inbox. It's just like being invited to their living room. It's a personal contact, it's direct, and it's incredibly powerful. I'm just going to use myself as an example. A solid 20 to 40% of my monthly attributed revenue is just email marketing. And I am so lazy, I'm not even doing it in the best way I possibly can. It literally makes me money without even touching it. So here's why email marketing specifically works. The biggest one is that it's owned media. So unlike social media, where the algorithm decides who sees your content, email will go straight to your audience. There's no middleman and there's no guesswork. And I know a lot of you guys are saying, well, no, I have followers and whatever. No, You still don't own the media. The platform itself could shut down at any time. You could be banned from the platform at any time. And even if you have 1 million followers, when you post something, you are not guaranteed that even half of that audience is going to see it. With email, you are. Email is also consistent. Your emails are not going to get lost in some sort of social media feed. They're going to sit in someone's inbox until they're ready to open it. And finally, it's just profitable. Studies show that email marketing has an average return on interest of $36 to $42 for every $1 spent. I mean, do I need to say anything else? That's crazy. So why don't we go over why people are scared of email marketing? You're probably thinking something like, email sounds hard. What if I mess up? What if people unsubscribe? What if I don't know what to say? Or another big one that I used to say to myself all the time is, well, I'm not using email. I'm not subscribing to anyone. So why would it work for me? Just because you might not do something does not mean your customer won't do it. All right. That's a huge gem for you. And these fears are normal. I had them too. But the truth is, email marketing does not have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be perfect. And it definitely doesn't have to be boring. The best way to get good at email marketing is by failing over and over again. And the best time to start email marketing is yesterday. So in the email marketing chapter, we're going to break email marketing down into the simplest, easy to understand steps. There's not going to be any jargon. There's not going to be any overwhelm. It's just going to be actionable strategies that actually work that you can plug and play immediately. All right. I'm not going to overwhelm you with these stupid words and terms. A huge reason why I was adverse to email marketing at the beginning is because just none of it made sense. The whole world was like mind-boggling to me. And I'm going to make sure that the way that I explain this is so easy that if you were smart enough to find this community and join it, you will be able to understand email marketing. We're going to learn how to write emails that people actually want to open. We're going to learn how to turn your email list into a loyal, engaged community. And we're going to learn how to use email to make more sales without being pushy or salesy. And the best part is it's genuinely going to be fun. All right. You might be surprised by that, but it will be. Email marketing should be fun because it's your chance to connect with your audience on a deeper level. It's your chance to share your personality, your stories, and your value. And it's also your chance to build relationships that turn into sales. When you stop thinking of email marketing as a chore and start thinking of it as a conversation, it can actually become something that you look forward to. And that's literally what email is. Email marketing isn't the same as emailing a coworker at some tedious 9-to-5 where everyone is miserable. It's like chatting with a friend and telling stories and overall just having a good conversation. So a final thought before we wrap this up. If you have been avoiding email marketing because it seems scary, boring, or overwhelming, I'm here to tell you that it is time to change that mindset. Email isn't just a tool. It is a money printer. It's a way to connect with your audience, grow your business, and make more sales. Once you see how easy and effective it can be, I promise you're going to wonder why you didn't start it sooner. So with that being said, let's go ahead and dive into email marketing, starting with the next module, which is why we specifically use email. I'll see you guys there. The reason why we use email is not just about sales. Email marketing is not about spamming people with promotions and discount codes every single day. Obviously, we're going to be using email to promote discounts and make sales. That's just part of the game, but that is not the only goal or even the main goal. The truth is, email is primarily a tool to build trust, create desire, connect with your audience on a one-to-one level. So let's go ahead and break that down. Number one, building trust. When somebody gives you their email address, they're inviting you into their inbox, and that is a big deal. It's your chance to show up consistently, deliver value, and prove that you are someone worth listening to. I want you to think of it like this, right? Every email that you send is an opportunity to build trust. Whether you're sharing a helpful tip, telling a personal story, or offering a solution to a problem, you are there to show your audience that you're there to help and not just sell. And when people trust you, that's when the sales come in. Number two, you want to create desire. Email is also a powerful tool for creating desire for your products. But the key is you don't create desire by shouting, buy this now, right? You create desire by showing your audience how your products can improve their lives. You tell stories, you highlight benefits, and you show real life examples of how your products have helped others. When you focus on creating desire, your promotions feel natural and authentic, and they don't feel pushy or salesy. And then third, you can use email marketing to connect on a one-to-one level. The magic of email marketing is that it feels personal, even if it's not. Even though you're sending the same email to hundreds of thousands of people, it's going to land in their inbox just like you were sending them a text message. That's your chance to connect with your audience on a deeper level, share your personality, tell your stories, ask questions, and invite feedback. When you treat email as a conversation rather than a broadcast, you build relationships that turn casual subscribers into loyal customers and even fans. Promotion is just the icing on the cake. So we're obviously going to use email to promote discounts and make sales. But the thing is, promotions work best when they're built on the foundation of desire and trust. So if all you do is send promotions, your emails will always feel spammy and your audience will always tune out. But if you've been consistently delivering value and building relationships, your promotions will feel like the next natural step and not an interruption. The bigger picture here is that email marketing is not not just about making sales today. It's about building a community of people who trust you, value what you offer, and want to hear from you. When you focus on building trust, creating desire, and connecting with your audience, the sale is going to come. And it's not going to come damn. Can't even avoid these jokes in a professional setting, huh? Anyways, the sales will happen. should have adjusted that. And they're going to happen not just once, but over and over again. So let's reframe how you think of email, right? It's not just a tool for promotion. It's a tool for building relationships, creating value, and growing your business in a way that feels authentic and sustainable. And in the next 2 modules, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that with the only 2 tools that you need for email marketing: automations and campaigns. The first one that is essential and has to come first is automations. So let's go ahead and break that down. I'll see you guys there. Now that we understand the fundamentals of email, we are ready to start setting up our email marketing account. So the email marketing platform that we are going to be using inside of this community is called Klaviyo or Klaviyo, whatever you want to call it. I would not recommend any other email marketing platform. Klaviyo is going to be the best for integrating with your Shopify. It's going to have the most e-commerce capabilities that are going to allow you to boost and drive revenue. So since Klaviyo has been around for a very long time and the setup is the same process every single time, I don't feel like I personally need to make a setup video for you guys because there's a million videos out there. So what I did is include a sign up link for Klaviyo below this video. Just follow the steps that Klaviyo gives you on the website. It's very easy. And then follow step 2, which is going to be my favorite YouTube video for actually setting up Klaviyo once you've made your account. There's a couple settings and things that you're going to want to adjust and tweak. So go ahead and make a Klaviyo account. If you already have one, just watch the setup video to make sure that you've done all of the essential setup steps before we get started. And once you're done with that, we can go ahead and move on to the very first step of email marketing, which is going to be lists and segments. I'll see you guys there. All right, so before we get started sending off our emails, I want to just create some essential lists and segments. This is something that confused me a lot at the beginning of my email marketing career, and it really was like confusing to me to conceptualize. So I want to go over this for you guys first, just so you understand the concept, because this is going to be one of your most valuable tools in email marketing. When I first started, I thought it was all about the automations, the campaigns, the way you framed your emails, and all of those are really important. But if you're sending your emails to the wrong parts of your email list, you're going to very negatively affect your open rates, click-through rates, and anything like that. So let's go ahead and get into it. So basically, lists and segments are Klaviyo's way to organize your email list by certain actions that they've done so that you can further target the right person to send an email to and increase things like your open rate and click-through rate. So this might be a new tidbit of information for you. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But when you are doing email marketing, you don't want to blindly send all of your emails to every single person on your list. The more specific you can be with your emails, sending to smaller sections of your email list, the better performance you will see. And you don't need to do anything crazy. I'm just going to show you my essential segments as well as how to create lists. So basically, lists are a static group of people on your email marketing account who typically sign up for something like a free lead magnet or any sort of embedded form that you create. So look at lists like a static thing that doesn't change based on certain conditions. You create lists for people to sign up for. In the next section, we're going to go all over free lead magnets, sign up forms, and everything that you need to know about that specifically. I'm not even going to go over how to create a list because I don't really feel like that's super essential for this specific module. What I want to go over is how to create segments. So segments are basically lists that are defined by certain conditions. So as you create these conditions, people can move in and out of the list dynamically. It's super valuable for keeping your email list at a high open rate, high click-through rate, and all of that stuff. I've said that a million times. So the segments that I'm going to have you guys set up, which I'll go along and set them up with you, is a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day, and 180-day active, as well as a general list for email subscribers, a VIP customer segment, and a segment for people who have never engaged in your email marketing. So in order to create a segment, you're going to go to the top right and click create new, and you're going to create a segment. This is what the segment builder looks like. So the first thing that you're going to do is name your segment, and I like to add a little exclamation mark. That way you can filter your lists by alphabetical order, and all of your essential segments will be at the top at the start. So go ahead and name this first segment 30-day active. And these segments are basically all created with if, and or statements, and 90% of your segments are going to start with what someone has or has not done. But don't let this intimidate you. As you can see, they basically tell you what they are straight up. You can create segments based on if people can or can't receive email marketing, someone's location, if someone is or isn't on a certain list, properties you've created about someone, etc. So I'm going to start the segment off with what someone has or has not done. And here's all you have to do. Person has opened email at least once in the last 30 days. As you can see, my email list is already populating. I'm using my personal account just because I don't really want to create an entire new Shopify and Klaviyo account just for this video. But as you can see, automatically Klaviyo is going to populate the segment with whoever meets this specific requirement, anyone on your email marketing list who has opened an email at least once in the last 30 days. And then all you're going to do is create segment and you are done. It's going to take a minute or two to load and actually get all of the profiles in the specific segment. But after that, you are done. In order to create the 30, 60, 90, and 180 day actives, all you're going to do is go to the top right and create a new segment. You're going to name them appropriately, 30, 60, 90 day active, etc. And then for each specific segment, all you have to do is change the days right here. So if someone has opened an email at least once in the last 60 days, in the last 90 days, in the last 180 days, and what you're going to do is repeat this process for the 30, 90, 60, and 180 day actives. This is going to create basically your core segments that you were primarily going to utilize for your campaigns. If you're sending a super salesy email, you might want to only send it to your 30-day actives because those are people who are very recently engaged. If you're running a crazy Black Friday sale or you're offering something for free to your list to boost engagement, you might want to send it to your 180-day actives so you're reaching out to a wider scope of your email marketing list. But that is going to be the very simple core segments that we are going to create. And don't worry, I'll show you guys how to utilize these to the best of its ability during the email marketing campaign segment. The next list that we're going to want to create is an email list subscriber segment. And you might be a little confused and be like, well, that's confusing. That's everyone on my email marketing, right? But Klaviyo's profiles and contacts aren't always subscribed to your email marketing. Some people unsubscribe. Some people just buy a product which loads them into a contact as Klaviyo, but they haven't actually subscribed to your email marketing and stuff like that. So create a new segment, call it email list subscribers, and this is going to be the definition. What someone has done, person has subscribed to email marketing at least once over all time. And then you want to select the and box. As you can see, you could change these to and or. So make sure it is and what someone has done or not done. Person has not unsubscribed from email marketing 0 times over all time. So basically this segment that we're creating ensures that the people on this list have subscribed to our email marketing, and in addition that they have not unsubscribed from our email marketing. And that will be your actual email list subscriber segment. This won't include anybody who's just bought a product, who's visited your website, etc. People who haven't actually signed up for email marketing because you do not want to contact these people. Then we are going to create a never engaged section. So this one's really easy. If someone can or cannot receive email marketing, person can receive email marketing, and person has received email is at least 3 in the last 360 days, and person has opened email 0 times over all time, and someone has clicked email 0 times over all time, and someone has viewed product 0 times over all time, and someone has placed order 0 times over all time. And even though this pertains to people who haven't opened your emails or stuff like that, this segment is basically like the person who you don't really want on your email list. They haven't opened your emails, they haven't clicked your emails, they haven't even viewed anything on your website or placed an order, literally ever. So this segment is basically a segment that I never send my emails to. I make sure that these people are kind of removed from my email marketing list. The next segment that we are going to create is a VIP customer segment, which is basically just a fancy term for somebody who has spent over a certain amount of money. This is basically just a collection of all of your customers who have spent a lot of money on your products. You want to have these people on a specific segment so you can send them the most special deals, you can offer them free stuff, and generally just show them appreciation for supporting your business. The definition for this is if someone can receive email marketing and what someone has done, person has revenue is greater than 250 overall time. Now you can edit this segment based on what you feel is appropriate. You can make it 250, you can make it 150, you can make it 100, you can make it 500. This all kind of depends on how much revenue your business is currently driving. But this number right here is basically the money value. So right now it would be any person who has spent over $250 on your business. Like I said, you can raise that number, you could lower it based on what you feel is appropriate for what you deem to be a VIP customer. And then the final segment is going to be all-time customers. This is basically just anyone who has bought a product from your website. And the condition is going to be what someone has done, placed order at least once over all time. And now we have created what I like to call the essential segments. We've basically just created segments based on how engaged people are with our emails, how engaged they are with our business, and we'll be able to use these later on in the chapter for our campaign section to send more targeted emails to certain people and take full advantage of the customization that Klaviyo offers us. And now that we've finished this segment, our email account is fully set up and ready to start sending emails. So let's move on to the next module, which is going to be setting up our email automations. One of the most, if not the most powerful tools in your email marketing toolkit is automations. Automations are like having a 24/7 salesperson who never sleeps, never takes a day off, and never forgets to follow up. Automations are pre-written emails that send automatically based on certain conditions, like someone buying a product, downloading a free lead magnet, or abandoning their cart. And the best part about automations is you set them up once and they print money for you on autopilot. Now, automations are a game changer because one, they save you time. Instead of manually sending emails every time someone takes a specific action, automations are going to do it for you. Two, they are consistent, so automations are going to ensure that every customer gets the same great experience every time. And three, of course, they increase sales. By following up at the right time with the right message, automations turn casual browsers into paying customers. Automations are my personal favorite. They make up for, close to 50% of my revenue on my personal digital product store. You'll notice a common theme with this email marketing chapter, which is I keep saying, oh, this is the thing that confused me. Pretty much all of email marketing was really confusing. I would learn one thing and then realize there was another, and that kind of just kept going. So my goal with this chapter is just to kind of get you guys set up with email marketing without all of the stupid BS that is going to confuse you and boggle your brain. So this is why automations are going to be your secret weapon. Automation is here to take the guesswork out of email marketing. They ensure that every customer gets the right message at the right time and you don't have to do anything. When you combine automations with the trust and relationships that you've built through your regular emails, you create a system that is working for you 24/7. Stop leaving money on the table, set up the essential automations, and let them do the heavy lifting for you. So now that we have that out of the way, we are going to set up our email automation flows with drag and drop templates that I have provided for you guys. Now, this is probably going to be the longest unit in the entire chapter, simply because setting up automations can be slightly time consuming. Honestly, I don't think you're going to need more than an hour or two of your time though to get these all fully set up. And once you do them, they are going to literally make money for you without you having to do anything. And the reason why we're setting our automations up first is because we have to warm up our email list. So this is a concept that not a lot of people know about, but basically email providers like Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, whatever. I don't use anything besides Gmail, but these providers basically give you a score based on how many people open your emails, how many people click on your emails, how many people reply to your emails, stuff like that. So if you do email marketing wrong and you start off with the wrong automations, or you just start sending campaigns willy-nilly, you're gonna have super poor engagement. And especially with a new Klaviyo account, you need to spend some time sending emails that are guaranteed to get open to warm your email list up and show your provider that you are a trustworthy person. So let me go ahead and show you guys how to do that. The way that we are going to do this is by setting up 2 starter flows before we set up the rest of our flows. Now, you guys probably are gonna be like, what, aren't we supposed to set up all of our flows right away? If you are on a brand new Klaviyo account, you haven't sent any emails, we are only gonna set up these 2 starter flows. One of them is going to be a welcome pop-up discount flow, and the other one is going to be a free lead magnet flow. The reason why we're setting up these 2 flows is because they are going to have drastically higher open rates than something like an abandoned cart flow, because these are flows that are going to trigger based on somebody signing up for a discount code or signing up for a free product. So the second that they sign up for that, they're going to be looking for it in their inbox and they are far more likely to open it. So we're going to set up these flows and have them running on our website for about 2 to 3 weeks before we set up the other flows. However, if you want to set up all of these flows and just kind of get them out of the way, what you can do is make the other flows that we aren't going to activate right away draft flows. And after 2 to 3 weeks, you can go ahead and make them live so that they just start sending off right away. But without further ado, let's go ahead and start with the welcome and pop-up discount flow. So this is kind of going to be a 2-in-1 where we are going to show you how to set up a welcome flow as well as a pop-up discount on your website. So if you've ever been scrolling on someone's website and as you scroll down the website, something like this pops up on your screen and it's like, yo, get 20% off your first order, yo, get some special thing, whatever. And then it allows you to provide your information in exchange for a coupon code. This is going to be one of your strongest weapons when it comes to email marketing, especially if you're brand new and you want to actually warm up your email list. So let's go ahead and show you guys how to set this up. The first thing that you're going to want to do in Klaviyo is go to lists and segments and then click create new and create a list. list, not a segment. We're creating a list. We're going to put an exclamation mark and we're going to name the list something like free, discount, pop-up, whatever you want to title it. That will help you understand that the people on this list are the people who saw a pop-up on your website, submitted their name to get a free discount. And then what you're going to do is create the list. Now, I almost forgot to tell you guys a super essential thing that you have to do for any list that you make. You don't have to worry about this for segments, but for lists, you have to click on the list and then go all the way to the left of these tabs up here to the settings and then go to consent. Now, as you can see here, I have single opt-in selected. Every single time you make a list on Klaviyo, it defaults to a double opt-in and it says recommended. You see Klaviyo does these things where it's like, oh, this is what you should do. No, you should not do this, right? So all of the lists that we are creating already come with a consent feature. So you give the email and then you click a button that opts you into email marketing. So you want to make sure that double opt-in is turned off. This can really kill your email engagement. Basically what double opt-in does is send someone an email after they already signed up and the email says something like, oh, do you want to subscribe to this? It seems very spammy. It seems very like, just scammy and not trustable. A lot of people don't end up clicking on it. So make sure that you always turn off double opt-in. Make sure all of your lists are set to single opt-in. From here, once you create the list, it's going to say create a sign up form, set up subscribe page, upload contacts, etc. All we want to do is create a sign up form. So click create sign up form. It's going to be for email, click next. And then it's going to give you a couple of options. It's going to give you a pop-up option, a full page option, a flyout option, and an embed option. For this specific flow and form, you only want to go with the pop-up. Having a pop-up on your website is so essential and so helpful. Even when you were a complete beginner, you could have 0 sales and the first person who buys something from your website could come from this form. It is absolutely essential. So select pop-up and then click next. It's going to say include teaser. In my opinion, I don't think it's too important whether you do or don't have a teaser. I like to keep it. Basically, whenever you close the form, as you can see, it will put something at the bottom of the screen just so they could reopen it. So I like to include the teaser and then click next. And then for this page, we are going to say don't offer a coupon. And the reason why is because we are actually going to email them the coupon instead of giving it to them right on the page. What this is going to do is basically ensure that people are opening our emails and enhancing our email open rate and click-through rate. Go ahead and click next. Now you have 2 options when it comes to the form layout. You can either do a left side image or you can do no image. So if you don't have any like nice candid images of you, doing whatever your creative niche is, whether that's like making music, making art, editing videos, whatever, you can go ahead and just select no image. However, you can greatly increase the conversion of your pop-up if you do include a picture of yourself. So personally, I think it is best to include a right side image. As you can see, sign up form on the left, image on the right. This general look, it doesn't have to be like as professional quality of an image, but this general look is typically what converts the highest for your sign up forms. Once you select right side image or no image, go ahead and click edit form. And now we are in the form editor. So the first thing that I like to do personally is in the top right corner, there is a mobile and a desktop version. I like to just go to the desktop version so I could actually see what it's going to look like. So the first thing that we're going to customize is the teaser. As you can see, it's just the thing in the bottom left corner or wherever you decide to put it. It could be a rectangle, it could be a circle, it could be in the corner. Personally, I think the rectangle looks best. For display settings, make sure that it shows after the form is closed. For me personally, I think the actual offer itself is more important than just saying sign up. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to get 25% off. You can stick with the default fonts, but I personally really enjoy the Poppins Klaviyo hosted fonts. So I'm going to choose that one. And that's basically all you need for the teaser. Now you can move on to the email opt-in at the top middle of the screen. This is what our pop-up form is going to look like. This is almost what we want, but we are going to change it up a little bit. So the first thing that we're going to do is click on the side image. You're going to click remove and you're going to drag and drop whatever image of yourself that you want to use on the sign up form. Then we are going to change this main text to say get 25% off your first order. You actually want to capitalize the first letter of each word just because it kind of looks better for a sign up form. I am going to change the font, like I said, to the Klaviyo hosted bold. And I'm going to go to the text alignment and align it to the left. Now for font choice, genuinely, it's whatever looks clean and whatever fits with your brand. I just use the Poppins font because it's the simplest, cleanest font for me. But if you have like specific fonts that you use for your brand that you really enjoy, then that is what I would suggest you to use. Now the text below this is going to say sign up and receive access to our latest updates, whatever. We are going to change this to say this is a limited time offer that expires in 5 days, exclamation mark. Actually, let's add an exclamation mark up here as well. And then let's do the same thing. Let's align this to the left, change the font to Poppins regular. And now we're just going to change this email sign up because it looks a little bit ugly, to be completely honest. So this button, we're going to change the text to say get 25% off in all caps with an exclamation mark. I'm going to change the font as I usually do to Poppins Bold. Let's change the corner radius to something like maybe 5, right? That looks a lot better, as you guys can see. Sometimes by default, Klaviyo kind of makes the text like spaced far apart for some reason. So if you want to change that, on the left-hand side, right below the actual font size, it will show letter spacing. Just set that to 0 because personally, I don't enjoy that. And then you could change the button color to whatever represents your brand. That could be a red color, it could be a purple color, it could be a blue color. As long as there is enough contrast so that you could read get 25% off, just choose whatever color is most appropriate for your brand. Now, you always want to have a no thanks button. People don't really like feeling pressured into, selecting the button or whatever. So do the exact same thing. Change the font, change the letter spacing. What I like to do is actually change the color so that is very low contrast. So if it's a white background, just make it kind of like a dark gray. If it's a black background, you can make it a light gray, but I just don't like to generally draw attention to the no thanks button, but you could still leave it there so people have the actual option. For the default Klaviyo form, there's these 2 lines with images. Just delete those because we don't need those at all. We have a text input for email, so make the label email, make the placeholder text enter your email, make sure it is a required input, and then it is going to say input field styles at the very bottom. Go to styles menu. This is going to allow us to actually customize the form. So change the font to Poppins Klaviyo hosted, change the letter spacing to 0. As you can see, it's already looking a lot better. And then right below it, it's going to say input field style. I'm going to select the border color to be black and just raise the opacity. And then I'm going to make the corner radius something like 5. That kind of just squares out and draws attention to what we want the people to be typing. And then from here, we are going to go and click the arrow button until we see the screen that says styles, targeting, and behavior, and add blocks. Click add block. And then you're going to go to the input field section and add a text input and put it right above the email. For this one, the label will be name. For the placeholder text, we're going to say enter your name. And for the profile property, we can put first name. And yeah, that is basically all we're going to have to do for the actual customization of our sign up form. Very simple. We want to offer a discount code. I personally think 25% off works best. We're going to create some urgency by saying that it expires. And then we're just going to take their name and their email and a very simple button to get them to sign up. And then in the top middle, we're going to go to the success tab right up here. And this is just going to say, thanks for signing up. A message has been sent to confirm your subscription. So right here, you can add a second image. This could be another image of yourself. Maybe you're like doing a thumbs up or something. Doesn't really matter. And then you could say something like, thanks for signing up. Welcome to the family. Oh, I got you. Whatever your brand messaging is and however you personally speak, that's going to be most appropriate. I'll say something like, welcome to the fam, whatever, doesn't really matter. I'm going to change the font again. And then you're going to change this text right here to say, I just sent you an email with your code inside. And then at the end of this, if you want, you could put like an emoji or something. So I'll go ahead and do that just for fun. Change the actual font. All right, really quickly, guys, I did miss one last part for email pop-ups. So under targeting and behavior, you're going to want to adjust these settings right here. So I'm going to show you what my settings are, and you can adjust them accordingly, but it's going to be almost 1-to-1. So you want the timing to be displayed based on rules, and you want the rules to be when a visitor is exiting the page as well as after a time delay. For me personally, I do 10 seconds. You could also throw in after a visitor has scrolled a certain amount. So let's say, let's do 62%, right? So basically you don't want these things to pop up immediately. It comes off spammy. It comes off in a way that a lot of people don't like. So I like to have it when someone's exiting a page, or after a certain amount of time on the page, or after they've scrolled a certain amount of the page. You want to adjust the frequency so that after a visitor closes the form, it doesn't show them again until 5 days later. If somebody's closing your form every time they go on the website, you don't want to keep showing it to them every time they go on your website. And also don't show again if form was submitted or if go to URL button was clicked. Again, you don't want it to keep popping up for people who have already signed up for your email list. And yeah, that is really all you need for the display. So for targeting, I tend not to show it for existing Klaviyo profiles. You can choose to show it to, all visitors, existing profiles, etc. I tend to not show it to existing profiles. And then the very last thing for customization, if you don't want this pop-up to show on every single one of your landing pages, like for example, if it showed up on a free lead magnet landing page, it's kind of off-putting to go to a free lead magnet page and then have a discount offer on top of that. And it feels, spammy and stuff like that. So what you could do is select don't show on certain URLs, and then any URL that you add here, the pop-up will not display on that specific URL. Additionally, if you only want it to display on your homepage, you could go to only show on certain URLs and then just do the homepage of your website. And yeah, I just wanted to add a recording to show you guys that because I forgot. And yeah, now we could get back to what we were doing. And yeah, now we have actually set up our email form. The only thing left for us to do is actually set up the automation so that when people do opt into this pop-up, they get sent into our first email automation. So let's go ahead and go over that. Now that we have created the list and created the pop-up, what we're going to do is we are going to go to the left-hand side of the main Klaviyo homepage and go to flows. And then from there in the top left, we are going to click create flow. Now, some of these flows, we're going to start with a default template, but for this flow specifically, we're going to click build your own in the top left corner. I like to add an exclamation mark, and then you can name the flow something like welcome pop-up discounters, whatever makes the most sense to you. And then it's going to say create with AI or create manually. I like to go create manually because the AI kind of sucks, and that's just kind of how things go. And here is the flows. So flows are basically strings of emails that activate based on specific actions that your customers take. So the trigger for this flow is going to be in the all trigger section, and it's going to be a trigger called added to list. All you're going to do is scroll down until you find the name of the list that you created. So, whatever you named it, whether it's free discount pop-up or whatever, that's going to be the trigger. So select that list and then click save and then confirm the save. Make sure you have the right trigger selected because you can't change that afterwards. And now we are ready to start setting up our flow. So we want this flow to send an email right away. We do not want to take our time here because they signed up for a discount. They're going to want that in their inbox immediately. So go ahead and drag an email from the left-hand side and just add it right here. And then go ahead and open up the welcome and pop-up discount flow Google Doc that I left below this video. Every single flow is going to have a Google Doc with the subject line, the preview text, and the entire body of the email, as well as all the time delays and stuff like that. So you can easily just copy and paste this. Also, guys, really quickly before we move on, I do want to say that every single flow comes with a little section that shows you how to adapt the different parts of the email. So if at any point you are confused on how you could adapt the emails to your specific niche, go ahead and just scroll to the bottom of the actual flow templates, and there is a quick little section that will help you adapt the flows. So the subject line for email 1 is going to be 25% off code inside. So make that the subject line. And then the preview text is going to say save on your next product name purchase. So there's going to be a lot of things that are kind of in parentheses where it's going to say insert product name, insert niche product, whatever. These are basically all of these sections where you can customize it to your specific niche, which is going to allow these flows to feel more targeted and convert higher for you. So let's say you are a video editor. You could say save on your next video asset purchase. Maybe you make LUTs. You could do save on your next LUT purchase. Maybe you make sample packs. You could do save on your next sample pack purchase. Maybe you make brush packs in Procreate. You could do save on your next brush pack purchase, right? It's whatever is appropriate for your business. So I'll just do like a music maker's example for all these flows, but make sure that you fill in all of these parentheses with whatever is appropriate for you. And for every single email that we create in these flows, Klaviyo does this really annoying thing where they default to the setting that says skip recently emailed profiles, and it says smart sending will skip anyone who received an email within the last 16 hours. Klaviyo will just automatically check things off, and it becomes really annoying because it seems like the right thing, but smart sending is actually terrible for automation specifically. So just make sure that that's off, and then you can click save. So that basically sets up our first email subject line and preview text, and from here we can actually start setting up our email. So all we're going to do is go ahead and select a template. Now, there are a bunch of cool email templates in Klaviyo, and I do want to say that you can feel free to kind of experiment if some of these jump out as something that you really, really badly want to use for your brand. But in my experience, text-based emails convert the best. They look and feel like personalized emails that are sent from you directly. They don't feel brandy. They don't feel salesy. It's what's worked the best for me and all of the clients that I've worked with. So instead of selecting one of these templates, I'm just going to go ahead and click create. Now, this is the default template that Klaviyo is going to pop up with. So basically you can take this header bar and completely remove it, and you can go ahead and paste in all of our text. So this is going to be everything that we are going to copy. We're going to go over here and add a text block and then just paste it in. And what I like to do is just do paste text only. You're going to have to just add these little lines here, which is really easy. Boom, boom, boom. It should look something like that. And then what I like to do is select all of the text and make it a 16 size font. And I like to do an Arial font because I think it's just really simple and and readable for emails. And from here, you can just look at anything that is customizable and appropriately customize it. So as you can see, enjoy 25% off your first order from my website. It says link this text to my website. You can go ahead and delete this. Go ahead and pull up your website and copy the link. Go back to the email, highlight all of this text, and then in the top left corner, it's going to say link. Go ahead and paste your link and click apply. This is automatically going to link the text in your email to your website. Right here, it says button 25% off and a link to your website. So go ahead and delete this, go to sections and add a button right here. This one's going to say shop now. So we're going to change it to get 25% off here. And then we're going to make the link address to our website again. And then here at the bottom, it's going to say no longer want to receive emails, unsubscribe, organization name, organization full address. So a huge disclaimer for email marketing, emails do default to send with your address on it. That's just like something that emails do to like meet email standards. I might update this video in the future, but me personally, I don't like to really share my personal address, but as much as I can, I like to avoid doing this. And I'm not gonna lie, I've had no problems just removing this section of the emails. What I do know is you have to have an unsubscribe option in every single email you send. It is not legal to exclude an unsubscribe button because people don't want to be trapped inside of email marketing. The next thing you're going to do is just change all of these little parentheses. So it's going to say upgrade your insert niche and gain access to the best new insert niche product for insert niche person. So this could be instantly upgrade your music and gain access to the best new sample packs for alternative rock producers, right? So this could be upgrade your music and gain access to the best new sample packs for soul sample producers, for trap producers, for lo-fi producers. This could be upgrade your video editing assets and gain access to the best new assets for music video editors, for movie editors. This could be gain access to the best new brush packs for Procreate artists, right? It's whatever is specific to your niche. And then the only thing left to actually customize is the coupon code. And this is very easy to set up. So I'm going to show you exactly how to set up dynamic coupons in Klaviyo. In Klaviyo on the left-hand side, you're going to go to the content tab and underneath it, it's going to say coupons. Go ahead and click right here. And then you're going to create a Shopify coupon. From here, you're going to name it. I like to name them appropriately for whatever they're being used for. So this could be a welcome discount. I like to include a prefix. This is just like a set word that will generate before the random letters of the code. It makes things feel more appropriate. So for this one, I'm going to go with welcome, set it to a percentage, make the percent off 25, make it apply to the entire order, make it activate at send time, and make the expiration after a certain number of days. Go ahead and set this to 5 days, and then copy the name, create your coupon, and go back to the email. And then all you have to do is change this right here between these little parentheses with your appropriate code. So this right here, the brackets, the percent signs, and then coupon code, quotation blank, that is how you set up dynamic coupon codes inside of Klaviyo. And then make sure that you have like the same, bold letters and stuff like that. So bold, enjoy 25% off, bold, the coupon code. So let's do enjoy 25% off, boom. And then let's make this right here, bold, boom. And yeah, there we go. We have created our very first email, right? So this is basically how all of our emails are going to look. They're going to look like very basic text-based emails. Now, if you want to seem like a little bit more presentable, what you can actually do is add an image above your text, and then you can create like a little banner with your logo on it. So something like this logo right here that's at the top of the email, it's super tiny. It's not really meant to drive like any attention. You could add something like that if you want to. I personally don't, but that's kind of just because I'm too lazy to make a logo that like fits in my email specifically, but it does help a lot with conversion. So I would encourage you to do that. And then once we've set up this email, before we go ahead and exit, what I want you guys to do is go to the top left, click manage template, and click save as template, and go ahead and name this as something like a default email, and then click save, and then you can click exit. Now what this is going to do is basically set up a format where this email specifically is our default template. That way you don't have to customize the font size, the actual font itself. You don't have to add buttons. Like all of this stuff is just in there for you, and it makes things super easy. And now we can go ahead and continue with our flow. So the next thing that we're going to do is add a time delay after the first email, and we're going to make this delay 2 days. Click save. And then I like to just copy the emails because that kind of makes things like easier and faster. So go ahead here, and then we're going to change this email to email to. So the subject line for this one is quick personal backstory. So go ahead and paste that in, and then go ahead and do a message from your name. Go ahead and paste that in, and then obviously change that, whatever your name is. For me as a producer, my name is Shadow. You might just go by your default name, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Just go ahead and paste that in, click save, and then scroll down. And from here, since we just copied the email, we could super easily just click edit. I'm going to go ahead and copy the email body just like this. Boom, boom, boom. And go ahead and just click paste text only. It is kind of annoying that you have to do this over and over again. However, it is pretty easy to just highlight this all and, set it to Arial with the size 16 font. There you go. And then from here, it's going to be the same process of just filling out different parts of this email that I have set up to adjust. So we can go ahead and delete this. We already have a button here, so we don't have to worry about that. You can go ahead and insert the name of your discount code in the parentheses down here. And then we can start changing the text. So are you ready to experience the best? Insert niche product for niche solutions. So that could be like, are you ready to experience the best sample packs for lo-fi beat production? I'm not going to go too in detail as we keep doing this because this is kind of a format that we followed for the entire course. So you should be able to effectively fill in the blanks here. This text right here should be linked to your website. So go ahead and highlight it all and then link to your website. It's been an amazing journey so far. I'm deeply excited for all of the lo-fi producers like you who support my sample packs and allow me to continue my mission of providing affordable lo-fi sounds, right? Something like that. Obviously, you're going to replace this with your name, whatever your name may be. And then for this parentheses right here, it's going to say write 2 to 3 sentences introducing yourself and your business. Highlight your biggest accomplishments and missions. So you could say something like, I'm a niche role who's been creating niche product for blank time frame. My work has been used by notable clients or achievements, and I'm passionate about helping insert niche person like you accomplish niche specific goal. You just want to take this section to kind of introduce yourself and your brand, because this flow is not just to offer a discount code. We're using this flow to introduce ourselves and our brand, building trust with the person who signed up and nurture the lead. So hopefully we could drive more sales in the future. And then once you do that, go ahead and click exit. After that email, we're going to wait 2 more days. So go ahead and just copy our 2-day wait, add that after the email, copy email 2, drag it down here. And then we're going to make this one email 3. And then we have our final email. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the subject line, which is last call for 25% off. Go ahead and paste that in. It's going to be last chance for 25% off your name, your niche product. So last chance for 25% off prod shadow sample packs. That could be your name, video editing assets, your name, brush packs, whatever. And then the preview text, don't miss out on the best insert niche product. So let's say don't miss out on the best alternative rock samples. This could be the best Procreate brush packs, the best Photoshop assets, whatever. I don't want to spend too much time filling in the blanks again. Go ahead and click save, and then go ahead and scroll down and click edit. And then we have the final email. So let's go ahead and copy that. Boom, boom, boom. Now this one is going to be pretty easy, but it's going to be just slightly different. So I think first you should just go ahead and fill out the default stuff. So go ahead and link this text right here to your website. Boom. Get access to the best insert product category. Your limited coupon expires today. Here are some of the best packs on the site right now. Make sure that you change the coupon code again to whatever the name of the coupon code is. It's going to be the same as the first email that we sent. If you want to really easily access other emails, in the top right corner, you could actually access all of the emails. So you can go right back to the first email, and you could just take this right here, copy it, boom, go down, and then paste it just to make sure that you have like the right discount code and stuff like that. And then this is the only section of the email that we're gonna have to customize a bit more. So it's going to say insert 2 to 4 of your hand chosen favorite products. Go ahead and delete this, and then go over to the left hand side and go ahead and add product like so. And then instead of dynamic, choose static, click add products, and then select whatever products on your website are your favorite. I said 2 to 4 because I think 4 is best, but if you don't have 4 products already, you could just select 2. So I'll go ahead and pick these 2, and then go ahead and customize it so that the products per row is 2, and then change the button color to match whatever button color you use down here. And then the only thing that you have to do is copy this discount code right here. Boom, delete it. Take this text block, copy it and move it below here, but above the button. There you go. And then get rid of all this, paste, boom. So this is what the email should look like. Hey, don't miss out on your chance to save big. Get access to the best blank. Your limited time coupon expires today. Display some of your favorite products and then offer them the discount. Drive them back to your website. Make sure you don't leave any random boxes like this, like I did. And then click exit, click done, and boom, we have created our first email flow. Congratulations, because that is a lot bigger of an accomplishment than you think it is. I promise you these flows are literally going to be printing you money in your sleep. So this is our first email flow, the free discount and welcome flow. The first email delivers a code. The second email offers as an opportunity for you to introduce yourself and your brand and your motive. And the last email is just an urgency final reminder email to drive people to your website and get them to use the discount code. Once you have all this set up, go to the top left corner, click review and turn on and set the status to live and click save. And we are done. We just created our first flow, the welcome pop-up discount. Now that we are done with that, we can go ahead and move on to the second flow, which is going to be our free lead magnet flow. Now that we have created our first automation, the second one up to create is the free lead magnet automation. Now I just put this one second because a discount code is something that you could offer without any work. And it's a super low effort way to get people onto your email list. Now the most effective way to get people on your email list, in my opinion, that's more high effort, is creating free lead magnets. Now I'm not going to go over how to make a free lead magnet because we kind of went over that in the previous chapter, but I am going to show you the most efficient way to deliver a free lead magnet to your leads using Klaviyo. So let's go ahead and go over it. So to create a free lead magnet, the first thing that you're going to do is go to your lists and segments, create new, and then create a list, and then go ahead and name this list whatever the name of your free lead magnet is. Go ahead and create a list and name it. Create the list, and then create a sign up form like before. Go to email, click next. And then this time, instead of a pop-up, what we are going to do is an embedded form. Go ahead and click next. Do not offer a coupon, click next. So this is super ugly. This looks terrible. So the way that this is going to work is all we are going to embed is a sign up form. We're going to do something like this where it's just email and first name on a landing page that effectively delivers somebody a free lead magnet. This is what you want your free lead magnet pages to look like. Super simple. Like there's literally nothing you could do on the page besides sign up for the email marketing. So basically this section of the page right here is what we are replicating, just the email, first name, and button. So first thing first, what we want to do is delete this text, and delete this text right here. Now we are going to go to the text input right here, label it as email, go to the styles menu, and then we are going to do the same things we did before where we basically just change the fonts to something that doesn't look terrible. Boom, boom, there we go. Very good. All right, that's good. And then we are going to do a border on it again as well, just so it's not super ugly. Let's make the border radius like 3. That looks good. I don't know why Klaviyo is putting these lines in here, but if it does this for you too, just get rid of those. So we have our email input, then we are going to add a block with a text input, and I'm actually going to put first name above. On my own website, I don't know why I put first name second. Oh, also make sure that email is a required input as well as first name. Label this one as name, and then put first name right here, and then for value property, do first name. Now for this button, you could kind of do whatever you want. So on my page, it just says like send me it. You could do something like send me my free samples, send me my free video assets, send me my free LUTs, whatever your, free lead magnet is. But I'm just going to do like send me it, change the font, remove that spacing, and then I'm going to make the button not super round like that. And then for the button style, you could do whatever you want. This kind of depends on the page that you're putting it on. So like you could make it match the cover of your free lead magnet. You can make it match the color of your website. It doesn't really matter. So I'll just go with like blue, like I said, not super important. And then we are going to go to the styles again, and we are going to remove the background color on the form just by dragging this little opacity all the way down. Now this could be your finished embedded form. However, it depends on the color of your landing page. So if it's going on a white landing page, you want black text like this. But if it's going on a black background landing page, you want the text to be white. So in that case, it's as easy as going to the input field styles, and instead of doing a black label color and a black text color, just replace it with white. Now I went over this earlier in the previous chapter, but if you do want your free lead magnet to upsell into a paid product, you're going to change the after submit button to go to URL. If you don't have any plans to upsell and you just want to deliver the free lead magnet, what you're going to do is go to the success tab and then just change this to enjoy your free blank whatever you're offering, change the font really quickly, and then you could just say something like check your inbox for your free pack. Thanks for supporting me. Something like that. Doesn't really matter too much. This is just what shows up after somebody submits if you aren't taking them to a separate page. And then the same deal goes. If the background is black, make sure that you change the font color to white. And then what you're going to do is you're going to click publish. Now what this is going to do is it's going to give you a copy and paste embedded form. So you're going to go ahead and copy that. You're going to go to your Shopify, open up Gem Pages, and I will provide you with a free lead magnet template. But honestly, it's like the easiest page to make because it's literally just a page and some code. But regardless, let's go ahead and just create a new landing page. Let's start from scratch. Like I said, I'm going to offer a template, so I don't really want to go too in detail, but the page will look something like this with 2 rows, a picture for your lead magnet. There will be like a heading to describe it or whatever. But the way that you paste the embedded form is super, super easy. So all you do is take a custom code box, which I will provide in the template. Just double click the custom code box and right here in HTML, just paste the code that Klaviyo offered you in the top left when you publish it, paste it, save it. Now, as you can see, this is not showing up, and this is because of a very simple error that happens on a lot of people's end. What you want to make sure that you don't forget to do is go and search Klaviyo in the App Store. Go ahead to Klaviyo, click install. From there, what you can do is go to your online store and then customize your store. What you're going to want to do is go to the app embed section and you're going to want to enable Klaviyo on-site JavaScript and then just click save. Now from there, you should be good to go. Sometimes, very rarely, it's like a tiny bit buggy and it doesn't show up. I've had some errors with Klaviyo where it, just wants to be complicated. And sometimes you have to like remake the embedded form, but it's just following these same exact steps. But if for some reason it's not showing up on your page, all I really recommend you doing is recreating the form, trying to embed it again. It should work totally fine. The only thing left to do is create the flow that will send somebody the free lead magnet once they sign up with the form. So go ahead and click create flow and then build your own. And you could go ahead and name this whatever the name of your free lead magnet is. So magnet name free lead magnet. From here, you're going to select a trigger and you're going to make the trigger added to list. And then you're going to make it the name of your free lead magnet list that we created earlier. So I'll pick the one that I used, but it's whatever you named the actual list. Click save, click confirm save. From here, we are going to create an email that sends instantly. We're going to go to the free lead magnet flow template and we are going to just start copy and pasting like we have been before. So enjoy your free insert lead magnet name, free assets, free samples is what I'll go for this example. And then for the preview text, excited to share these with you. You can actually remove the periods. Remember, always disable smart sending. Click save and then select a template. Now, instead of picking these templates or creating, since we already saved the template earlier, we're going to go to email save. As you can see, I have a whole bunch of these, but you should probably only have one, which is the one that we just created. So go ahead and select that and then click use template. Now let's go ahead and just copy the email body, paste that in, do our usual reformatting. Now we are going to change this button as we are instructed. So let's change this to download your free blank, whatever the lead magnet is. Now the link to this button is actually not going to be to your website or something like that. The way that I prefer to deliver my free lead magnets is just through Dropbox. It's super easy to just deliver a lead magnet that way. And just a little extra tip for you guys, whatever file that you actually want to deliver on Dropbox, just go ahead and click share on it, click copy link. I usually like to click manage just to make sure that it is giving me a viewing link and not an editing link. Now what you can actually do is when you paste the link into Klaviyo, the link for Dropbox always ends in a 0. I always like to replace this 0 with a 1. That's literally all you have to do. Like there's no other steps to it. Now what this does is basically instead of sending somebody to a Dropbox page, them having to view it and like download it and do extra steps, it will just trigger their computer to automatically download it. So when they click the button or the link, it just automatically downloads their free lead magnet. It feels pretty premium to me and it feels very seamless. So that's always what I prefer to do. Same here. We're going to link the text to the Dropbox or download page. So download your free blank by clicking here. We're going to paste that link here again. Boom. And then we are going to just change the text to be bigger, make it Arial, and that is email 1 done. So you can go ahead and click exit, and then we are going to wait wait 3 days and then send a second email. So let's create a time delay of 3 days. And then we are going to copy email 1 and put it down here. Let's name this email 2. Now for this subject line, we are going to do you working on something new, paste that there. And then we're just going to do some eyeball emojis, just something to kind of like, drag somebody in. Now this email is basically a check-in and engagement. So it's going to make somebody feel like, oh wow, I just downloaded this free thing a couple days ago. Now the person's reaching out, they're checking in on me, seeing if I'm enjoying it, just building the engagement on our email list. We're going to edit the second email. Now for this one, let's just go ahead and copy the body, go ahead, paste it. I'm actually going to remove the button this time, but I'm going to copy the link really quickly. Let me know if you're enjoying insert free lead magnet name. I'd love to hear any insert niche product name that you've made with them. So feel free to reply to this. I'm actually going to delete this content box right here. So this email is strictly for engagement. Basically, the whole point of this email right here is just to follow up with the customer. Even if they don't respond to it, they're more likely to open it, but it is kind of to drive engagement, ask them how they enjoy it, and also ask them to reply with something they created. So whether they made, a music video or a song or a painting or, whatever the end goal is for your niche, asking them to reply with something that they've created and telling them to have a nice day is going to drive engagement on this email flow and get people responding with stuff that they've created. Go ahead and click exit. Then we are going to wait 2 days and then send a final email. So let's copy this right here, put it down here, change it from 3 days to 2 days. Now let's copy email 1 again, put it down here, change the name to email 3. Now this email is going to be a limited time discount offer. So let's go ahead and put 30% off code inside, and let's put save on your next insert product name purchase and click save. And then let's edit the email. Now for this one, let's go ahead and paste the text in here. Now let's change the button to say shop 30% off. And this time, instead of linking to a Dropbox link, we are going to link them to our website. Go ahead and delete this now. And this email is basically just saying, yo, if you've been enjoying lead magnet name, you'll love the rest of my products. Because I appreciate you and your support for my business, take this 30% off discount for your very first purchase. I like to bold the PS at the bottom. I like to bold the discount code. It's also going to include a little section that says, if you have any questions about my products, let me know. So that way, if somebody does want to buy something, but they have some questions, they could reach out directly to you. And if they do have any questions that are stopping them from buying, you could answer them super easily. And then as per usual, we're going to follow the same method to create a coupon code in Klaviyo. Now I already showed you guys how to do this, so I'm not going to show you how to do it again. And also just for extra help, I'll actually link a tutorial video below on the full step-by-step process of doing the whole Klaviyo discount code thing. But we're going to create another discount code, this time with 30% off, and you could call it whatever you want. Maybe something like free lead magnet discount, whatever. And then you're going to insert the name in between the quotations on this line of text right here. And then we can click exit, and that is our finished free lead magnet flow. So now that we did this, we have created our first 2 flows. Now I know you're probably going to want to rush into creating your other flows, but like I said earlier in this module, you're going to spend 2 to 3 weeks letting these flows fire off, get some engagement on your emails, get people opening your stuff, and then you could start implementing other flows. And also, like I said earlier, if you guys want to set up the other flows, but just not set them as live yet, you can feel free to follow along with me. So now that we have our first 2 engagement flows set up, let's go ahead and start setting up our actual sales flows. So the first kind of salesy flow, or flow that's kind of more specifically tailored to driving people to our website, is going to be an active on site flow. So go ahead and create a flow, build your own, go ahead and just name it active on site. And then for the trigger, we are going to go to all triggers. We're going to go to metric, and then we are going to select the active on site metric. Go ahead and click save. And then we are going to click on the trigger and add some profile filters. So go ahead and just click add profile filter. And we're just going to do someone has not been in this flow in the last 30 days, or someone has not. And then we are going to scroll down and choose checkout started. And then we are going to do 0 times since starting this flow, or what someone has or has not done. And we are going to select placed order 0 times since starting this flow. Then we are going to click save. Now we are going to insert a time delay. So we want the active on site emails to trigger 1 hour after they're active. We don't want to kind of just spam them right away. Then we are going to set up email number 1. Email number 1, subject line, need these niche specific item. If you want to make crazy blank, you need these blank. So this can be, if you want to make crazy soul sample beats, you need these kits. And you could change crazy too. It could be if you want to make intricate Procreate paintings, you need these brush packs, whatever. Disable smart sending as always, click save, and then click select template. Go through and select our default template. Then we are going to copy the text that we have right here. Let's go ahead and paste it in. Now we're going to change the button to say shop my collections here. Then we are going to insert a block with 4 of your personal favorite products. So go ahead and insert a product block, do static, add products, and then do 2 to 4 of your personal favorite products. As per usual, make sure the products per row is 2 and change the button color to match the rest of your buttons. And then the rest is just filling in the blank. Now, like I said, all of these things are easily replaceable. They're really plug and play and for every single flow just to make it easy. I included some different examples of how different creative niches might change up this actual template. So if you're confused, you can feel free to reference this. Then we're going to go ahead and click exit, and that's it. The active on site flow is one of the simplest flows that you can actually set up on your website. It's just a flow for people who are on your website, aren't really buying anything. And the main purpose is to drive attention to some of your personal favorite products, touch base with the person on your website and just try to drive them back to your website and maybe enter them into a different flow or get them to buy a product. So once you're done with that, assuming you've warmed up your email list, you can go ahead and click review and turn on and then click save. I just want to go ahead and set up the most simple flows first. So let's go ahead and create another very simple flow. So go ahead and click create flow, build your own, and we're going to name this flow VIP customer flow. And then we are going to go to all triggers and we're going to select added to segment. And then we are going to select the VIP customer segment that we set up earlier in the chapter, which is basically the customer who spent over X amount of money. Now for this flow, we can send it right away. So we're going to paste our email in. This is going to be another single email flow. The subject line in the template is "You're awesome," but it could also just be anything to show appreciation. And then the preview text could be "Thank you for supporting my business." Click skip recently emailed profiles, click save, select a template, go ahead and select our default template. Now this email is basically just a thank you email. And I laid this out for you guys as like a template that you can just feel free to use. But generally speaking, this is just an email to show appreciation to whoever the customer is because they spent a lot of money on you and your business, and that is obviously something that is to be, greatly appreciated. So yeah, this is basically just a general format template. We're not gonna have any buttons or anything fancy like that in here. Just go ahead and replace this your name section with whatever your name is, and then we are going to create another coupon code, and this one we're gonna name, something like VIP customer, and we're gonna set it to be 90% off of their entire order. And the reason why is because this person has already spent so much money on our brand, we might as well just throw them a freebie and just really show our appreciation for them. Now, this is probably the most customizable template because basically the entire heart of the message is whatever you think is appropriate. Email starts with just saying like, oh, I want to thank you for being a VIP customer. This time I just wanted to reach out and say thank you. And then in the middle is really where you can actually say what you would say to somebody who has spent like over $200 on your products and is, really supporting you and what you do. I've kind of laid out like a general template if you need some inspiration, but I think this specific email should really come from the heart. And then it just kind of ends off with, thank you, keep being awesome. Go ahead and click exit, click done, and that is the VIP customer flow. Now let's go ahead and set up the browse abandonment flow. So go ahead and click create flow. Now this time, just to make things a little bit easier, we are going to go with a default Klaviyo template. So it's going to, show you all this stuff, whatever. You can just change the name to browse abandonment flow, then go ahead and use the template. And the reason why I like to use these templates is just because the trigger is like implemented super easily and you don't have to worry about anything like being wrong or whatever. And I also like it because you don't have to worry about setting up an email that will take them back to the right product because it kind of gives you this email that's really easy to like customize. So don't actually delete this email because it has these sort of dynamic products that people are looking at and it will redirect them to the website in the right way. So we are just going to wait 2 hours. We are going to use the subject lines. So it's going to be still on the fence about product category. Did something catch your eye or ear? So obviously, depending on if you're making something visual or, auditory, then go ahead and turn off skip recently emailed profiles, click save, and then edit this email. So we are going to get rid of a lot of the default stuff that they put in here. We mainly just want to keep this like dynamic section right here. So we're going to get rid of all this like stupid unnecessary stuff. So let's go ahead and get the email body. So it's just going to be like, yo, I saw you checking out one of my favorite whatever product category. Here's a link back. And then it's going to say insert product block that sends them back to the product. That is going to be this section right here. So we could go ahead and delete that. And we are going to copy the feel free to reply if you have any questions. Let's add another text block because this is going to go right below it. Let's put it right here. And then check it out again is going to link us back to the product. So let's just go ahead here and do check it out again. Let's get rid of these spacers. Let's get rid of this section right here. We don't want any of these distractions included. And yeah, there we go. This is what the email should look like. We could actually get rid of this right here. Boom. Very simple, just like, yo, here, check out this product. I saw you were just looking at it. Reply if you have any questions. It's a good way to get somebody to engage if they have any questions or anything like that. Go ahead and click exit. Then we are going to wait 1 day. So this is the longest wait that we have in any of our flows so far. So set this to 1, but instead of hours, we're going to change this to days. Click save, and then we're going to copy this first email. Go ahead and drag it down here. We could rename it to Browse Abandonment Email 2. And then for the subject line, it's going to be, I saved these product category for you. So, I saved these assets for you. I saved these samples for you, whatever. And then you can say, need something new for your niche specific need. Here's some new blank. So, need something new for your beats. Here's some blank. Need something new for your project. Here's some blank. Click save. And then we are going to edit the email. A quick disclaimer, if you ever see your email in like this little small preview box and some of the things aren't showing up, that's just because Klaviyo doesn't display it. It's going to send properly, so don't worry about that. Now we are just going to copy the body text right here. And now we are going to do the exact same thing that we did before. We're not going to have the feel free to reply if you have any questions because we already did that. And we're going to change the button to say grab it now instead. We could go ahead and delete these now. And then this is another plug and play template. Basically, the main chunk of this email is going to be enticing people to buy and kind of showing them some social proof. So it could be, how many people have bought your product. It could be some people that you've worked with or some companies that have used your assets, whatever cool accomplishment that you might have. And if you don't have any cool accomplishments, honestly, you can just kind of not make one up, but like just say something cool, be like, oh, these are the assets that I use every day to create whatever I create. If you don't have any like big accomplishment like that, that's totally fine. And then, ready to take your beats to the next level, ready to take your videos to the next level, whatever, go ahead and click exit, click done. And that is going to be our browse abandonment flow. This is basically for anybody who doesn't even add something to the cart, but they still view the product. We want to send them a couple of strings of emails to get them back to the product. So hopefully they will buy it or at least check it out so that we could do an abandoned cart flow. So again, if your email list is warmed up, go ahead, click review and turn on, and then click save. That is the browse abandonment flow. All right, so we only have a couple of flows left, but I do feel like these last few flows are probably going to be the most effective. They typically are in most creative businesses. I'm going to try not to spend too much time on the actual like text-based customization because I think you guys probably have a pretty good idea of how to do that based on, the examples that I've given, as well as the actual example templates at the bottom of each of these email templates. So let's go ahead and get into it. So let's go ahead and create a customer winback flow. So when you go ahead and select create a flow, you can actually just select the default customer winback flow from Klaviyo. You could rename it to customer winback. Now, because we are selling digital products, we are going to do this a little bit differently. So instead of waiting 75 days, we are going to wait 30 days, and we're not going to delay until a specific time of day. Click save. And then we have email number 1. So what we're going to do is say, hey, first name, it's been a while, check out the latest releases. Make sure to turn off smart sending and then go ahead and edit this right here. So for the email body, it's gonna be very basic. It's just, touching base and being like, hey man, like it's been a while, we haven't talked. The goal of these emails specifically is to just loop people back into our email sequences who have bought a product but haven't bought in a long time to try to entice them to buy another product. So we're gonna change this to shop newest releases. Obviously, we're gonna make this button go back to our website. Now we are going to insert a product block. And this time, instead of doing a static list, we're going to do a dynamic list. And what I want you to do is create a product feed. And from here, you could just name it newest releases. And then it's going to say, what should customer view first? Newest products. And then I don't like to add any filters. Go ahead and create the product feed. And now this will automatically display your newest releases dynamically. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of these because I don't really like them. And then obviously you're gonna customize the button colors. You're gonna customize any of the drag and drop places right here. But this is basically just an email to be like, yo, check out the newest releases. For anybody who's bought something and hasn't really returned to your website to buy anything else since then, now you can go ahead and click exit. Now we can go ahead and delete all of these because we don't really want them. So click delete. Now let's copy this time delay. Let's make the time delay 3 days. And then let's copy this email. Let's put it right here. And then for this one, the subject line is going to be, let's start your next project. Name, here's 45% off your next order. So the reason why we are doing such a large discount is because this is somebody who's already buying our products. And somebody who's already buying our products, it's more valuable to keep somebody like that around than it is to try to convince a new person to buy our products. So here's going to be the email body. You're going to keep the same product block, rename the button to say shop 45% off, and send it to your website. And then as we went over, create a new coupon code, name it something like customer Winback coupon, paste it in right here and make it 45% off, and make sure that you set the coupon to expire in 7 days because we want to drive urgency. We want this person to use that discount code. Now we can go ahead and exit. Now we are going to create one more time delay, and this time delay is going to be 7 days. And then we are going to copy this email again, put it right down here. And then the last email to drive urgency is going to say, remember this. And it's going to say your 45% off coupon expires tonight because we made sure that the coupon expires in 7 days. So 7 days after that email, we are going to send a final reminder. And then this email, we're going to actually remove the product blocks. So right here, we're going to do another shop 45% off. Again, make sure that it is the appropriate coupon code name. And this one basically just says, I just want to send a last minute heads up. Your coupon expires tonight. If there's anything I've released that you've had your eye on, this is your chance for a crazy discount. Go ahead and click exit, click done. And that is our customer win-back flow. This is designed to keep previous customers engaged with our products. If somebody bought something and they enjoyed it, but some time went by and they just never really had the budget to buy another product, you throw them a 45% off coupon to try to get them back into your sales ecosystem. Now that we've done that, we can go ahead and create our post-purchase email flow. So go to create a flow and then select customer thank you, new versus returning. Go ahead and rename it to whatever you want to name it. Now for this flow, I do not like to have a time delay. I think you should give somebody a thank you message directly after reaching out to them. And then we basically have this conditional split. What someone has or has not done, placed order equals 1 overall time. So if somebody has placed 1 order, that means it's their first time buying something. And if they haven't, that means it's their second, third, fourth, etc. time buying something. So the yes side is for people who haven't bought a product, and the no side is for people who have bought a product. That can be a little bit confusing, but let's go ahead and start writing these emails out, starting off with the new customer. So honestly, I like the subject. You can kind of keep your what makes us great, or you can change it up. It doesn't really matter. Either way, go ahead and select the preview text, turn off skipped recently emailed profiles, click save, and then we are going to change the template. Go ahead and change the template, and we are going to go to our default template right here. And then we are just going to copy the body right here. This email is not going to be salesy. This one specifically is just to, thank the person. Say, what's up? Welcome to my website name family, or your name family. I made these products to be your go-to. I hope you enjoy. PS, if you need anything from me right now, simply reply to the email. Turn the button off. This is basically just an email to thank the person for buying. Then we are going to add a time delay of 3 days. And then we are going to copy this email, put it right down here. And then we are going to copy this where it's going to say exclusive offer just for you. You'll want to see this. Click save and then edit the email. And we're going to take this body text, go ahead and paste this in. So you're going to link the text right here to your website. And then we're going to create another coupon code for 20% off. And we're going to name it new customer. We're going to get a button in here. And then we're going to make the button say shop 20% off your next blank order. So that's, whatever sample pack, asset pack, brush pack, whatever. And you're gonna want this discount code to expire in 5 days. And that is our thank you plus upsell for new customers. Now we're gonna create our thank you plus upsell for repeat customers. So honestly, we can just delete this because it is not the right email. So let's go ahead and clone this first email right here and put it over here. Now we are going to change this from thanks to thanks again. And then I appreciate your continued support. You could change these up to be a bit more genuine and, fit your tone. Let's click save. Let's click edit. And let's copy the email body right here. And then we're going to paste. And then we are going to add a product block with your best sellers. So let's add a product block and then go ahead and create a product feed and name it, best sellers. Select best selling products over the last 90 days and then click create product feed. And then you're going to select your best sellers. There we go. And this is basically just an email where we're like, thank you for your continued support. Here's some of the best sellers if you want to check them out. We can do things like this because somebody who buys a product is more qualified to buy another product. So that is going to be this email right here. And then we're going to take another time delay, but since it is a return customer, we don't want to shove a discount down their face. So we're going to make the delay 10 days instead of 3. And then we're going to clone this email, put it right down here. And then we are going to say just for you, first name. And then we are going to say special 40% offer for you. Click save, click edit. Let's get the copy right here. So basically we're going to make another discount code that also expires in 5 days, but this time it's going to be a 40% discount discount code, and we're going to call it something like repeat customer. We're going to say something like, thank you for continually supporting my business. I really appreciate it. Here's a 40% off discount. We're doing 40% for a repeat customer because they're more likely to buy. We want to up the discount a little bit for a new customer. So we are going to get rid of this product block right here, and we're just going to add a button. Boom, right there. Say shop 40% off. As always, remember to fix this code right here with the appropriate name of your discount. And yeah, just go ahead and click exit, click done. And that is our post-purchase thank you flow, which is super, super essential. If somebody buys something from you and you don't have a sequence that will automatically thank them and show appreciation, you are definitely missing out on something super crucial for your email marketing. And now we can move on to our very final flow, which is abandoned checkout. So for our final flow, the abandoned checkout flow, we're going to want to pick a specific pre-made flow, which can get kind of annoying. And you're going to want to click the abandoned cart reminder standard and email SMS. For some reason, the other flows trigger based on somebody adding something to their cart, and this flow triggers based on somebody starting checkout. So this is the one that you want to use: abandoned cart reminder standard email and SMS. Select this and then rename it to whatever you want to name it. So I like to go for an aggressive abandoned checkout method. A lot of people tend to kind of wait 1 to 4 hours, so you can experiment with this if you want. You could try waiting an hour, waiting 2 hours, but I like to go for an aggressive method where I wait 30 minutes because in my opinion, that's when it's on the top of somebody's mind. And 90% of the time, if they abandon their checkout and you wait like a day to remind them, they're probably already completely out of the buyer's mindset. So I would definitely do it within 30 minutes to like 4 or 5 hours. We can go ahead and change this conditional split. We're not doing any SMS marketing, so we don't have to worry about that. We're going to change this to be what someone has or has not done. Placed order at least once, overall time, and then click save. And what this is basically going to do is allow us to, again, do the same conditional split where we trigger an abandoned checkout sequence based on if they have or have not bought a product so that we can encourage them to make their first purchase or a second, third, fourth purchase. So for somebody who has not ordered a product, we're going to go ahead and paste this right here. And then we're going to say, don't worry, I saved them for you. Boom, put that right there. We're going to turn off smart sending, and then we're going to edit this email. Now we are obviously not using this email, but this is just what they provide us. So we're going to delete all of this stuff, but we're going to make sure that we keep this right here, this little table. We're going to keep that. We're going to delete this. We're going to, honestly, this is like so much stuff. It's really annoying. Don't need any of this. Delete all of this. And then we could paste the body text right here. It's just gonna say, I noticed you left some things behind checkout. All good. Here's the link so that you can complete your order. If you're having any issues, feel free to reach out. And then we're gonna have the product block, which is gonna send them back to the product, and a button. We're gonna change this to say complete your order. And then obviously I'm going to change it so that there's no rounded corner. And then we're going to click exit and we're going to click done. Then we are going to wait 6 hours, which again, people are going to think that's pretty aggressive. And I would agree that that is pretty aggressive, but I like to go for that tactic for my abandoned checkout flows. You can feel free to experiment with longer time periods. Let's go ahead and clone this email and put it right down here. Subject is going to be limited time 25% off. And the preview text is going to be ready to make some crazy blank. So that could be ready to make some beautiful Procreate paintings, ready to make some crazy alternative rock beats, ready to make some awesome music videos, right? Whatever you want it to be. And then we are going to paste our text. And this text, instead of being like, oh, here's the product, we're going to say like, listen, if pricing's an issue, here's a coupon code. It's going to be for 25% off, and it's going to be an abandoned cart discount. And we're going to make it expire in 48 hours, right? And the reason why we want to do this is because somebody who adds something to checkout is most likely ready to buy. So we want to create super urgency by making a super short length discount code. So create a 25% off abandoned cart discount code that expires in 48 hours. And then you could keep the product block and the complete your order. Go ahead and click exit. Then we are going to wait 1 day. So let's clone this right here. Boom. Wait 1 day, save. And then we're going to copy this email one more time. And then this is going to say your last chance. Don't miss out. Click save and then edit the email. Now we are going to paste this in here. And this one is basically the same concept. Just make sure you get the discount code correctly. This email is just a reminder to say like, yo, the discount code expires today. Like, make sure you don't miss out on it. Go ahead and buy the product. And as you can see, the wording for this is very specific. It says, don't let this opportunity to get your first blank, whatever your product is, get your first blank. We're using the wording of somebody who has not bought something before to try to increase the likelihood that they will buy our product. And then we are going to replicate the exact same sequence on the other end. So let's go ahead and delete this right here. And then let's copy this email, put it over here. The wording is going to be pretty similar, but a little bit different. We're going to be a bit more direct with the people who have actually bought a product before because we can trust that we could communicate with them this way because they have bought something from us before. We're going to edit the email and we're going to paste this right here. This is going to be relatively the same, the only thing is like, instead of saying get your first product, it's going to be like get these new products because they've already bought something in the past. So that's all for this email. Then we are going to mirror the same time delay. So let's duplicate that and put it over here. Then let's copy email 2 on the other side and put it right here. And then we're going to use more targeted language. Again, if you liked your last purchase, you'll love this. Click save, edit the email. And it's basically the same email pretty much, except we're going to say, we want you to get your second purchase instead of your first. Go ahead and copy this text block and put it right below here. So it's going to look something like this. And then we're going to say, excited to have you back and trying something new. So again, we're using that specific language to target somebody who's already purchased something. That is going to be this email. Then we're going to click exit. And then our final email, let's copy our delay again. Then let's copy the final email, paste it over here. So this one is going to say expiring today, get 25% off your insert niche product, sample pack, brush pack, whatever that may be. Boom, click save, edit the email. Let's go ahead and paste this right here. We're going to copy this text block, put it right here. Can't wait for you to try out some new blank. And yeah, that is going to wrap up our abandoned checkout flow. And that is going to wrap up all of our flows. We've now set up every single functional flow for our website that is going to meet the customer or potential customer at every point of their journey. It's going to continuously touch base with the customer repeatedly for us without having to do anything. And yeah, that's the best part. You literally don't have to do anything. So that is going to be our essential store automations. And now that we have that out of the way, we can go ahead and cover the other, arguably more simple part of email marketing, which is campaigns and single sends. So let's go ahead and go over that. All right, so now that we have covered automations, let's go ahead and talk about the other side of email marketing, which is campaigns. So if automations are your 24/7 salesperson, campaigns are your chance to show up as you, right? They're the handwritten single send emails where you tell your stories, share your voice, and connect with your audience on a personal level. When I first started out, the word campaign really confused me. So this is why I kind of just call them the personal single send emails. It's where you write out one singular email and send it to everyone on your list. It's very personal and handwritten. It's not repeated. So let's go ahead and break down how these work. So campaigns are the one-off emails that you send to your entire list or segments of your list at a specific time. Unlike automations, which are triggered on by specific actions, campaigns are proactive. When you're making campaigns, it's your chance to share updates, tell stories. I'm going to put that in bold because that's probably the best thing you could do. Promote sales or new products and build trust and relationships. You want to think of campaigns as your way of starting a conversation with your audience. The reason why campaigns are so important is because one, they build trust. When you show up in your audience's inbox with a personal, authentic message, it builds trust and strengthens your relationship. They also create desire. Campaigns are a great chance to highlight the value of your products in a way that feels natural and engaging. And lastly, they drive action. Whether it's promoting a sale, announcing a new product, or encouraging engagement, campaigns are a powerful way to get your audience to take action. So campaigns are used for a lot of things, and I wanted to go ahead and compile the best ways to use campaigns. Every one of these methods still has a purpose. And despite the ways that we are using our campaigns, each one of these methods still has the core purpose of driving a click to your website. So you use all of these methods to find ways to promote people to go onto your website, right? So the first thing is storytelling. That's my personal favorite. So I went ahead and bolded my favorite kinds of emails. Number one being storytelling. So you could share personal stories, behind the scenes moments, and lessons you've learned. This works so well because stories humanize your brand and make your audience feel connected to you. These are going to be fantastic for open rates, click-through rates, replies especially, stuff like that. Then we have sales and promotion emails. This is basically where you're announcing a sale, a discount, or a new product launch. I think that these emails are best for new product launches, and this works because campaigns create excitement and urgency around your offers. Educational emails is another huge one. You could share exclusive tips, tricks, tutorials, and valuable insights related to your niche. And this works because providing value builds trust and positions you as an expert. So this is kind of the same concept as making content that sells or making products that sell, and just taking the same principle and putting it into an email. Then we have engagement emails. So this is basically where you ask questions, invite feedback, or encourage your audience to reply. This works great because engagement emails turn your audience into active participants, not just passive readers. And finally, announcements and updates. Pretty basic. share news, updates, and changes about you and your business. And this works because it keeps your audience informed and builds transparency and trust. So you guys already know what text-based emails look like because that's how we set up our email flows. But let's talk about why text-based emails are the best. So if you actually go into Klaviyo, all of these templates, they're just so pushy, they're so salesy and flashy. Oftentimes they could get marked as spam in inboxes. To me personally, this is something that I only think somebody who's running like a large e-commerce company should do, right? A brand that has like many people backing it. But this is what we want our emails to look like, right? Something like this email right here. This is a perfect example. It's just some text, a picture of the product, blah, 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 blah. You know, this is a more promotional email, but this is the general look and appearance that all of our emails should have. And the reason why is because one, they feel personal. A simple text-based email feels like a message from a friend, not a corporate newsletter. And I talked about this during the personal brand unit. We are not a corporation. We are one singular person. So we want to come off like a friend or a normal human being and not a brand. They're also really easy to read, so without fancy designs and distractions, your message gets straight to the point. People get very easily distracted, so having all of these flashy visuals and stuff like that can oftentimes take people away from the actual goal of the email. And then lastly, they drive engagement. Text-based emails often have a higher open rate and click-through rate because they feel authentic and relatable, especially if you are sending an engagement email where you're encouraging somebody to reply. They're going to be far more likely to reply to a text-based email. So basically, I want to show you how to write a great campaign email. One, you want to start with a strong subject line. Your subject line is the gatekeeper, so you want to make it intriguing, personal, or urgent to get people to open your email. You want to keep it conversational. You want to write like you're talking to a friend. You want to use simple language, short sentences, and a friendly tone. This one is super big. You want to focus on one specific goal. Each email should have one clear purpose: telling a story, promoting a sale, asking for feedback, etc. And at the end of every email, you want to try to drive somebody to your website, which brings us to number 4, include a call to action. What do you want your audience to do after reading your email? You want to make it clear and easy for them to take that next step. Every time you send an email, there should be a clear next step. Almost every time it's to send somebody to your website. Sometimes it's to get replies to boost engagement or to connect more with your audience. But this is the general formula for great email campaigns. So just as a final thought, right? Campaigns are your chance to show up as you. They are where you get to share your voice, your stories, and your value with your audience. And when you combine this with automations, you create a powerful email marketing system that builds trust, drives sales, and fosters real connections. So do not be afraid to hit send. Your audience wants to hear from you, and with every email you send, you build a stronger, more engaged community. So how do we send campaigns? First of all, you go to the campaigns tab right here. You're going to go to the top and click create campaign, and then you're going to name it whatever the goal of the campaign is or the subject of the campaign is. So let's say you're sending an educational email about your niche. So it could be like educational send and then whatever the date is. So right now the date is April 3rd, 2025. And then you're going to select email because we're not doing SMS. And then this is where our segments come into play. So as you can see down here, if you scroll, there are segments. You have your 30, 60, 90, and 180 day actives. You have your entire email list. You have people who have never engaged, etc., etc. So the way that I like to do things is if you are on a new Klaviyo account, after you have your account warmed up, you can feel free to send your emails to your entire list for a couple of weeks. And then once you've built up your actives list, then you could start segmenting based on the goal of the email. So the way that I look at it is the more salesy the email is, the smaller of a list you want to send to, unless it's a huge major holiday sale. So if it's something like Black Friday, send that to everyone, right? But if it's something like a flash sale, you might only want to send it to like your 90-day actives. Or if it's just a product promotion with no discount, maybe your 60 or 30-day actives. Because at the end of the day, these are the people who are most engaged with your emails. And because email is so dependent on open and click-through rate, you don't always want to send it to everyone if that means a majority of your list is not going to open it, because that's just going to continue making your emails perform much worse. So based on the goal of the email, whether it's a huge major sale or a new product release, go ahead and select which list you want to send to. So I'll just select email list subscribers. I like to turn off smart sending. I think it's just stupid. It's just not a very good thing to do. And then I always like to add the don't send to segment. And I do not send my emails to people who have never engaged with my emails, right? Because chances are they just aren't going to. If you're new to email marketing, you don't have to do this right away because you don't know who's never engaging with your emails. You want to give them a chance to engage with your emails. But after like a month of sending campaigns, you could start throwing these guys in there because they're not opening anyways. And then just click next, pick a subject line and preview text. Again, you want to look at your subject line kind of like a YouTube thumbnail, and you almost want to like clickbait it. Emails work best when there is a subject line that drives curiosity. It gives somebody a reason to click on it. You want to keep it short, simple, and sweet. Once you do that, you can go ahead and click next. And from here, it's just creating our email, right? I'm not going to tell you too much about how to make the email because I already kind of told you the general structure and the different styles of emails that you could send. Generally, longer emails perform better, and I don't want you to overstress this, okay? I did this for such a long time. I overstressed to the point where I just didn't send anything, and that's a lot worse than just sending a bad email, obviously. So in my eyes, I think you should use your creative energy that you have for your creative niche and apply it here. Have fun, write a cool piece that you would want to read, and then the people on your email list will most likely want to read it. And then once you're done, you can just go ahead and click next. And Klaviyo is going to send you to this page right here. So there's a new feature that you could actually do, and you could test this out if you want to, where basically a follow-up email will happen if somebody doesn't open the email. I don't think that this is entirely necessary. I think especially as a beginner, I wouldn't do that. And then from here, you can click schedule or send. And then from here, you could either send it right now or you can schedule it. Now, there's a lot of like advanced semantics on sending time and sending date and all these things, and I'll probably go into that later on in this course, but I don't think it's as important as just sending emails. So I want to encourage you guys to just schedule your emails for like a regular time of day. You could experiment a little bit with like sending in the morning versus sending at night. I feel like my emails perform a bit better after 5 p.m. because people are out of work, but it depends on everybody's email list. I like to usually schedule my emails ahead of time. This can also allow you to write like a whole month worth of campaigns in one sitting. It's all very helpful stuff. And then once you're done, you can go ahead and click schedule campaign. And yeah, that is going to cover both sides of email marketing. It's not as complicated as you have to make it out to be. It's just automations and campaigns. And yeah, now that we have that out of the way, I want to leave you guys with one final note for this chapter, which is basically just my secret for unlimited email inspiration. So I will see you guys there. Now that we have gone over the ins and outs of email marketing, put everything in the most simple, easy to understand terms so that you are good to go and your email marketing journey is ready to be pursued, I wanted to leave you guys with one more final bonus module that is going to allow you to get unlimited email inspiration. This is my secret weapon to never run out of email ideas ever again. If you're struggling with writer's block, if you're not sure what to send next, I'm going to give you my secret strategy to get unlimited inspiration straight from your competitors and beyond. So the first step here is going to be creating a spy address. So basically all this consists of is opening a new Gmail account. This doesn't have to be a business account. This doesn't have to be anything special. Just Google, make a Gmail account, go ahead, make a new Gmail account. And we're going to be using this email address for one specific purpose only, and that's going to be subscribing to competitors and other niche businesses. And the reason why we're going to do this, which honestly I think is the most important tip of this entire module, is that it's going to keep our research organized and prevent inbox clutter. Subscribing to other people's email marketing to kind of like see what emails they're sending and stuff like that, it honestly is not even a valuable tool if you're doing it on your main email address, because 90% of the emails that are sent, you're probably going to miss. It's going to get buried in your inbox and all that. So one of the most essential tips here is to actually make a separate email address. The second step is going to be subscribing to our competitors, which is the obvious play. You're going to sign up for every major competitor's email list in your niche, and you're going to study their welcome sequences, their promotional emails, their abandoned cart flows, and their storytelling and engagement emails. You want to see how they onboard new subscribers. You want to see how they pitch their products. You want to see how they recover sales, and you want to see how they build connections with their audience. My favorite thing to do here is to take screenshots of my favorite emails and save them in a swipe file so I could always go and have unlimited inspiration. And the way that I like to go about this is super easy. If you're into the creating space and you're already creating your own content, chances are you learned your creative skill by watching a lot of other content creators. Just go to all of your favorite content creators in your given creative niche, go to their website, see if they have a place to sign up for email marketing, and if they do, sign up for it. And then we have step 3, which is going to be expanding your niches. This is going to be, in my opinion, the secret weapon right here. So what you're going to do is not only subscribe to competitors competitors in your niche, you are going to subscribe to brands in completely different industries. Fitness, SaaS, fashion, or for creatives, other creative niches. Subscribe to producers, subscribe to video editors, subscribe to artists, subscribe to anybody in the creative space who has email marketing. And the reason why we do this is because cross-industry inspiration is going to spark unique ideas that you can adapt. A good example of this is maybe a coffee brand that you subscribe to who has really cool storytelling that could inspire your next product launch narrative. A software company could have a specific onboard sequence that you could refine for your welcome flow. And what I really like about this and why it's so cool is we're obviously going to reverse engineer this stuff and turn it into our own. But even if you did this tactic super low effort and low energy, and you basically just took the same format and reworked it for your given niche, you're still going to stand out because you're taking it from a completely different world. And chances are a lot of people subscribe to your email list are not even involved in that world. So it's a really easy way for you to stand out. My bonus tip for this section is to look for brands with high engagement. What I like to do to execute this step specifically is go to an AI like DeepSeek and I ask them to list me the most successful e-commerce brands specifically with email and subscribe to anyone on that list. Step 4 is going to be reverse engineering their funnels, track their email frequency, see if they're emailing you daily or weekly, note their call to actions and what makes you click, analyze their hooks and subject lines that grab you, and study their upsells and how they increase their order value. The 5th and final step is going to be adapting and improving without copying. So obviously you do not want to plagiarize, you want to use their tactics as inspiration and make it your own. So a really quick example is if a competitor uses a limited stock scare tactic, you could try to put a positive spin on it, like instead of saying only 3 left, you could say something like these are selling fast, grab yours before they're gone. But generally speaking, the marketing tactics that other people are using are not original to themselves, and the tactics themselves can easily be taken and used for your own as long as you obviously change the wording up a bit and obviously make it related to your given niche. There's no like email copywriter out there that's like, hey man, those are my words, you can't use them. So don't really like worry about that. That's just not a thing that's going to happen. And then just a final tip to leave you guys off with is to automate your research. So what I like to do is set up weekly or daily spy sessions, which are 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how frequently you're doing it, where you can just sit down and focus read through your inbox, analyze anything that stands out and follow the steps laid out previously. I am doing this all the time, and this is the reason why I think it's so easy for me to help you guys learn email marketing, come up with flows, come up with campaign ideas. Like I'm never really struggling to write an email, and this is exactly why. The reason why this works so well is because it's literally free market research. There's no guessing on what converts. A lot of these companies are working with professional agencies that are charging them $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 a month, maybe even more. And you can literally just see what they're doing on the back end just by subscribing to their email marketing. On top of that, you are literally going to get endless inspiration. You are not going to have blank page syndrome. You are going to have hundreds of emails every single week that you could read through and take inspiration from. And another one that's super underrated in my opinion is staying ahead of the trends. So you could spot what's working before others do. 99% of the time, people who make content about email marketing are usually testing and applying certain systems with their clients before they are coming out and making content and teaching people about it. So you could be ahead of the trends. You could see what people are doing before others do and just really be ahead of the game. And now that you know this, you will always know what to send next without any stress. That is going to wrap up the email marketing unit of this course. As always, congratulations. I'm very proud of you. And I just want to end this unit off with one final note. I've already said it before, but just don't be scared of email and honestly just have fun with it. A lot of people take it way too seriously and think that it's just this big scary thing. And really at the end of the day, it's not. You know, it doesn't have to be amazing. You're going to be bad when you start and that's totally fine. It's not the end of the world. Just go ahead, sign up for email marketing, get sending emails and watch those sales roll in. Now that we have wrapped up the email marketing chapter of this course, we're going to move on to the final few chapters, which I think are necessities for you to succeed as a creative in the digital product industry. I'll see you guys there. All right, so we've gone over the basics. We've gone over how to make a winning product that sells. We've gone over how to set up an effective Shopify store to sell it. We've gone over how to build a personal brand and make content that sells to the people that you were looking to sell to. So at this point in the journey, you've either released a product and promoted it with a social media brand, or you at least know how to. And if you don't somehow, you gotta go back. You gotta go back, okay? Because this goes in chronological order. But assuming you're at this point, let's talk about what to do when you're releasing a new product. So I purposefully didn't put this part earlier in the course, because I don't really think it's smart to like build up a bunch of hype and do all this special stuff for your very first product, because the reality is 99% of the time, it's not going to be that special. You don't even have to do product rollouts for your first 2, 3, or 4 products, because you're new to the game. And as we've discussed, it's much more important to just do something and finish it and get it out there to kind of, establish that experience. But effective product releases and product rollouts could double, triple, or sometimes even more than that increase your revenue. So let's go ahead and go over how it's done. All right, so the strategy that I like to use for product rollouts, especially digital ones, is the whisper, talk, shout strategy. Now, I got this from Alex Hormozy. He is super, super influential in just my business knowledge. So I'm going to show you exactly how this applies specifically to digital products. So the philosophy behind the whisper, talk, shout strategy is going in chronological order, starting with the whisper. When you're whispering, that's basically when you're vaguely hinting at a product that you're building. You're creating curiosity, you're creating anticipation. Maybe the people who follow you will talk amongst themselves and be like, oh my God, I wonder what this is. Then you move on to the talk stage, where you're consistently sharing details and benefits of the specific product. You're telling people what it is, what it's going to do, all that stuff. And then there's the shout phase, where you're creating urgency and excitement as the launch approaches. And basically what we're trying to do here is make our product release feel like an event rather than just another announcement, right? Like, if you really think about it, which product are you to be more likely to buy? One where somebody's like, yo, I just dropped this new product? Or would you rather buy something where somebody has been talking about it for months, they've been showing all the benefits, they've been giving free trials and stuff like that? Obviously, you're going to be more likely to buy that product. And before we go over specifically how to do all of these specific tactics, I just want to make a specific comparison with the whisper, talk, shout method, which is basically movie releases. Even if you're not a fan of movies, you kind of know how this works. Like a year out, you hear like, I don't know, somebody posts a picture of like the title of the movie or something, and people are like, oh my God. Then a couple months before the movie, you're seeing all these scenes, you're seeing interviews, you're seeing promotions, and then a couple weeks or less before the movie, it's like all you can see, you can't escape it, everyone's talking about it. We want to kind of emulate this specific strategy, but on a much smaller scale, because we are not making movies, we are making digital products. So phase number 1, the whisper phase, is going to be about 2 to 4 months before the launch of your product. And these numbers are just general guidelines. You can change around based on your product. If it's a smaller product, you don't need 4 months to promote it. If it's a really big, substantial product, like your biggest release ever, you can go more than 4 months out. I wouldn't go longer than like 6 months out. That's for like crazy big products. But generally speaking, you want to be closer to probably like the 2-month mark or the 3-month mark. And the goal with the whisper phase is to build curiosity and anticipation, but mostly curiosity. So basically what you want to do is obviously tease your product. You want to drop subtle hints about something exciting coming soon. And a good example of this is, just posting something that's like working on something very big for a very specific target customer. Stay tuned. So, you could post something like, oh, I'm working on something super big for hip hop producers who want to flip soul samples. I'm working on something super big for Procreate artists who like making watercolor landscape paintings. I'm working on something big for graphic designers who love that grunge aesthetic, just something like that. And you also want to create mystery. So you want to use vague visuals or phrases that kind of confuse people. And a good example of this is like a blurred image of your product with like a caption that's like, can you guess what this is? This is another great thing that you could do. And then the next thing that you want to do is engage your audience. So basically ask people questions or run polls. You could do stuff like you could post the blurred out image and you could be like, oh, what do you think I'm working on? And then put a little put a little question box. Or you could say, what's one tool that you wish existed? Stuff like that. And then the fourth thing that you're going to want to do that's going to be really killer is building an email list. Specifically make a list on Klaviyo to encourage people to sign up for updates about your secret project. You could say stuff like, oh, do you want to be the first to know? Join the wait list. Since we just went over email marketing, I'm not going to specifically show you how to do it because we kind of went over how email marketing works in the previous module. And it's as simple as just creating a list and naming it, the name of your secret project or whatever. But this one right here is a huge, huge, huge gem. And the way that you're going to execute this is pretty easy. Just use all of your social media platforms to do stuff like this. I think something like Instagram Reels is probably the best way to do it because you have polls, you have questions, you can post stuff and it goes away in 24 hours. So that's kind of where you can use that like vague curiosity thing because you can promote it and then the next day it's gone. So you can keep dropping these little hints here and there. The YouTube communities tab is also a great place to do it. And then the third place that you can do it, which probably probably would be the last for me, but you could still do it, is like in your content. It's gonna be really effective, but you want to be, again, very mysterious. Like at the end of a video or something, or in the middle, you can be like, oh, by the way, I'm working on this crazy new product. But yeah, that's how you're gonna execute it. And then we move on to the second phase, which is the talk phase. So this is anywhere from 1 month before the launch to 2 weeks before the launch, something like that. Again, kind of depends on your product size. But 1 month is a safe bet. And at this point, all you're locking in on is generating interest and educating your audience about the product. So at this point, you've come out, you've said what the product is, you've said what it does, and basically that's your goal. You're building hype, you're showing people how cool the thing is, you're revealing the product, you're sharing the name, the purpose, and the key features, introducing product name, the ultimate tool for a specific problem. You're also going to be highlighting the benefits, so you're going to explain how the product solves a problem or improves your customer's life. Sharing the behind the scenes is a huge one. I think this one really sparks curiosity and really gets people invested in the product and makes them feel like they are a part of the journey and more likely to buy. If you show them the actual process of building the product, they're going to feel so much more connected and so much more excited. So you can post things that are like, here's a sneak peek of how I designed it. You know, if it's a guitar sample pack, you could show off like the amp you used or the special pedals that you used. If it's a graphic design asset that you were hand drawing, you could show the actual pieces of paper that you were like scanning into your computer and stuff like that. You could do a whole bunch with this, and I think this one is really amazing. And then the final and probably most important part is posting consistently. So you want to share stuff about this product 2 to 3 times a week, and honestly, you can go even more than that. You could do like 4 or 5, and you really want to just like keep it at the top of all of your supporters' minds. You want them to always be thinking about it. You could do stuff like demonstrations. You could do FAQs where you post and you're like, oh, ask me questions about this product. You could do a whole bunch of stuff here, but basically this is the same general concept that we went over before. You're going to use stuff like Instagram stories, YouTube community posts, but now that we're in the talk phase, you can start phasing in more actual content, like a section in a YouTube video, a full Instagram reel post, something like that. Because again, you want to build hype. You want people to be like, oh my God, I want this so bad. And then phase 3, the final phase of the pre-release, is the shout phase. So this is 1 to 2 weeks before launch. Same deal goes here, 1 to 2 weeks based on, you know, how big the product is and how long you've been hyping it up. And the shout phase exists to get our customers to want to be the first person to buy the product. The goal is to basically convince them to purchase the product before it's even out, and here's how we're going to do that. So the goal is creating urgency, driving immediate action. So the first thing that we could do is a countdown. This is something that I've done in almost all of my products. So on something like Instagram, you could super easily just put a countdown on your story and make it an event. Every single day leading up to the release, or even multiple times a day, you could post like, oh my God, it's coming soon. Here's the poll. Here's the poll. I went over this earlier about building an email list, but at this point in the release, 1 to 2 weeks before launch, I think it is essential to release a free beta pack. And this uses the same formula as the free lead magnets that I showed you how to do in the email marketing chapter. Basically, just make an embedded form, post a page, and then when they sign up for that form, they get sent a small demo of the pack. And when you allow your customer to have a free sample of the product, it is going to drastically increase their likelihood of buying on release. If you're excited for something and then you get your hands on a piece of it and it's just as good as you thought it was, you're like ready to buy it. You know, you're basically ready to go. And then collecting their email in exchange for a demo lets you personally reach out to them for extra promotion and market to them your most qualified lead once the product releases. And just a little bonus, you can even send them a link to the buy page like a day early. This is another great way to get people onto your email list, get them excited, make them want to be the first person to buy. And then you're also going to want to highlight scarcity and urgency. Every time that you release a product, you want something limited. I think the best example is, oh, the first 50 buyers get 30% off and a bunch of crazy bonuses. You don't want to miss out. Every time that you release a product, you want to have something special for either like the first piece of a time period or for a limited amount of copies. And we went over how to do that in the building your product section. So you want to do that every single time that you release a product. You also want to share social proof. Posting testimonials, reviews, or case studies from beta testers is absolutely amazing. That's another reason why it's so valuable to give out a free beta pack or demo before the release, because a lot of people struggle with releasing a product and they want testimonials to encourage people to buy, but people have to buy to do that first, and that becomes really hard. So you can give out a free beta pack, get your testimonials and reviews, and then put them on the product page the day you release, and that is going to supercharge your marketing. And the very last thing that you want to do, like I said, go all in on the promotion. Post daily or multiple times a day about the product, and you want to exponentially ramp up the closer you get to the product. So maybe you're posting once a day, 2 weeks out, twice a day, 1 week out, and by the time the product is dropping in a couple days, you could post freaking 5 times a day. It doesn't really matter. You just really want to build the hype. So this is essentially how to do a pre-release. This is going to be everything that you need to build up hype and get people excited for the product. But if you don't have a post-launch strategy, you are going to lose all of that hype, and you might get some buyers, but you're going to lose out on a lot of sales. So the goal with a post-launch strategy is basically to keep the momentum going. The first and easiest thing that you do is just celebrate the launch. You talk about how you're live, how you appreciate everybody for supporting you on the journey. You could share other people's thoughts on the journey and stuff like that, but celebrating is just something super easy to do. Highlighting the success, sharing milestones about how many products you've sold is another amazing thing to do. You're going to obviously want to continue promoting in a very similar way to the shout phase, posting every single day with testimonials, tutorials, benefits, basically showing off how much people love it to encourage people to buy it. And then, like I said, essential, have a bonus or a discount. And this could be whatever you want, but I think a discount with some bonuses for a limited amount of copies is the best way to go. And then the other way that you can go is a discount or bonuses for a limited amount of time. That could be the first 24 hours, 48 hours, or the first week. And you can basically keep promoting this until the period is over. You can keep promoting this until all the copies are sold out. You can keep promoting this until the time period is over. But like what we went over earlier in the course, do not go overboard with the limited copies. You don't want to have like 100 limited copies when you're probably not going to sell that out, because that's a very bad look and that kind of kills the momentum and hype. So yeah, that is the post-launch strategy to ensure that you maximize on the hype and all the work that you put in to promote this product. Here is a little example timeline. So 2 to 4 months before the product comes out, you're teasing it with vague hints. A month before, you're talking about it, you're revealing the product, you're sharing the benefits, and you're posting very consistently. 1 to 2 weeks before the product comes out, you are talking about this all the time. You're creating urgency, you're posting countdowns, you're promoting it all the time. Like, you just don't want to shut up about this. You want it to be the only thing that people are basically hearing from you for the week or two before release. And then there's the post-launch, where you want to celebrate, share the success, and most importantly, continue promoting it. The key takeaways here are that we are whispering to build curiosity and anticipation. We're talking consistently to share details and benefits to generate interest. And then we are shouting to create urgency and excitement as the launch approaches. And then for the post-launch, we are going to try our best to keep the momentum going with testimonials and promotions. And the very last thing that I wanted to kind of touch on that I used to be confused by, for the post-launch, I used to be like, okay, so I'm promoting it after launch, but what do I do after that period's over? Like, do I just never promote the product ever again? And that's not true. So the post-launch is going to be 1 to 2 weeks of heavy promoting, and then you're going to go back to your regular promotion. So the idea here is this is like a special promotion where you're like, oh, get the first copies. Oh, get this before it sells out, whatever. Once you sell out the limited copies, or once the special time period is over, that doesn't mean you stop promoting the product entirely. You could still use it in your videos. You could still make short form content about it. You could still do all of the promotion tactics, but it's just not in the context of a post release anymore. Now it's just a product that you're selling. And yeah, that is the exact strategy that I use for every single one of my product releases, the exact strategy that I use for my clients' product releases. And I guarantee you the difference between doing this and not doing this is a lot of money. And you don't want to miss out on a lot of money. So make sure when you're releasing your products to take advantage of the whisper, talk, shout strategy. Let's talk about something that can seriously boost your revenue: sales periods. If you are not running regular sales, you are missing out on free money. Every month has a reason to run a sale. Whether it's a holiday, a season change, or just a random Tuesday, there's always an opportunity to create urgency and incentivize your audience to buy from you. Now, I constantly see a bunch of BS on the internet about why discounts are stupid, how they don't make you money, and all of this stuff. That just is not true. If you look at all of the most successful businesses, the most popular businesses, or really any business, big or small, they all use discounts on the regular. And here's the way that I like to put it for a lot of people. Would you rather have some money or no money? Because that's really how it is when it comes to sales periods. A lot of the people who are buying from a discount never intended to buy for the full price and were just waiting for that discount. The very real reality is there are a lot of people out there who just don't have the money to afford things. And instead of just discarding those people entirely as potential potential customers. We use things like sales periods to get those people in the mix, as well as rewarding people who are already buying our products. And just one more thing, because I really want to hammer down that sales periods are super important, and all these internet gurus out there, it's like a trend now for people to say like, oh, don't run sales. Like you're just like spamming discounts, whatever. I listened to that advice and I was like, all right, I'm going to lock in. I'm not going to do any sales. I'm just going to try to really build the desire for my product and just get all my sales with like the full price instead of no discount. And guess what? I lost like 25% of my revenue. And then I brought my sales back. And then I actually made even more than I made previously with my sales periods. So yeah, sales periods, very important. So now let's go ahead and break over the different types of sales. So starting off at number one, personally my favorite, just because it's the first one that I ran that I saw a lot of success with, which is flash sales. So flash sales are basically a short, intense burst of discounts. It's usually 24 to 48 hours, and they are perfect for creating a sense of urgency and FOMO. So when to use them, flash sales work well on random occurrences typically, or smaller personal reasons like an anniversary of creating your business, your birthday, or even to celebrate something like maybe buying your dream car. And during a flash sale, you typically want to offer a discount of around 50 to 60% off. Anytime that you're running a sale, usually the minimum is like 40%. You're usually going to sit around 40 to 60% for all of your sales. So that's what I would do for a flash sale. For a burst sales are slightly longer than flash sales, somewhere around the range of 3 to 7 days, but usually on the shorter end still. And these are great for giving your audience a little bit more time to act while still maintaining urgency. The best time to use burst sales are typically holiday events on a smaller scale, which is something like 4th of July, Halloween, St. Patrick's Day, Easter, all of those holidays that are like still holidays. People get happy and excited for them, but nobody's really like doing like big events or stuff like that. And again, during this period, somewhere around 50 to 60%. And then we have seasonal sales. So seasonal sales are longer. They often last a week or more, and they are tied to specific times of the year. So they are perfect for capitalizing on holidays or seasonal trends. So the time to use seasonal sales are things like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas, the start of spring, the end of summer. So pretty much the big major holidays, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas, and then beginning of spring, beginning of summer, end of summer, stuff like that. And during these periods, the one thing that sets them apart is you want your discounts to go up to 80% off. So for something like a seasonal change, maybe like 50 to 70%. But when you're doing something like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas, go all out. People just have their wallets out and they're ready for these discounts. It's like an online shopping tradition to just wait for the discounts, see what you want to buy, go buy it. Everyone does it. If you're not doing it, you are missing out on it. Take offers, make them up to 80% off, do a bunch of exclusive bundle deals, all that type of stuff. And a pro tip for seasonal sales is to plan your seasonal sales in advance and build up hype with teasers and countdowns. I would pretty much only do this for like the Black Friday, Cyber Monday period. What a lot of people will do is actually spend October and November building up hype, giving away free lead magnets, getting people on their email list with the specific intention of marketing to those people for Black Friday. Also talking about Black Friday and just hyping it up all the time for the month prior. Something I definitely advise you to do. And here is why every month has a reason to run a sale. So I'm going to link below a Google Doc that has like a reason to run a sale in every single month so that you can just reference this whenever you need it. But you do not need a major holiday to run a sale, and every month has an opportunity. January, New Year, New You sales. Valentine's Day or Love Your Business sales. March, spring cleaning or St. Patrick's Day sales. April is tax refund sales. You actually get a lot of sales during April. May could be Mother's Day or pre-summer sale. June could be a mid-year clearance or a Father's Day sale. July could be an Independence Day or summer flash sale. August could be a back to school or end of summer sale. I think end of summer is definitely better for online business. But if a lot of the people in your audience go to school and something that you sell might kind of be like directly adjacent to the concept of like, education, that could be great. September is going to be a fall launch or Labor Day sale. October, obviously, Halloween. November, Black Friday and Cyber Monday. And then December, end of year sale, Christmas sale, all that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, you can add personal flash sale dates to your own calendar, like anniversaries of when you started your business, your birthday, or niche specific reasons. So a producer will run an 808 day sale on 808, that's August 8th. An artist can run a National Art Day sale on National Art Day. Every single niche, you can just like find a reason, something that people celebrate within your niche on a specific day of the year. And like I said, everyone will have a business anniversary, everyone will have a birthday. All of those things are great reasons to do these little like 1-day flash sales on top of all of these reasons for each month to run a sale. Now that we've gone over that, let's go over actually how to run a sale. So now that we know that sales periods are important and what types of sales to run, let's talk about how to run them effectively. So the first thing that is very important, you always want to do this, start your sales on a Friday. Your sales should never start on a Monday. They should never start on a Wednesday. I mean, Saturdays and Sundays, still no. And the reason for this is because Friday is payday for a lot of people, like most likely most of the people who are buying your stuff. On Fridays, people are always in a treat yourself mindset. So starting your sale on a Friday takes advantage of that intent and gives people the weekend to shop. The next thing that you're gonna do is choose your sale type. So decide whether you're running a flash sale, burst sale, or seasonal sale based on your goals and the time of year. Mostly though, the time of year, we already went over before: seasonal sales for big holidays, burst sales for minor holidays, and then flash sales for like things that are personal to you or your niche. Step number 3, promote the hell out of it. All right, so you're going to use social media and email as your primary promotion channels. So for social media, you're going to post teasers a few days before the sale starts. You're going to use eye-catching visuals, countdowns, and urgency-driven captions like 48 hours only or don't miss out. Now, me personally, this is my favorite way to drive sales. I feel like for me, it's what's worked best, but just because email didn't work as well for me doesn't mean it won't work for you. But my most successful sales, especially flash sales, came from like one Instagram story post. I have literally posted like, 50% off my website for the next 24 hours. I didn't even have a reason. I just posted a flash sale. No reason, no nothing. It wasn't even this like pre-thought out thing. I just woke up. I was like, I'm going to do a flash sale. And I made $500 that day. That's crazy. I probably wouldn't have made $100 that day if I didn't run a flash sale. And that all came from Instagram. One story post. So those things are huge. And then of course, email again. Send a series of emails, one to announce the sale, one to remind people that it's happening, and one last push as the sale's about to end. If it's a flash sale, obviously it's 1 day or 2 days, so you're only going to send 1 or 2 emails. And if it's a seasonal sale that's a lot longer, you might want to send 4 or 5 emails. Now, during your promotion, what you want to do is ramp up the urgency. So as the sale progresses, you want to increase the urgency in your messaging. You want to say things like last chance, ending soon, highlight how much time is left. Basically, as time goes on, as it gets closer to the end, you just want to like yap a bunch. You don't want to shut up. You just want to be like really annoying, because realistically, nobody's actually going to get annoyed by that. And then if it's a longer sale, something like Black Friday, you could also consider doing like mid-sale boosts with a flash discount or a bonus offer. So this is where stuff like exclusive bundles can be great for seasonal sales, because if you're holding a sales period for over a week, it's pretty easy for it to kind of die out. So finding new ways to like reignite the interest during longer sales like seasonal sales is another great thing you could do. And then the very last thing that you want to do, which obviously you always want to do, but especially during a sales period, is make it super easy to shop. So you want to make sure that your website and store is optimized for the sale. You want to highlight the discounted products, make the checkout process seamless, and offer clear instructions on how to claim the deal. Now, as you can see right here, I just like to change the price of my products temporarily for longer sales periods, and for shorter sales periods, I auto apply a discount. Make it as easy as possible. On Shopify, you can literally set it up where the discount auto applies. I do this for flash sales and burst sales, and then for longer sales periods, like a seasonal sale period, go into your Shopify and just manually change the product prices and change them back afterwards. Put a big fat banner at the top of your website, make everybody know that the sale is happening. You don't want anything to be complicated. Simplest possible sales process always. So yeah, sales periods are a win-win. They create excitement, they reward your customers, and they boost your revenue. Don't listen to all this contrarian stuff that people are telling you about ditching sales periods and just trying to drive interest and make more money. You are leaving money on the table. So start planning your next sales period today. Analysis paralysis is the number one thing that I see killing creative businesses, even more than not knowing how to run a business. You're overthinking every little tiny detail, your pricing, your branding, your Instagram captions or feed, product packaging. You're just trying to make everything perfect, and it's keeping you stuck. But here's the truth. Perfect doesn't exist. And even if it did, your customers are not going to care about perfect. They care about value and they care about you. Yeah, you watching this right now. So here is going to be the mindset shift. Done is better than perfect. I don't know why I did this with my hands. I know I'm not going to be editing anything onto this. Done is better than perfect. See? Truthfully, all you need to focus on is making something that is good enough to put out there. Your first version does not have to be your last version, and you could always tweak, iterate, and improve as you go. That's actually the way I would advise you to do things. Super heavy optimization isn't something anybody should be thinking about until they're many, many months or years deep into the creative process. They're already making thousands of dollars a month. They have their own established fan base, and chances are that is not you, which is perfectly fine. Just remember that you cannot improve something that doesn't exist, so stop overthinking and start creating. Your business will thank you. If you want to double your success, you're going to have to double your failures. Now, I call this the 2x theory, and here's why it works. Every failure is just a lesson in disguise. The more you fail, the more you learn. The more you learn, the better you get, and the better you get, the closer you are to success. And you're not going to fail if you don't start. Too many creatives are so afraid of failure that they don't even start. They're busy waiting for the perfect idea or the perfect moment or the perfect product. And guess what? That moment is never going to come, ever. It's not. So here's going to be my challenge to you. Start before you're ready. Put yourself out there. Make that product, film that video, and if it flops, oh well, that's one failure down and one step closer to doubling your success. I know it sounds cheesy, but I really wanted to speak on the topic of failure because it's something that I see destroying so many creatives and business owners alike. Now that I'm over 5 years deep into my creative journey, I honestly don't even see mistakes as failures at all. So the one thing that I want you to remember is failure is not the opposite of success. It's just part of the journey. So stop being afraid of it, embrace it, learn from it, and keep going. Luck is great, but it's not a strategy. If you want real, consistent results, you have to focus on volume. And this isn't going to be some lame like alpha male grind set advice or whatever. Just hear me out for a second, okay? Think about it this way. The more times you create, the more chances you have to succeed. The more videos you post, the more products you launch, the more content you put out there, the more opportunities you have to connect with your audience, refine your craft, and grow your business. It's the same as practicing your art, your music, or whatever creative skill that you're involved in. The more you do it, the better you get. So in the same sense, the more you put yourself out there, the more you'll sell. So the mindset shift here is to stop thinking that you need luck and to stop waiting for your big break. I can speak from experience that if that's what you're waiting for, it's just not going to happen. And realistically, it's not the best way for anything to go about. If you get some big break magically like 6 months into your career, you're not even going to know what to do with it or how to handle the success, and everything's probably going to crumble. So instead, create your own success by just putting the work in, doing the reps, pumping the content out, making the products, etc., etc. If you want a guarantee of success, you have to focus on the volume, make more, share more, fail more, improve more. The results will come, and it's not going to be because of luck. It's going to be because you showed up and you put in the work. All great artists steal. Now, before you freak out, let me explain. Stealing like an artist does not mean just copying someone else's work. It means taking inspiration from the people who inspire you and making it your own. It's about learning from what's already working and using it as a springboard for your own creativity. So you might have already heard of this concept as a creative, but how does this apply to your business? It's actually simple. Look at the creatives in your niche who are killing it and study their videos, their titles, their thumbnails, their editing styles, even their product ideas. Ask yourself what's working for them, and then ask yourself, how can I adapt that to fit my brand and my voice? And here's the key here. Don't copy anything, just transform it. Add your own twist and make it uniquely you. So if you love somebody's video editing style, try it out, but add your own personality to it. If you're inspired by a product idea, put your own creative spin on it. And if you're obsessed with somebody's editing style, experiment with their techniques and find a way to make it your own. So the main example that I'm actually going to give you here is myself. If you look at my YouTube or my products, you might think, wow, this dude really paved his own lane. Nobody's really doing it like he is. But the reality is, I take inspiration from one producer in particular for everything I do. The producer's name is Kavi, and you might be familiar with his stuff, but long story short, he makes killer YouTube videos, killer products, he makes killer money, and those are all things that I want to do. So I took the things he does right, implemented it into my own business, and put my own twist on it. I took his idea of marketing to trap producers and made it my own by marketing to alternative rock producers. I took his thumbnail style and I repurposed it for my own niche with my own creative vision. I emulated his title style, I emulated his editing style, I even look at his product pages to get layout ideas, and I even analyze his products to see what he's working on next, why his products do so well, and I repurpose all of these things for my own business. And the one last thing that I want to emphasize before we end this module is to be conscious of the artists who you are stealing from. It's pretty easy to see somebody with a cool thumbnail or a cool video title or a cool editing style and think, oh, that's dope. dope. That's what I want to do. But sometimes the people who you're taking your ideas from are not actually doing so well for themselves, and it's not working as good as you think it might be. Since we are stealing like an artist from a business perspective, try to take inspiration from people who you know are already doing well, like I am with the producer coffee. So to end this lesson off, just remember that creativity does not happen in a vacuum. It's a conversation. So steal like an artist, make it your own, and keep the conversation going. All right, let's talk about something that is holding a lot of creatives back. Guilt. Guilt for charging for your work, guilt about selling. However you want to put it, this is just the truth. Selling isn't selfish. Selling is helping. Whenever you create something, whether it's a digital product, a piece of art, a course, whatever it is, the end goal is to solve a problem for someone. You're making their life easier, better, and just overall, better, like I just said. And that right there is worth something, and it's worth something more than you'd expect. Just think about it this way. On the other side of every sale, there's somebody who's excited to use what you have created. They're not thinking, oh my God, I have to pay for this. They're probably thinking, oh my God, this is exactly what I needed. I can speak firsthand and say that there have been videos or products that I've made that I honestly didn't think anything of and almost didn't even release. And I still get people to this day messaging me saying how whatever video or product that I made years ago is something that they have been looking for their whole life, and how it's something that they are super, super appreciative for. And vice versa, I can think of a million products or YouTube videos that I was searching for ages. Something that I would walk around and think in my head, dude, I would pay like $1 million to find this out or get this specific tool or product. And there's a 99% chance the person who provided that has no idea how much I value that. So just know your work holds value, your creativity holds value, and when you charge what you're worth, you're not just helping yourself, you're helping your customer live a better life. So the mindset shift is going to be stopping yourself from feeling guilty about selling. Just try to start seeing it as an exchange of value. You're not taking something away from someone, you're just giving them something amazing in return. Selling isn't selfish, selling is helping, and the world needs what you specifically have to offer. When you're promoting your work and your products, it's easy to feel like everyone is sick of you. You're being too pushy, you're being too loud, you're being too salesy. Honestly, sometimes when you're constantly immersed in your own marketing, it literally feels like you are begging for money. But in reality, most people don't even know your first name. The majority of the world has no idea who you are, what you do, or what you're selling. And that's not a bad thing. It's actually freeing. Just think about it this way. If most people don't know you exist, why hold back on your marketing? Why worry about over promoting or annoying people? The reality is you're not even on their radar yet. And here's the best part. Even the people who do know about your stuff most definitely do not care as much as you think they do. They're too busy living their own lives, doing their own stuff, scrolling past 99% of the stuff that they see online. And I totally get why this is something you'd be worried about, because it's something that I super heavily focused on at the beginning of my career. But just think about this for a second, okay? Let's say you have an audience, and this audience willingly followed you, likely because you provided something that they valued, they enjoyed, and they chose to follow you. How many people in that audience do you realistically think are sitting there and they're like, oh my God, I hate this guy and how much he's trying to support himself financially. I'm just gonna keep following him to hate him. And also, if he didn't promote his products, then maybe I'd buy them, right? Like realistically, this like imaginary person that we have in our brain just probably doesn't exist. And if they do exist, thank God they are unsubscribing from us. They're not buying our products. They would probably be a terrible customer. They'd probably cause a bunch of issues. Good riddance. Goodbye to this person who probably doesn't even exist. The mindset shift here is going to be stop worrying about being too much in quotations, because it's really not a thing, especially on social media. Start embracing the fact that you are invisible to most people, and use that as permission to go all in on your business and your marketing and your promotion and anything like that. The people who matter will find you, and the rest, they just don't matter. They won't even notice. And that's amazing for us. Just remember that the goal isn't to be everywhere for everyone. It's to be somewhere for someone. And to do that, you got to market, promote, put yourself out there as much as you can. So just stop worrying and start putting yourself out there. All right, let's talk about something that can make or break your creative journey. Numbers, views, likes, subscribers, sales. It's very, very easy to get obsessed with these metrics. And I know, because I've been there and I'm still actively going through it. I'm still in the process of kind of, moving past that stage of my creative journey. I'll sit there and I'll refresh my stats every single hour. I tie my self-worth to a number, and I let bad days make me question everything. But the truth is, numbers really are evil. And it's not that they're inherently bad, but they do mess with your head. Psychologically, constantly checking your stats triggers something called variable reinforcement. And it's actually the same exact thing that makes something like a slot machine so addictive. addictive. You just keep checking and you keep checking because you're looking for that hit of dopamine in case your numbers go up or something like that. But most of the time, you're just left feeling anxious, frustrated, and drained. So the main mindset shift here is to stop letting numbers define you and especially stop checking them so frequently. Your worth as a creative or even a person is not at all tied to your views, your subscribers, your followers, your sales, or anything like that. Instead, just look at these numbers as what they are, which is just data points, strictly tools to help you understand what's working and what's not. And they especially are not a reflection of your talent, your value, or your potential. So my main rule is to only check your numbers once a day at most. And even if you're doing that, only do it with a purpose. Are you looking for trends? Are you figuring out what kind of content works so you can double down on it? Make sure that you use the numbers as a tool and not a scoreboard. If you find yourself refreshing the stats every hour or maybe even more like myself, close the tab, close your phone, step away, and focus on creating, connecting, and adding value. The numbers will follow after this. Don't let them win. It's time to talk about something that nobody really likes to talk about, and that's going to be hate on the internet. When you put yourself out there, you are going to get hated on. It's like a guarantee. Some of it's going to be constructive, and some of it is just going to be people being assholes. And as simple as it is to say, just don't take it personally, the reality is it's not that easy. But the truth is, hate really just doesn't matter. I'm over 5 years deep into my creative journey, and what I've learned is that hate really is just noise. It's usually not about you, and it's usually a reflection of the person who's leaving the comment. And if I'm going to be completely honest, almost all of the time, it's a sign that you're doing something right. If you're getting hate, it means you're reaching people. You're making an impact. And for every one hater that you might see, there's probably 10, 20, 30 more people who are enjoying what you're posting, supporting you in what you're posting, and overall just like the complete opposite of what like a hater might be. And really at this point, the only reason why I actually get bothered by hate comments is because of how genuinely annoying it is to think about somebody taking that much time and energy out of their day just to leave a completely pointless hate comment. Like, I don't leave hate comments on the internet personally because I just think it's such a huge waste of time and energy. So whenever I see somebody leaving a hate comment, it only annoys me just a little bit because I'm like, you can't be doing like anything better with your time and your life. But either way, this is how I personally deal with hate. Number one principle is going to be don't engage unless you want to. Most people online who are leaving hate comments realistically are just looking for a reaction. They want to piss you off. So if you don't want to respond, just don't do it. If it makes you feel bad, hurts your feelings, anything like that, you can either not respond or you can just fully delete it. It's your social media pages. You basically own the comment section. So realistically, if somebody says something that you just don't like, just get rid of it. But if you do want to respond, try to keep it civil and maybe a little bit funny. Most of the time, if I get a hate comment, I just respond and say something like, hey man, hope you have like a better day or something like that. You know, just something to be like, I'm sorry you feel this way. Not much I could do. Hope your day gets better. Because most of the time, it really disarms the person who leaves that comment. And then also to your supporters, it makes you seem like a better person because you kind of are if you're doing that. And then sometimes I like to like troll back or whatever you want to call it. If somebody leaves a hate comment, I'll just reply with something like, all right, bro. You know, like, okay. Stuff that usually just catches the person off guard. The second thing that you could do is use the hate as fuel. Hate comments actually boost your engagement on social media, which can help you perform better on social media. So in a weird way, when people leave hate comments, it's actually just putting you one step closer to a person who is actually going to enjoy your videos. And to me, that's just a net positive. The next thing that you should do is always focus on your supporters. For every one hater on the internet, there's countless people who are out there enjoying your stuff and supporting you because they love what you do. Just focus on those people. Respond to them, engage with their comments, and just let their positivity drown out the negativity. Always remember that a hate comment usually is not about you. Hate is going to say more about the person leaving the comment than it does about you. So don't let somebody else's bad day or bad mood ruin yours. And the very last thing that you definitely have to do is just keep going. The best way to win against hate is to just keep going and not let it slow you down. Hate is just the price of putting yourself out there, but in my opinion, it's a really small price to pay for reaching the people who actually matter. So don't let it stop you. Keep creating, keep connecting, and keep being yourself. Content creation and sales can really feel like a grind. Some days it can be super exciting, but other days it can be completely exhausting. So the trick to making it more fun is to gamify the grind. Gamification is all about turning like tasks and work into a game. It's about setting challenges, earning rewards, and just making the process more enjoyable. And even though it's not ideal that we have to like trick ourselves into doing more work or staying motivated, the reality is it is the system that we're in, so we might as well make the best of it. So here's how I like to gamify my business. The first thing that you could do is to set mini challenges. And you could do this by breaking large goals into smaller bite-sized tasks. So for example, instead of being like, oh, I want to grow 10,000 subscribers, or I want to, blow up my business, set smaller tasks like, oh, I want to post 3 videos a week, or I want to post 1 product a month. Do those things and try to view each task as like a level or skill to improve on. The next thing that you could do is to create a point system by giving yourself points for each task that you complete. Post a video, give yourself 10 points. Launch a product, 50 points. Hit a milestone, 100 points. Doing this and watching your score grow is also a great way to track your progress. Next thing that you could do, which I think is super important, is rewarding yourself by tying your actual point system to real life rewards. If you hit 100 or 200 or 300 points, however you want to make it, you can reward yourself by doing something you love, buying yourself something that you've been looking at for a long time, or even just giving yourself a day off. It could really be whatever means the most to you. The next thing that you could do, which I really like to do, is competing with yourself. You could do this by treating each week or each month as a new season and seeing if you could beat the past records that you set in the previous season, like how many videos you post, how many products you make, how many emails you send, just anything like that can really help you further yourself down the creative business journey. And the last thing, which is going to be super important, is focusing on the process, not the numbers. The goal here is not to obsess over statistics. It's to make the work and the tasks themselves more enjoyable. So make sure that you celebrate small wins, like finishing a script or completing a product, not just the super big outcomes. Gamification is not about ignoring the grind. It's more so about finding joy in the process. It's something that's helped me personally a ton in the longevity of my career, so I definitely suggest that you should try it out too.